Ordinarily, none of this would have anything to do with me. I'm too normal to grant wishes, not mine or anybody else's. The only one who interests this paranormal entity before me now is Kazu. To him, or her, maybe, I'm nothing more than an acquaintance of his. The only reason I received this power is because he, or she, wanted to influence those around Kazu and satisfy his, or her, desire to toy with him. The box I've been given is like some hand-me-down, but still I cling to it like a beggar digging desperately through garbage in an effort to survive. Even so, I'm dependent on it. Oh, directs an inviting smile toward me. Oh, I'm confused about something. I accept that Kazu is extraordinary. I can also understand your interest in observing him. But I fail to see why a being of your stature would go to such lengths to meddle with a single person. Why is that? Because it's not natural for someone with so much power at their disposal to do such a thing. You're obsessed with Kazu. You haunt him without even hiding your desires. That alone is enough to drag you down to the realm of the mundane. And what of it? I'm not in this to be worshipped, so that doesn't bother me. Just appearing before you and having this conversation was bound to make me ordinary in your eyes. After all, what are you getting at? If I wanted to remain an otherworldly enigma, then I would demonstrate my power without saying a word. Allowing others to understand my motives and goal is enough to make my presence something more familiar. You see, each word I speak turns me commonplace. He, or she, explains before asking me a question in a pleasant tone. Might you prefer that I be otherworldly? Perhaps you feel as though the supernatural capabilities of your books will vanish if the one who grants your wish loses some of their luster. If so, then I'm afraid to say I cannot be what you wish me to be. Then what does that make you? If you're not a god, then what are you? He, or she, tells me his, or her, true nature without any noticeable hesitation. I am the direction known as O. It's a straightforward sentence, although I have no idea what it means. Direction? What are you talking about? I am merely a part of the whole that is myself. O is one facet of my vast identity. The idea that O is a separate part of some bigger entity still doesn't help me make sense of things. So to put it in terms of a human body, you'd be like a hand or a foot. Not quite. Ah yes. Let's use the example of water within a large pool. All the water in the pool is me. Then scoop out some of that water with a cup. The water in that cup is the me that is O. The name O is the cup for maintaining what constitutes me. That is the direction called O. What do you mean by describing yourself as a direction? My greater self lacks any sort of will whatsoever. Well, it does have a will, but it's best to assume it doesn't, as far as you all are concerned. So intrinsically, I have no vector. However, when I received the name Mo, I also received meaning. Once I did, my direction came about as a matter of course. You're saying there's a reason why this direction is fixated on Kazu? Exactly. You are indeed quite quick on the uptake. It goes without saying that the remark was more contemptuous than complimentary. That's why O continues by saying, it's what keeps you from being able to use your box fully. I bite down on my lip. I'm aware of this, but it stings to be told yet again. You cannot understand the box as it is. You impose your own interpretation on it, distorting it and replacing it with something you are capable of comprehending. The box as you envision it is something else entirely. Ah yes, it seems you believe I don't find you to be of interest, but you believe incorrectly. You are the exact opposite of Kazuki. As he possesses the disposition to use a box, you lack it entirely. That position is quite intriguing. In a sense, O says with a bewitching smile. I'm quite certain you will be the first to apprehend my true nature. Enough already. If this being keeps dropping hints, I may be able to identify what they really are. It's true that O can change shapes as they please. I can't tell if they are male or female, either. I have no way of knowing their original form or anything else. But I have a certain talent for seeing the truth of things. I have an intellect, not that it does anyone any good. If O becomes transparent to me, I will no longer be able to believe in the extraordinary powers of the boxes. As long as O's nature remains a mystery to me, I can consider the boxes to be special. This is why I will not try to warp O with my own interpretation of them. I will venerate O and worship them. And by continuing to avert my eyes from reality, I will enable my wish to be granted. Daya Oamin 0906 Sun 12:05 p.m. I was really surprised. Yes, I had heard about the dog people before, of course. But, well, in my mind, they were just something you saw on TV. I never imagined one would show up among people I knew. The LCD TV screen shows a woman with her face blurred out. She's middle-aged, apparently a housewife, and the note of irritation in her mechanically altered voice isn't quite concealed. Tell us about Mr. Dash. The name is bleeped out. I guess he was normal. Quiet, though. Even when I said hi to him, he would just mumble back. I wasn't sure if he was replying or not. Did you notice anything different about him? Recently, Or maybe not so recently, his parents disappeared. Ever since then. I guess he became a what do you call it? A shut-in? That's how it seemed to me. A job? Who knows? I have to wonder what he did for work. And what about his parents? You said they disappeared. Yes. Oh, no, it could be that his parents just moved to a different piece of property. It's only a rumor that they vanished. I'm not really sure. Anyway, Mr. didn't really interact with anyone in the neighborhood, you know. I see. Are you aware of the common thread among those who become dog people? The middle-aged woman is obviously having trouble replying. Yes, they're criminals, right? And their crimes were particularly heinous. The criminal record of Mr. has yet to be revealed. However, all I know is that I saw him start howling and drop onto all fours. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything. The camera cuts to show the host and commentators in the studio. The woman must not have known any other useful information. Everyone looks so serious, but they also seem unsure what the appropriate reaction even is to this somewhat ridiculous phenomenon. It's a strange, altogether inexplicable anomaly. Their comments are all painfully forced and do nothing to address the real topic at hand. I sit back down on the bed with a sneer. As I intended, the talk shows have been discussing the dog people for several days now. That's what they're calling the phenomenon. Average folks suddenly lose the ability to speak one day and begin walking on all fours. Of course the talk shows jumped on such a sensational story. Still, it's unlikely the cause will ever come to light, no matter how big of a topic it becomes. At present, all sorts of doctors, academics, and other learned minds are investigating the dog people. No matter what angle they approach it from, though, not one of them is ever going to know that it is the work of a box. So, in the end, these figures are just going to disappoint their audience with some sensible, worthless conclusion that it's acting or a belief that they are a dog or a mental illness, even though those could never be the case. No, the spiritualist quack they brought on the show primarily for laughs had a much more satisfying theory for the audience. This is a trial brought upon us by the gods. It is a reminder to any humans arrogant enough to believe they are special, that they are just another animal. I snigger. No way in hell. For starters, if you're gonna talk about arrogance, it's way more prideful to think the gods would so conveniently test us. After all, we don't care about how cheeky a caterpillar gets, right? That's why the only one who could come up with something as ridiculous as dog people is a fellow human. I look toward the television, and the host is insincerely expressing his heartfelt wish for the victim's full recovery. And with that, today's feature on the dog people comes to an end. You wish for his recovery, do you? Well, you won't for much longer. The reason being that Katsuya Tamura, or our Mr. Dash, with his squeaky clean criminal record as of now, is a murderer who killed his parents. It won't be so easy to say your well-wishing once the truth comes to light. And this crime known only to Katsuya Tamura and me will become known to the world. As for why, the public mind can't ignore the fact that all the dog people discovered before now have been found to be violent criminals. It follows, then, that the police can't disregard public opinion, either. They'll probably come up with some grounds for an investigation, then find the remains of Katsuya Tamura's parents in the garden of his home. And so Katsuya Tamura will be thrown into prison, where he should have been to begin with. Well, now that he's basically a dog, his mental state may make sending him to prison a bit more difficult, but that's not a problem. Punishing the criminals who have escaped judgment isn't what I'm after. If the case of Katsuya Tamura goes as I intend, I have no more pieces to put in place. The truth is, the ability I received from my box can make others into dog people whether they're guilty of a crime or not, but I have deliberately used my ability to look into those with criminal records and do it to them alone. My goal is to plant an idea, that the dog people must be lawbreakers, in the minds of the general public. Those dumb dogs crawling on all fours are criminals. If this assumption spreads among the populace, then simply being a dog person will be enough to link someone to a history of violent crime. And now the result. You'd be hard-pressed to find a sight more wretched than these human canines. No capacity for thought, naked and barking and crawling around awkwardly, it's enough to fill anyone with revulsion. You can't treat them like people, either, so they're not going to inspire any natural sympathy, especially when everyone knows they're a criminal deserving your hatred. They'll all come to fear such a state. Commit a crime, and you could be next. But what exactly causes the phenomenon will never be fully understood. The only answer for avoiding that humiliation will be a life of integrity, free of misdeeds, and crime will fall. The total number of these dog people is too low. Of course, I have to make criminals believe it could happen to them easily, so I'll create many more. I'll cause a mass outbreak. When I do, no one will be able to avert their eyes. I look back at the TV. The topic has changed, and another image fills the screen. It looks like a video recorded by some regular person on their mobile phone. The footage is rough and blurry in places, and I can hear the surprised exclamations of whoever filmed it. Several dozen adults have formed a crowd, bowing their heads to the ground on a main thoroughfare in the Kabukicho neighborhood of Shinjuku. It's impossible to tell at first glance what group these people prostrating themselves belong to. Yakuza, drag queens, salarymen, high school girls. There doesn't seem to be a common element among them. This motley group is bowing toward a figure at the center, and weeping. The camera zooms in on the person at the middle of it all, a young man with silver hair and earrings in both his ears, gazing coldly down at the people kneeling toward him. I don't need to say that the young man is me, Daya Oamin. HMPH. All according to plan. Every cell phone comes with a camera these days. I knew if I created a show like that on a major street, someone was bound to record it. The TV coverage was another factor I had taken into account. The TV personalities back in the studio are frowning at the video and throwing out totally wrong ideas. Is this some sort of new religious cult? They ask. Naturally, that's not at all the truth. The dog people and the ones bowing to me both came about due to my abilities. No one in the studio has connected the two as of yet. Of course, someone will eventually try to link such concurrent, unexplained anomalies. People on the internet are already suggesting the two have something in common. Cheap guesses, but not incorrect. This footage is a bit of foreshadowing. When the dog people become even more unavoidable for society, I will make them understand the significance of the person in the center of this video. And that is when my plans will truly begin. I exit the business hotel and walk the streets of Shinjuku. It's a crowded Sunday afternoon. The sheer number of people is unbearable. It makes me dizzy. I already know most people are sinful to some degree. More people than I can imagine have corruption hidden inside them like sludge under their skin. I have the power of my box to thank for that knowledge. Now that I know, I can't see this throng as anything more than so many wriggling sacks or slime. But, well, I guess I've gotten used to that by now. Though the calendar says it's already September, the temperature during the day still feels like summer, with practically no signs of dropping. A look down at my watch indicates it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun has begun to sink, which means my shadow is stretching. People passing by step on it, one after the other. And that is what activates my box. Each time a foot lands on my shadow, I see crime after crime after crime. In the beginning, it was more than I could bear. I couldn't even stay upright. You can get used to anything, though. That inability to process the revolting sensation is a thing of the past. I've long rid myself of such weakness. Now, this is just another task. Ugh. This one is more foul than usual, and I let out a gasp of agony. What the hell is this? It's utterly vile, like someone threw up in a blender and added shit, used vegetable oil, and tiny cicadas and poured the result down my throat. What scum would be carrying such a sin? Pressing my temples, I turn my eyes toward the one who stepped on my shadow to see just how despicable this person must look. Now, this is a surprise. It's a girl in middle school with a black bob haircut, the very definition of plain. There are no classes today, but she's wearing her navy blue sailor uniform all the same. From her appearance, you'd find her so innocent. It would be hard to even imagine her in the chaos of the city streets, much less as an evildoer. The middle school girl suddenly lets out a whimper and directs a dubious gaze toward me and my scowl. As if you don't know who's at fault here. Our eyes meet, but that's all, before she tries to continue on her way. Don't try to get revenge. You have my sympathy, but this is your own doing. She was starting to leave, but now she stops in her tracks and turns around. The blank look on her face probably isn't so much due to surprise as it is to incomprehension. I'm sure you feel like you're punishing him. But the guys paying money for your body aren't the same as the bastard who gave you HIV. They aren't even in the same category. Their crimes aren't as grave as the one you're about to commit, either. Though I doubt you'd accept that. Her eyes betray a hint of bewilderment, but her face remains expressionless. She may not be that adept at expressing her feelings. What I'm saying is, stop selling yourself to infect others. Her face still blank, the girl opens her mouth. Please don't say ridiculous things like that in public. She finally speaks. Her voice is thin and so faint that I have to strain to catch what she says. Guess she's not the lively type. Relax. See, no one's paying any attention to our conversation. If you worry about each and every person passing you by in the city, your nerves will be shot. They don't care if a wanted person is wandering around. Well, they might if you start acting like a dog. Though. How do you know about me? I don't. All I did was catch a whiff of the rotten things you've done. The face of this somewhat lifeless girl scrunches up. I suppose she's trying to scowl, but I think she really is just bad at showing her feelings. All she does is narrow her eyes a bit. She She turns her back on me and begins to run. It must have finally dawned on her to make a break for it. You can't escape. You're already mine. I shut my eyes. I close off my vision, and I close off myself. Now that the girl has stepped on my shadow, I've taken in her crimes. I grope around in the depths of my mind, searching for her sins. SHNK. My insides tingle with pain. I seek out her thoughts, fighting down the discomfort. The vast collection of murky, hateful intent within me is like a mass of filth, down to the way it makes me want to plug my nose even when it has no smell. Think of what you might find in the cauldron of an evil witch in a fairy tale, boiling and bubbling with lizards and poisonous herbs. The pain in my gut is most likely an illusion, just the scream of my mind. The pain is an expression of its abhorrence at making contact with something so foul. I feel like I've been infected with horsehair worms. As I choke down my disgust, I at last come across this girl's thoughts. Among the rest I have taken. They appear similar to shadows. They are all crimes committed by another. I reach down into the hideous cauldron within me, and take hold of a shadow. Almost 100 meters away, the middle schooler fleeing from me doubles over. Got her. I open my eyes, pressing hard against my chest to calm the tingling inside me. I slowly approach the girl. The middle schooler gasps in distress, tears flowing from her eyes. Unsurprisingly, she is beginning to catch some looks from those around her, yet not one of them offers to lend her a hand. They all either ignore her or give her a wide berth as they watch in confusion. What you're feeling is just the misery of looking directly at your crimes. Do you understand? The speechless girl only weeps. Don't worry. I don't intend to make you into a dog person. The ones I see as dogs, as no better than animals, are the lowest of the low who've shut off their minds, fled from their crimes, and forgotten how to feel guilty. That doesn't apply to you. Your suffering proves it. You're just in a desperate, self-destructive spiral, which means you still have room to grow. Still, it seems you need to be watched. So, I take the shadow of the girl's crimes in my hand and pop it into my own mouth. Your own crimes shall take charge of you. An intense bitterness spreads throughout my mouth, and control of the girl is mine. Crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is the name of the box I've obtained. In simple terms, it's able to control others by playing upon the feelings of guilt that haunt them. There are some conditions, though. Conditions I imposed myself. In order to control a person, I must stare at their crimes head-on, essentially viewing the most despicable parts of them. For example, this middle school girl here has launched into the reckless, self-destructive campaign after being infected with HIV while working as a prostitute. Now, she's sold her body numerous times specifically to infect the men who come to her for these paid liaisons. Even though this is hurting herself more than anyone else, even though her awareness of her misdeeds is crushing her, she cannot bring herself to stop. Her sins have taken on a will of their own and run amok, attacking her and others. I accept those sins. I accept the malicious aggression that accompanies them, too. Her sins will attack me as well, of course. But this is the only method that lets me control my targets. A box can grant any wish, but no person can make a wish without at least a few wrinkles. A box takes these distorted wishes and then makes them come true, flaws and all. It's no different for me. My realistic sensibilities get in the way, and I find that I can't believe completely in the power of the boxes. A certain part of me refuses to let go of the idea that it's impossible to grant any wish. If you use your box without being a little clever about it, then your wish will be left twisted and unrealized. Fortunately for me, I understood this. That's why I didn't use my box immediately after receiving it from O and decided first to learn how I could put a box to best use. Before long, opportunity came calling within Kodai Kamiyuchi's game of indolence. That's where I was able to find my answers. The trick is to not use the box to grant my wish directly. The trick is to ask the box for the means to make my wish into reality. Let's say I wanted to destroy the world. If I made a direct wish to the box to destroy the world, I wouldn't be able to manipulate it correctly. The wish is just plain vague, and I would also harbor doubts over whether such a thing was possible. So I create a buffer and ask for a switch that sets off nuclear bombs. That's more than enough power to destroy the world. Not to mention tangible and easy to imagine. It's an outrageous wish all on its own. To be sure, you still have to believe that boxes have the capacity to do such things. But I've witnessed the awesome power of boxes firsthand. It's already feasible to me that I could receive a weapon found in the world today. With this technique, even a realist such as myself can use a box properly. My true wish is to drive all the fools who lack imagination from the world. I didn't ask the box for that directly, but rather, I asked for a weapon that is up to the task. Control over others is the power I chose. I can probably thank my core personality for the fact that it was granted. Someone else might not be able to believe that taking control of others was possible, so so it wouldn't have come true for them. I, on the other hand, know I can control others to a certain extent with my words and deeds. It's a bit of an assumption on my part, but, well, an assumption is good enough, as long as I can believe it. That's how my wish came true without being warped. What's more, I've made my wish even stronger by burdening myself with strict limitations. Going to such lengths was what granted me this power. Unfortunately, the power itself is a bit lacking when it comes to achieving my ultimate purpose. Such a roundabout approach is limited when it comes to achieving my goal. I'm a little irritated with my own nature as a realist, which is what forced me to choose this method, but I also think it's as it should be. After all, nothing feels strange about this ability. That must mean it's a perfect match for me, right? The girl is still crouching with tears streaming from her eyes. Can you stop this senseless revenge? I ask her. Though her whimpering isn't a proper reply, she manages a nod. I believe her beyond a shadow of a doubt. This girl is going to give up her stupid vendetta. As it stands, I don't have any need to maintain total control over her. Now that my business with the girl is done, I begin to move away, only to find that a pair of men, maybe college students, are blocking my path. Hey, what did you do to her? The man's tone is calm, but they seem upset. They aren't going to let me get away with what they saw as injustice. They probably think I was harassing the girl. I didn't do anything, did I? I ask, turning to look at her. The girl hastily scrubs her tears away and stands upright. No. She raises her head. At that one simple action, the two men flinch. What's the matter? I immediately understand once I see the girl's face, though I'm not surprised they reacted as they did. One look at such an expression would knock me for a loop. 2. The girl's smile is unnatural, as if the corners of her mouth are being forcefully pulled back with bits of kite string. Her eyes gleam dully. This again. Huh. This person is a god. Oh, give me a break. All I did was stoke this girl's feelings of guilt. I didn't take direct control of her body or anything. I just drew out her guilt and forced her to look at it, which I'm guessing allowed her to put her heart in order. You could say she happened to get some counseling that proved immediately effective. For her, this was salvation itself. I suppose I would seem like a god, getting results instantaneously with my mysterious powers. This does happen sometimes, in rare cases. This was more than they bargained for, I guess. The two anxious-looking men shift away from us after the girl makes her proclamation. I look at the girl with equal apprehension. She's squinting at me and panting heavily, as if she truly is beholding the divine. What is it with this god stuff? Cut it out. Seriously, just stop. It freaks me out. It feels like fingers pushing into the back of my throat. I'm not a god at all. I don't want to be anything like one. But, you're right. I am. I have to allow her to call me that. I'm still weak. I haven't entirely rid myself of the boy I was before I pierced my ears, the boy who believed the world was kind. That's why shouldering the crimes of others brings me pain. Is suffering just part of being human? If so, then I can't afford to be human. I must forsake my human heart. If even strangling Kaodai Kamiyuchi to death wasn't enough to free myself from this frailty, then I need to kill someone else. No matter what it takes, I have to purge the weakest parts of my being. I will transcend myself. If I must be a god to achieve my purpose, then a god I shall become. I look at the girl worshipping me. I had thought there was no need to control her completely. But now I see there's no reason not to control her, either. What sort of god am I if I'm not prepared to rob her of her dignity and utterly humiliate her? I'll make a ruin of her life. It was pretty much over to begin with anyway. And so, I want you to offer me everything. I touch her shadow of a crime within my own chest and begin to take control of her. A carnal sigh escapes her, and she pushes herself against me. She gazes up at me with moist eyes, imploring me to take command. Be grateful. I'll find a role even for a depraved girl like you. I've got an idea. For starters, you can get down and lick my shoes. Oh, wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Without a shred of resistance, she sticks out her tongue and slides it across the bottom of my boot. I'm so happy. I'm truly blessed that you would allow someone like me to touch something you wear, even if just with my tongue. As all the bystanders watch with curiosity and contempt, I think, this is ridiculous. Making her do this brings me no pleasure, only shame. I'm getting nauseated. All the same, I have to make everyone submit to me like this. I must discard all my emotions, even the most trivial. Ugh. But my chest still hurts. I touch my earrings. I now have 6 piercings total. I just had this desire to put holes in my body. For some reason, Coco and Kairino's face appears in my mind. I must rid myself of my feelings for her, but still, I remember. The girl in my mind's eye isn't the shallow, disingenuous girl who wears contacts, changes her hairstyle frequently, and spends over an hour doing her makeup in the morning. The Kokon Kairino I remember will forever be the timid girl always following along behind me and worrying about how others felt. The bespectacled girl whose diffident eyes were only for me. I drive the image of Kiri's face from my mind. Yeah, I get it. My attachment to Kiri will prove to be the greatest obstacle in the path to my goal. I lower my gaze to the girl still licking my boots. I will change the world. I will transform it. That's right. In order to make this possible, I will need to do away with Kokon Kairino. And I will have to defeat my ultimate foe. I'm going to meet the Zeroth Maria. My once foolish and carefree foe found his resolve and changed during the killing game. He's a specialist at crushing wishes, so he's bound to show up. Unlike before, he isn't going to get caught in this box. He'll dive into it headfirst. Then he will destroy my wish. Kazuki Hoshino. Our battle will begin. Kazuki Hoshino 0906 Sun 2:05 p.m. Kokon hadn't changed, even without Daya there. It didn't matter if she had predicted his disappearance. This was weird. That's why I came to a conclusion. Kokon's cheery personality was just a front. And not only recently, but the entire time I'd known her. To be completely honest, earlier I had noticed something forced about Kokon's current cheery disposition. I also felt Kokon was doing her best to keep up with Haruaki and Daya. Another thing I picked up on was that Daya was not especially pleased about this. But I didn't think it was anything worth troubling myself over. After all, everybody's a little fake to some extent. Mogi told me that, before her accident, she had to force herself to maintain her social relationships. What's more, Kokon really pushes herself to be the person she wants to be. That's not a bad thing at all. Or so I thought. That was definitely a mistake on my part. If it weren't, none of this would have happened. That's why I'm telling you it was wrong, Kazu. I don't know if she got her hopes up because you were too nice or not, but you know what kind of state Kasumi is in. We were in the classroom after school ended when the trouble started. You knew full well why she wanted to come back to school. Kasumi was working her ass off with her rehabilitation. Do you have any idea how horrible it was for her dealing with you? Kokon was on my case about the way I left for Maria's apartment the other day and ignored Mogi's attempt to stop me. If you think it's no big deal simply because she doesn't seem depressed after her accident, you don't know a damn thing. No one could just shrug off what she's been through. She's just putting on a brave face so we don't worry about her. It was July, with summer break right around the corner. Though it was already past 5 p.m., the sun was still coming in strong through the windows, and the classroom was bright. I'm sure it was probably hot because of the season, but I don't really remember. Kokon was doing her best to fight down her tears. It was probably inappropriate for me to feel this way while I was getting chewed out, but Kokon's distress on her friend's behalf just made me more fond of her. That said, I couldn't agree with her. I got what she was saying. I understood all too well. I wanted to do right by Mogi, too. Obviously. But I'd already chosen Maria. And that was why I told her about my choice straight out. Kokon. Maria ''S. The one. She could tell I meant it, and it startled her a little. But that didn't keep her from arguing back. But that was still no reason for you to choose that moment to do what you did. You should have waited until she was a little better, at least. You're decent enough to do that, aren't you? I fell silent, but not because she had convinced me. I simply knew that anything else I said would only upset her more. Basically, no matter what Kokon said to me, even if she decided she hated my guts and never talked to me again, my decision wouldn't change. I'd never want to lose a friend so important to me, but that still doesn't make anything different. I knew what Kokon wanted to say, but when would the right moment have been? Did it even exist? Was it once Mogi was able to attend school regularly? Should I have told her I chose Maria right when her earnest wish was finally granted? Would the right moment to reject her have been after she had overcome the pain of rehabilitation so she could be back at school with me? Of course not. Mogi would have suffered no matter when it happened. Say something, Kazu. Please, just don't hurt Kasumi anymore. It's not like I wanted to hurt her. I wanted to shout it at her, to say I was the one in pain, but I knew I didn't have the right. I pulled out my phone. What are you looking at? Kokon snapped, but I ignored her and opened the image I was after. In it was a picture of Mogi in her pajamas making the peace sign. I really loved that picture. The sight of her smile, positive and hopeful as a sunflower, always lifted my spirits. When I looked at that picture, it reminded me that once upon a time, in another world, I had loved Mogi. If someone smiled at me like this, and even felt affection for me, falling for them would be a matter of course. I know that very well about myself. It's a picture I treasure, a picture I hold dear. And that's why I deleted it. I mean, I had already chosen someone else. After that, I simply looked at Kokon without saying anything. She didn't speak, either. Maybe she couldn't, not when my eyes were so serious. With only the two of us in it. The classroom fell completely silent. Yes, completely. That's probably why. The two girls must have thought there wasn't anyone in this quiet classroom, and they were able to gossip freely in the hallway as they stopped back by the classroom after club was finished for the day. Ugh, Kokon is really getting out of hand. I doubt they even suspected the person they were talking about was in that very classroom. She's trying too hard to show off how cute she is. Yesterday she was going on about her glasses. It was so annoying. Like anyone cares what your face looks like. If you don't want to have an actual conversation, go talk to a mirror. I know, right? She's so obnoxious, and she talks only about herself, and for all her bragging about how pretty she is, she honestly isn't. Like, compared with Maria, it's no contest. They're not even in the same league. Ah ha ha, you're horrible. I knew the two voices in this gleeful conversation. They were girls from our class, Kokon's friends. They often ate lunch with her. I mean, it's true. All Kokon has going for her is the work she puts into her makeup. Don't you think? She's too desperate to get guys. It does seem to work, though. Maybe guys can't see that stuff for what it is. All you have to do to get a boy is just be a tiny bit attractive and act all friendly with him. It's probably easier for them to make a move when you're not that great of a catch to begin with. Kokon's really got that part figured out, huh? Does she really think she's popular? The only reason we hang out with her is because the boys come flocking when she's around. She does have her uses. It just stresses me out. And besides, now that our Prince of Sarcasm is gone, there's not much reason to keep her around. Oh yeah. Amin always was a favorite of yours. He's rough around the edges, but deep down, he's really nice. He's not your average bad boy. I mean, he just oozes class. At least I get you, Dayo, my love. You're creeping me out here. Come on, you just wanna believe that because he's hot, don't you? Could be. Like, nobody gives a crap about ugly guys. Do you think Amin's going out with Kokon? Seems more like they had something in the past, wouldn't you say? Yeah, could be. Like, maybe she reeled him in, but then he got away once he figured out what she's like. I could hardly stand to hear any more of their cruel comments. I wanted to plug my ears, but I couldn't do that. After all, I was with the one who would be suffering far worse. The voices drew closer. In a few moments, the two of them would come face to face with Kokon. Unsure of what to do, I looked at my friend. I was sure I would find her white-faced and frozen, probably in tears. What should I do? Should we hide and wait for the two of them to leave? Then maybe we could go to McDonald's or somewhere, and I could listen to her and try to cheer her up. As it turned out, though, she wasn't going to need any cheering. Kokon was not pale, as I had predicted. Kokon had a joyous grin on her face. Huh? I didn't understand at the time. I had no idea how she could react like that under those circumstances. Yeah, but I think I get it now. I saw what happened next, so I can guess why she seemed so happy. I'm sure the emotion Kokon was feeling right then was, hey, a sense of superiority. The two girls reached the classroom and opened the door. They noticed Kokon inside straight away, and they went so stiff, it was almost comical. Hey Kokon, didn't know you were here. Kokon's expression was soft and gentle. Yeah, I was here the whole time. The two of them were unsure how to react to such a mild response. Kokon, so that's what you really think of me? I'm sorry, I can be a bit clueless, so I didn't notice. I'll be careful from now on. Kokon, I get it. Sometimes it's easy to go overboard when you're gossiping about how much you don't like someone. You just get caught up in the moment. It's not how you really feel. Yeah, I understand. It was a strangely open-minded response in light of the awful things they had been saying behind her back. The girls' faces relaxed slightly, suggesting they had been put at ease, although the doubt wasn't totally gone. That's right. We just got carried away. Their excuses still didn't change Kokon's gentle expression. But you know, I don't feel great after overhearing you. You get what I'm saying, right? Why yeah. So I was thinking, maybe I could say just a few things back to you, and we could call it even. What do you say? We can all go back to being friends with a clean slate. Sure. Say whatever you want. One of them agreed. So Kokon offered her response. She looked them in the eye and spoke slowly and clearly so they wouldn't miss a single word. Go to hell, you ugly creeps. The two girls stared in wide-eyed shock, unable to process what she'd just said. You're hideous. You're not even average. I have my uses. Try saying that once you've used a guy who might actually give you a chance. You malformed freaks. You're too ugly to get a boyfriend even if you are riding my coattails. As Kokon's insults finally began to sink in, one of the girls' faces flushed red with anger, while the others went white with fear. What a joke. I mean, if you're making jealous comments, you must recognize I'm better than you, right? Does it really hurt that much to be inferior? Geez, you two, pull it together. I don't really care if I'm better, but I'll tell you this, The most you're good for is showing how much prettier I am by comparison. Worthless and hideous. Kokon smiled coyly. The intense gleam in her eyes was almost a glare. Okay, now let's let bygones be bygones. Naturally, Kokon did not talk to either of those two ever again after that. I think back over the incident as I watch a video on my older sister Rue's laptop of a group prostrating themselves at Shinjuku Station. Someone uploaded it on YouTube. I understand now. Kokon is kind enough to cry on Mogi's behalf, so how could she say such vicious things to those two? I had thought Kokon was forcing her way ahead along the path to the person she wanted to be, but that's never been the case. I'm positive Kokon has no choice but to portray herself as she is now. It's her only option, no matter how much stress it puts on her. If she doesn't force herself, Kokon cannot remain Kokon, and I'm sure those two girls touched a part of her they shouldn't have. That's why she lost it. I have yet to figure out what could have sent Kokon on such a rant, but I'm fairly certain Daya would know. Oh, I saw that video, too. It's crazy. That kid has a lot of charisma for his age. I turn around to find the other owner of this room peering at the screen of the computer. Her comment is way off, though. That apostrophe s. My Ibo, isn't it? I ask. Rue is opening the package of my tonkatsu sauce-flavored snack. And isn't that computer mine? Yeah, but that's not the same, I say. She grudgingly pulls out her wallet and presses a 10-yen coin into my hand. That's not the point here, but whatever. Rue nibbles away as she wonders, almost to herself, you think someone like that could change the world? I look back at the computer screen. Yeah, that may be what he intends. With the power of his box, Daya could be attempting to destroy it. If he's using a box, I know Maria will get tangled up in all this. And that means she'll be lured out of our daily life, and AI Autonashi will take over. No. I can't let that happen. No matter what. Within the game of indolence, I came to understand that my foe is AI Autonashi, the one trying to overcome and kill the original Maria Otonashi. I have to bring Maria to a world far away from the boxes or I have to stop Daya. But how? I'm not an owner. Given the nature of Daya's box, I don't even have any means of fighting back. How am I supposed to protect Maria like this? There is an answer, an exceedingly simple one. I want to avoid this method more than anything. It'll betray all that I once was. Arg, but it's too late for that, isn't it? I already made up my mind to get my hands dirty when I gave up on Kaudai Kamiuchi. That's why. There's no reason for me not to get a box and use it. What's about to happen is a clash between two boxes. My wish to destroy Daya's box and his wish will confront each other head-on. I don't know the nature of his wish. I have no doubt that whatever it is non-negotiable for him. But no matter what it is, I don't like it. Any wish that has to rely upon those stupid boxes is bullshit. I don't care how important it is to Daya. It's bullshit. I'll smash it into a paste and then wipe out every last trace of it. Even if I have to kill Daya Omin himself. I've been thinking, you kinda scare me lately, Kazu. You kinda have the look of a killer in your eyes, you know? She mutters. I ignore her and shut down the computer. I've made up my mind. I will confront Daya. Breaking of close ties. Scene 1. EXT. Hotel, night. The exterior of a relatively large business hotel. It's night, yet there is still a bit of light left. 2. Hotel room. The hotel looks clean with sparse furniture. The room is on the large side. Having been left there by second-year middle school student Kaudai Kamiuchi, Muki Karino is terrified, face pale as she is surrounded by several men of clearly low standards. There is a double bed behind the men. Muki, Keiku. Kaudai Kamiuchi ignores the voice calling out to him and closes the door. Muki sees this and tries to escape, but one of the men plants himself in front of the exit. Muki searches for somewhere to run to, then quickly darts into the bathroom. The bathroom just so happens to have a lock. Putting the latch in place, Muki sits down against the door, her breathing ragged. The silhouettes of the men can be seen through the semi-transparent door. Men, come on out, Muki. We won't treat you bad. It'll feel good. We paid a lot of money for this. At the sound of the men hitting the door, Muki wraps her arms around herself, her lips trembling. She hurriedly tries to open her school bag, but struggles to do so. Getting the zipper undone, she pulls out a mobile phone with many charms and decorations attached to it. She begins to enter text with shaky fingers. 3. Screen of a mobile phone. Help me. At this rate a bunch of weird men are going to. Muki's hands stop as she enters the message, her face white. The screen has halted on Come Save Me. 4. Flashback. Reno's home. An elementary school-aged Daya Omin pats little Mickey's head. It seems to tickle her. Next to them, an elementary school-aged Kokon Kairino hovers over Daya with an uneasy look on her face. 5. Bathroom. Muki continues entering text, nearly in tears. The phone screen displays Come Save Me, Dai. She presses the send button. The screen says your message has been received. Daya Oamin 0909 Sun 6:10 p.m. If someone were to make my life into a movie, there probably wouldn't be a need for a new script at this point. The tale of my struggles to transcend humanity from here on out might be unique, but it won't be popular. And the boxes and all that are just too ridiculous. Yeah, the stories of my past romances would still probably make for a film that would attract a way larger audience. But it'd probably be a no-go unless we tacked on a false epilogue suggesting a happy ending. Let's say I'm actually afflicted with an incurable disease and die. Then for the ending, how about Kiri moves on from my death and grows as a person? It would have been a huge hit in a different era. Unfortunately, though, I'm actually alive. Real life carries on even after the tragedy ends, and now we've passed the point of no return. The tale of Daya Oamin is already over. It's time to finish filming, because no more is needed. I need to bring an end to all that's left of Daya Oamin's humanity. That's why I've come back to school. Oh, come on, Kazu. If you're awestruck by my beauty, you should just come out and admit it. I think you'd better speak up soon, Hoshi. Tell her she's got it all wrong. Say, that's not it. I couldn't help but stare because I was wondering why this giant fruit fly was here. Kiri and Haruaki are going back and forth like this before school in the classroom. Sitting in my chair, I figure I might as well join in the conversation. You know, I used to talk about wanting to kill someone without really appreciating what it meant, but watching you, Kiri, I finally understand the concept. I think I can use it properly from here on out. I should be grateful. Huh? Oh, do you mean toward yourself, now that you've seen how brightly I shine and you can't stand how dull you are? It's inevitable. This is a sham of a conversation, all about just trying to keep up appearances. No different from reading the music to cover a popular song on guitar. It's all so hollow. Worse than hollow, it's pathetic. I was missing for an extended time. Not only that, I got a hold of a box. I've changed. Some of the people here have probably seen that video of people bowing in Shinjuku and noticed I was at the center of it. After returning out of the blue at the end of summer vacation, I shouldn't be able to slide smoothly back into the normal routine after only one day. No way. The easygoing atmosphere Kiri tried to create is no more. Some of the girls in class are avoiding her, which proves it. The normal flow was likely already shattered, whether I came back or not. When Maria Otonashi showed up, when Kazuki Hoshino was affected by box after box, normality started to crack. Kazu could probably maintain the mood here if he worked to sustain it, but the Kazu who overcame the game of indolence would never do something so ineffectual. This transient routine will end, and I'll apply the finishing blow myself. I spent all day yesterday placing several dozen students at our school under my rule. School will be the starting point for my plans. If a world under the influence of a box is abnormal, then I'll slather everything in that abnormality. I pull out my phone and send an email to the address of a certain murderer, one of the students who are now my subjects. It's Daya Oamin. I need to talk to you, so come to the roof during lunch. I'll leave it unlocked. It's been a while, Oamin. No, that isn't right. I guess this is the first time we've spoken in the technical sense. The student council president, Iowa Shindo, shows up to my summons as requested on the roof during lunchtime. If you're going to confess your love for me, I wish you'd picked a slightly nicer place to do it. It's way too freaking hot up here. I thought the events of the game of indolence might still be affecting her, but this girl has guts. Even when a fellow participant in a killing game calls her aside, she's completely casual. That's Iowa Shindo for you, and that's why it's worth it to have her come meet me. You remember killing me, huh? Shindo's eyes go wide for the briefest moment at my unflinching remark, but she quickly brushes it off with a forced smile. Well, you're alive now, aren't you? It seems you do. Murderer. Shindo pouts her lips and scratches her head at my words. She seems composed, but I know she isn't. This is her putting on a calm facade. Now then, I'm going to fill in the gaps in your memory. As sharp as you are, I'm sure you've surmised that those events weren't a dream or fantasy, but your recollection is probably still vague in places. Do you know the culprit responsible for the situation? Shindo appears to hesitate for a second, then answers. That bastard Kamiyuchi. That's right. If you know that, then naturally, you must have wondered something. How was Kaudai Kamiyuchi able to pull such a thing off? After a moment's thought, I tell her. It's because he had a box. Shindo waits for my next words. I don't say anything further, though. I'm sure I've said enough. When I don't continue, Shindo scratches her head, perplexed. Don't you think you're cutting your explanation a bit short there? I think it's enough for you to get the gist. You overestimate me. I'm not too good at guessing. A box, huh? From the way you phrased it, I'd say it's like the tool that forced us into that killing game, or maybe I should think of it as a tool that has the power to make things happen. including the game. I was right about Shindo. That explanation alone was enough for her to figure that out. And she even takes it one step further. You wouldn't happen to be implying you have that box, would you? I thought you said you weren't good at guessing. That's right. I have a box now, though it doesn't really do killing games. You could probably figure that out, since I went to the trouble of calling you here and telling you, right? It's not so much that I know, but, well, something has changed about you. I figured something must have happened. I've changed? Have I? After becoming an owner and doing the things I have, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. So what are these boxes anyway? They can grant any wish. Any wish? That's crazy. But I'm sure it doesn't work out that way most of the time. There has to be some sort of curse, right? Like those ones in our national RPGs that make it so you can't take off your equipment. I should warn you that I'm a common sense type of person. I'm not going to buy into all this talk of boxes just like that. But I'm willing to grant that they exist for the sake of keeping the conversation rolling. Shindo continues, still astride her high horse. So, what did you wish for? Romantic fulfillment? Oh, that's so cute of you. To transform the world. She goes quiet for a moment. Are you serious? Yeah. Shindo responds with a blank look on her face, as if at a loss as to how she should be reacting. Oh boy, fine, I'll take you at your word. So what you're saying is that you're going to use that power to put yourself at the top so you can change the world. But I don't think you're capable of it, much less the right sort of person for it, you know? She doesn't mince words. But her evaluation is fair. She knows me only up until the game of indolence. All my NPC did in the game of indolence was reject everyone else. He didn't burden himself with others. If you wanted someone suitable to take a stand at the top, it would probably have to be someone like Shindo, who feels obligated to protect others. If you put the two of us as we were back then side by side and asked which was more qualified to be a leader, anyone would choose her. And so I must surpass Iowa Shindo. That's why I called her here. Here, on the roof, where the sun is shining so brilliantly, where she will make a nice, dark shadow. I'll explain how I'm trying to change the world. Shindo sighs without enthusiasm. I'm not all that interested, though. I don't mind hearing you out, but it's hot. Can we maybe do this in the cafeteria? That won't work. I see. Then I'm leaving. You tracked down my email address, so shoot me a message there. Subject, my plan to transform the world. You watch too much anime. Oh, I mean, if a message with that title showed up in my inbox, I wouldn't even open it, much less reply. And with that, Shindo turns her back on me. I quickly step around in front of her. Come on, I get that you don't want to let me go, charming as I am, but girls aren't gonna like you if you can't read the situation. If I were Yuri, I would go crying to some dude from the self-defense forces and tell him about the creepy guy who won't leave me alone so he would come beat you up. Shindo steps to the side of me where I'm blocking the way and slips by. But it doesn't matter that she's trying to force her way past me. I've already completed my mission. Shindo has already stepped on my shadow, and thus, the crime of murder enters me. It's another intense one. The shock of it is almost enough to drive me to my knees. That middle schooler from before also created a powerful sense of revulsion, but this sin has a bite to it like a sharp blade. It's a stimulant. Her sin is like swallowing a bunch of nails. If I'm not careful, it won't think twice about shredding me from the inside out. All the same, I bring it into me. Shindo. I address her back as she makes to get away without even turning around. Drown in the depth of your own misdeeds. I pluck out the shadow of those crimes I have processed within me, and, I swallow them. Shindo shouts just before she puts her hand on the door of the roof. A pained look, as if someone had squeezed her naked heart, appears on her face, and she sinks to the ground, sweating profusely. Shindo's feeling the same cutting pain as I am now. Suffer. It's yours to begin with. I look down at the crouching girl. She is glaring up at me. What did you do? You seemed all calm and collected, but it would appear that it still bothers you. You're just good at hiding it. Huh? I asked you what you did. I merely helped you remember your crimes. What? Looks like I've got no choice. Let me explain about my box. It's called Crime, Punishment, and the Shadow of Crime, and it allows me to rule over people and control them as I please. When I have swallowed someone's shadow of a crime, they'll remember the event that gives them the greatest sense of wrongdoing. To be precise, they recall how they felt when it happened. In your case, it was your murders in the game of indolence. This feeling is from back then. No wonder it felt familiar, she says, her eyes filling with tears. You're under my rule. I can make you do whatever I want now. Shindo stands up, pressing her chest with her hands, openly hostile. So now that you're convinced your rule means you've beaten me, you think you're better than me or something? And what would be the point of that? Shindo furrows her brow. Then what's this about? Crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime takes the form of a shadow, which serves as its vehicle for exercising its power. This shadow has been stained a purer shade of black than anything else by layer upon layer of sins. This is my box. However, it isn't just mine alone. It's shared by everyone whose sins I have embraced. And that means you, too, can use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Shindo's eyes go as round as circles. Wait. If so, then are you saying that's why you asked me to come meet you? She really is quick on the uptake. Shindo cuts ahead to the next step in my explanation and lays it out for me. You're saying you want me to work with you? I lift the corners of my mouth in an audacious grin. The answer is yes. I want to increase my chances of winning the battle with Kazuki and his team, so I need Shindo and her unshakable strength of will. That said, if you don't agree with my plan, then you probably aren't going to cooperate. Which is why I'm going to fill you in on what it is I hope to do. Fine, whatever, I get it. Just do something about this pain. I can't. That's something that was in you from the get-go. All I did was stir it up and call it out. Take care of it yourself. If you don't, I'll judge you as unworthy of receiving any power and simply use you as a pawn under my control. You visual wannabe piece of, damn, fine, I understand. Don't take me lightly, got it? Once I pinpoint where the feeling is coming from, I can control it. Just wait a bit until I calm down. I need only words to take your plan apart. Shindo spits. She inhales deeply and blows it out slowly a few times, like she's doing a breathing exercise. As she does, her face returns to normal. Okay, go ahead. Once she's completely recovered, Shindo urges me to continue. I have to hand it to her. She really did get herself together right away, just as she claimed. Here's your answers. What I'm trying to do is strengthen everyone's sense of individual ethics by creating a heavenly presence watching them. Okay, yeah, I don't really get it, but continue. For example, some people think of a Jizo as just a stone statue, but they're still resistant to the idea of breaking one. Even atheists have a compulsive sensitivity toward the Shinto and Buddhist deities that gives them a fear of punishment. Yeah, I can see that. I'm the same way. Be it because of kami or gods or society, people find it hard to do wrong if there's someone watching over them. I'm going to provide that sense with crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. How? Have you heard about the dog people? Of course. Oh, so that was you, huh? But why be so roundabout when you have a box that's supposed to be able to do anything? You could just wish for everyone to have better ethics from the get-go. I'm a realist, so this is the most I can do. HMPH, poor you. You know, if you share this power to control someone with other people, someone's gonna abuse it. I'm sure they will, but it's not a big problem. You sure of that? I won't make a ruler of just anybody. My box's power of control can't be exercised without the permission of someone who is already a ruler. At present, the only ruler is me. I haven't even told anyone before this that crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is shared. You're the first. Oh, I'm so honored. Shindo replies mockingly, then continues, but if I become a ruler, that means I can make other rulers, too, right? Wouldn't you lose track of things if the number of people with the ability grew exponentially? Rulers won't grant this power willy-nilly. I'm sure you'll realize this if you actually obtain the power. I will, huh? Well, even if I do, I still don't think it will keep people from misusing it. You know, crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime connects us to others through guilt. If someone is conscious of abusing the power, it will lead to guilt. That guilt will then be conveyed to others with the ability, especially for rulers. So it's like being observed, eh? Shindo purses her lips again. Now that I think about it, I suppose that's a habit of hers. Anyway, I get what you're saying. Still, why did you want the box to do all that? It seems to me you'd be happier if you were more honest about your desires. I didn't want to talk about this if possible, but if I don't, she most likely won't cooperate. Touching my earrings, I open my mouth to speak. I hate people who lack imagination. That goes for me, too. Pretty much all smart people, I think. Up until a certain point in time, I thought ruining the lives of others was clearly the work of someone evil. I thought bad people destroyed good people. But I was wrong. The ones who ruin lives and rob others of their happiness are idiots with no imagination. They aren't evil, they're fools. Scum incapable of considering how much their own selfish actions harm other people. Take a serial shoplifter. The damage caused by their thefts could cause a business to go under. That might put the employees of said shop on the street. Without income, the households of these employees might fall apart. If a shoplifter continues to steal, with malicious intent, in the full knowledge of these possibilities, then they are a villain. I'm pretty sure the majority of them aren't, though. They may have some vague notion that shoplifting is wrong, but they're stealing to satisfy some desire without thinking about the significance of their actions. And they completely destroy lives without even realizing that's what they're doing. Oh, I mean, Shindo's face has grown uncharacteristically solemn. Someone like that took away your happiness, didn't they? I have no intention of answering that question. However, if crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is in operation, people will be keenly aware of their misdeeds. I continue. That's why I'm drawing attention to the dog people. If each of us begins to consider what constitutes a crime, we will have a heightened sense of ethics. We'll think about what our actions mean from an objective viewpoint. We won't do wrong for ambiguous reasons anymore. This will result in fewer tragedies. You think it'll be that easy? I've already thrown the dice. I have no choice but to follow through, I reply. Shindo peers intently at me, as if trying to size me up. Hey, if that really is your... She stops there. No. Never mind. I think you've put a lot of thought into crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, and that what you're doing is interesting. But as I said before, I don't feel you're up to this. Then how about evaluating me, huh? I'm going to give you the power of a ruler now. In order to control the subjects, you must bear the full weight of their crimes, including your classmates. Okay, I'll give you the sins of 10 people. You mean you're going to give me the ability to control those 10? But how would that allow me to judge you? You'll understand if you try. HMPH. Are you sure? I still haven't agreed to go along with you, so I may not cooperate even when you give me the power, you know? I'm fine with that, if you don't feel I'm worth your cooperation once you've finished your evaluation. But if you do accept me, then I need you to work with me whether you like it or not. Shindo nods with an irritating smile, like she's humoring a selfish child. Okay, fine. I'm prepared for that. If I find you worthy, then I'm with you. Don't forget those words. Hey, I don't mean with you, like a boyfriend and girlfriend. It might be surprising coming from a girl like me, but I've got someone I kinda like. I find myself laughing at Shindo's ability to crack jokes at a time like this. She's so confident, even though this is another box like the one that made her into a murderer. Shindo is most likely certain she won't find me worthy. She probably thinks she couldn't possibly lose to my box. HMPH. Don't get a big head, Shindo. I'll make you regret your conceit in accepting my proposal. I'll win and show just which of us is better. I'll place you under my control and make you lick my boots. A thin smile appears on my face, and I close my eyes. At the same time, I close myself. I sink into my own depths, searching through the mass of thoughts. The shadows of others' crimes thrash about, threatening to rend me limb from a limb. Becoming a ruler means taming these monsters. Shindo, do you think you're up to it? Shindo, what? Don't lose your trust in people. I then grab a hold of Shindo's head, and with my pointer and middle fingers, I poke the shadow of a crime into her mouth. Swallowing a crime is the same as imbibing the foulest part of that person. The first time I took in the sins of someone else, I wondered if it was going to turn my blood green and putrid. If that tainted blood was going to course through my veins to my entire body and rot my cells. I had a waking vision that I was melting like a zombie. My nails smelled like piss and shit, and I started wondering if I was going to attract flies. That's how much I suffered. However, it's possible Aoya Shindo could have no trouble whatsoever swallowing this sin. This suffering is unique to the weak. It might be nothing to someone strong like her. If so, then I lose. I'll have to give up on joining forces with Shindo. My plan would still most likely go on as before, but the defeat could have a lingering effect. The failure to acquire a strategic resource like Shindo would be painful, but even more so would be the knowledge that I am unsuitable as a ruler. That's why, a deafening scream fills me with relief. No, stop, what is this? Don't do this to me. It's gross. So gross it hurts. I can't stand it. I hate it. Die. What the hell? They don't deserve to live. Actually, the despair is greater than the disgust. But, the people, just a normal person. The ones harboring such hatefulness are simply those around us. Not criminals, not the villains or anything else. Just regular folk you wouldn't be surprised to find smiling beside you. People commit crimes simply by living. Most become used to them without even knowing they're doing it. They pardon themselves according to their selfish values. Their actions may elicit this disgust from someone else, but the filth itself is so familiar that they accept it without a second thought. In short, people are always easy on themselves. Humans are so ugly. That's why they ruin others simply by living. Looking askance at Shindo in her despair, I whisper, 9 more to go. I grab her head again and start to put another shadow in her throat. But Shindo, her face bright red, clutches my hair. Don't be stupid. What are you doing to me? Do you want me to stop? Shindo glares at me, tears falling from her eyes. Of course I do. 9? There's no way I could handle even one more of those. But I've got 967. Her eyes go round at the sudden revelation of the number. I said that I already bear the sins of 967 people. Shindo is at a loss for words. Why? She coughs as the word begins to leave her mouth. But her hostility does not abate when she continues. You've got 967 of these in you? Shindo laughs and shakes her head. Aha, no way. Your mind could never take it. There's no way you could do that unless you were prepared for it to destroy you. That's true. You're right about that, huh? I know it's going to destroy me. I could very well go insane, bite off my own tongue while I'm thrashing around, and bleed to death. I'm doing this while fully prepared for that. I'm sure my end won't be pleasant. No one will celebrate me or pay me honors. I will be mocked. Others will be too ashamed to look at one in such an abject state. The stench will make them plug their noses, and someone will eventually kick my body into a canal or something. That's all there is to it. But I knew all that going into this. Even if it comes to that, I will rid us all of these fools. Shindo's grip on my hair weakens. I don't mind dying as long as I'm able to set the stage a bit. My supporters will take up the baton from there. That's why I share my rule with them, to ensure that crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime will live on. As long as I don't relinquish my box, its system will continue. If this system can run smoothly without me one day, then I'm okay with dying at any time. What are you saying? So how about it? I say it as if spitting out the words. Am I up to it? Have I won you over? Shindo gives me a serious look, then releases my hair. She then forcefully wipes away her tears with her arm, takes a few more deep breaths, and calms her emotions. That sharp light is back in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth twitch upward. I'll take the remaining 9. I promised. After all. You're fine with that? Of course I'm not. But my word is my bond, and I don't think there's anything I can't do. At those words, she flashes a bold smile. You have my respect, Daya Oamin. I'll stake with you until you come crashing down. Daya Oamin 0911 FRI 4:13 PM. Now, then, this is an unforeseen development, but let's put together what we know. Let's check the current situation. I'm being held in a movie theater. It's a red theater, so clean that even the air seems especially clearer, which also makes the place feel cold and oppressive. That's where I am. I think back on how this came to pass. I had begun working with Shindo to take over the school. She had asked whether that was really necessary. True, there is no strategic advantage to putting the school under our control and using it as a base. However, it is absolutely necessary psychologically. I still have yet to rid myself of my weakness, so I need this to be my ritual to renounce and break with normal life. I will defeat Otonashi, who can likely sense boxes, defeat Kazuki Hoshino, the one who stands in opposition to boxes, and bid farewell to Kokon Kairino, the symbol of my own normal life. I need a ritual to do this. I've even decided on the order for it. The 999th person will be Maria Otonashi, the 1000th will be Kazuki Hoshino, and the 1001st person will be Kokon Kairino. Once that's finished, I plan to mass-produce dog people. Then, I will be able to transform the world with my box. Our takeover of the school had gone without a hitch so far. Things were proceeding smoothly, but that was also why something seemed off. Otonashi and Kazu knew I'm an owner, so it was strange that they hadn't taken action yet. I wouldn't have been surprised to find them blocking my way the moment I returned to school, and really, that should have been their natural reaction. But neither one did anything of the sort. I saw them both at school, but all they did was watch me from afar. Kazu ignored me. Otonashi seemed to have her eye on me, but she didn't actually do anything. It's possible Kazu told her not to. He didn't finally intervene until I made Yuri Yanagi my 998th subject. Took you long enough. We were in the library after school. I had just subjugated Yuri Yanagi in broad daylight without any concern for the eyes of others. Shindo had the library on lockdown, and at that point, all the students there were subjects, too, so we had no reason to worry. Kazu gave Yanagi a look of sympathy as she suffered under her sin of murder thanks to crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, and then he fixed me with a glare. He had been hiding in the library. I didn't expect to find him alone, but I guess it made sense when I thought about it. Kazu wasn't relying on Otonashi anymore. What's more, he didn't intend to allow her to interact with or come under the effect of any boxes. I don't know how he was able to deceive her, but that's why she hadn't been able to act. Dayo. Kazu called my name and smiled. I'm assuming you've prepared yourself? I couldn't hide my surprise at seeing his smile. After all, the bewitching expression was just like hers. As I fell into thought, wondering about the significance of this, he quickly came up alongside me. Kazuki Hoshino whispered, in the honeyed, gentle voice of one trying to sweet-talk a girl, It's time for you to break. It must have happened the moment I heard those words. I was in the theater, with no way of knowing how I got there. It was a strange phenomenon. I caught onto it right away. I was inside a box. But whose? It can't be. Speaking from the circumstances, it would be simple to infer who. I should already have considered such a possibility, too. But I just couldn't accept it all that easily. After all, he despised boxes with everything he had. You could see it most clearly in how he harbored such hatred for O, who was nothing short of fascinating for the rest of us. Still, would he really go so far as to obtain a box for the sole purpose of opposing me? No, that's not right, is it? He didn't do it to oppose me. He did it to protect Maria Otonashi, by crushing my box. That's why Kazuki Hoshino used one himself, and thus, he banished me into this movie theater. The theater is one of those cinema complexes with multiple screens. I'm sure the reason it resembles the one in the shopping mall nearby is because Kazuki is the owner. I search for an exit, although I know it's most likely no use. Doesn't seem like there are any. The stainless red carpeted corridor stretches on in a continual curve. I imagine if I looked at the plans, the passage would make a perfect circle. There are entrances to theaters spaced at equal intervals, 4 in total. All their interiors are identical in every way, from the space to the size of the screens and the number of seats. And they're all devoid of people. I reach a conclusion. I'm trapped inside this movie theater box. Having processed the situation, I think things over again. What exactly is this box? What's going to happen next? I glance at the video billboard in front of me. The name and showtime for each film is written on the screen. Theater 1 Breaking of Close Ties, 4:30 p.m., 6 p.m. Theater 2 A 60.5-foot Gulf, 6:30 p.m., 8 p.m. Theater 3 Repeat, Reset, 8:30 p.m., 10 p.m. Theater 4 15 Years Old and Earrings, 10:30 p.m., 12 o'clock a.m. Each film lasts for an hour and a half. There are 30-minute intermissions between them. Another movie starts precisely 2 hours after the previous one began. The end of the last film will coincide exactly with the end of today, September 11th. Should I take this to mean I'm supposed to watch them all? I check my watch. 4:24 p.m. I pull out my phone to check the time. There, no reception, as it turns out, so I can't communicate with the outside world. And it's the same. The video billboard also shows the same thing. Still, this is the inside of a box. There's no guarantee time works the same here as in the outside world. Regardless, there's no denying that the first movie, Breaking of Close Ties, will start according to the time displayed here. What should I do? It's highly probable that watching the movies will cause everything to proceed as Kazu intends. But if I don't watch them, I still won't know what he's after. If I can't pin down a counter-strategy because I don't know what to do, I could be playing into his hands even more. Should I watch them and get a grasp of the situation? Or should I ignore them and resist this box? In the end, though, it turns out all that thinking was for nothing. I'm sitting in front of a screen. I've teleported yet again. I sigh at the cheesy paranormal cliché. I immediately look around me. I'm not tied down. If I decide I don't need to watch the upcoming movie, then I can get up from my seat. However, I don't feel like doing that at all. This lethargy has nothing to do with my will. It's it's undeniably the power of the box. I start by trying to resist whatever force is keeping me in this chair. Guess I'm not completely immobile. I can stand up, but that alone makes me extremely fatigued, as if I'm in the throes of a high fever. I can't keep it up for long. My willpower won't last, as exhaustion weighs me down. I look around me. What's going on here? There are people, and not just one or two. I don't know where they came from, but there are about as many people sitting in the chairs as you would expect in a theater on a weekday night. Haruaki's here, too, and Kaudai Kamiuchi, who's supposed to be dead. Not all of them have connections to me, though. Some of the faces I recognize, though I can't put a name to them, and some are completely unfamiliar. Why is Kamiuchi here? Why did he choose these people? If he wanted to collect people I know, then why have people who are barely connected to me? The entire audience is expressionless, almost like they're wearing masks of their own faces. It's possible they aren't physically here, like props or something. I'm taken aback at the weirdness for a moment, but it's a bit heavy-handed. If anything, the excessive presentation is a reassuring reminder that this is the work of a box. I continue my observations, trying to discover the relationship among these dolls, and then, I find it. What the hell is that? I yelp. There's something in the seat on the right edge of the very last row. No, maybe that isn't the right way to put it. It isn't that something is there, but more that it's the only place something isn't. In that seat is a human-shaped pitch-black hole. The darkness is absolute. It's not a shadow, but a void. If I had to call it anything, I'd call it an abyss. I frown instinctively at the strangeness of it, lose my stamina to stave off the fatigue, and plop back down. It's then that I finally notice her and wonder how I could have been so out of it. She's sitting right next to me. Rino, Mukika Rino, the ex-girlfriend of the one I killed, Kaudai Kamiyuchi. My friend since childhood, 1 year younger than me, who lived in the neighborhood. An old friend I will never speak to again. Like the other props populating the theater, Rino is blank-faced and unresponsive. She's the only one I can't explain away as a prop, though. Just having her sitting next to me reminds me of who I once was. I hear a buzzer announcing the beginning of the movie as I futilely try to process my emotions. Almost on condition reflex, I turn my eyes to the screen. It's a fairly unremarkable hotel. The instant I see the building, I immediately know what happened there. I wonder if it's because the one involved is next to me. A group of sleazy-looking men are closing in on a middle school-aged Rino. Her face white, she dashes into the bathroom, pulls out her mobile phone, and enters a text with trembling fingers. She sends it to me. The scene cuts to a boy with black hair. His notebook spread on a desk at his home. It's me, back in middle school. My phone tells me I got a message, and I pick up my phone and open it. The text Rina just sent me is displayed. Yeah, I remember what happened back then. At first, I was bewildered and couldn't quite believe the message on the screen. Rina had always been fond of pranks, and as innocent as I was at that time, I couldn't imagine anyone I knew being involved in a crime like that. I believed I lived far removed from that world. Those murders on TV were mere stories from some far-off land that would never leave the screen. This has to be a joke. If this is all true, then, the me on the screen mutters as he calls Rino. Hello, Rino? Did I? Help. A man's voice can be heard behind Rino's tense plea. Hey, who you on the phone with? Crash. Glass shatters. Rino screams. The phone call is cut off. At last, I finally understand the situation Rino was facing. The reality sinks in that my thoughtless call had put Rino in even greater danger. Fighting desperately to control my panic, the me on the screen dials 110 immediately. I can hardly stand to watch any of it, and that's when I finally look at the Mukika Rino sitting next to me. Needless to say, her face is blank, but even that appears like some wordless plea to me. At last, it dawns on me. The common thread linking all the people here in this theater. They're all cast members. Haruaki and Kamiyuchi both appear in the film. Yeah, if I look closely, I can see the men who assaulted Rino are here, too. And the leads are Rino and myself. Rino next to me is dressed in a school uniform I've never seen before. It's probably the standard outfit of the high school she attends. So she actually made it to high school, huh? When I became a high schooler and began living on my own, I cut off all the people I knew from middle school, aside from Haruaki and Kieri. I haven't had any contact with Rino, of course, or even my own parents. That's why I had no idea Rino had been able to continue her education even after that incident. As I realize this, my gaze moves away from Rino. The theater is filled entirely with things I don't want to look at. But this box won't permit me to look away. Its power is working to prevent that very thing. So my gaze naturally returns to the screen, even though it's the last thing I want to see. Rino is thrashing around in tears on a bed. Each scene makes me want to cry out in anguish. This isn't a movie. It's simply the past. My past, from Rino's perspective. She was abandoned at that hotel. It was too late when Haruaki and I went to save her, and everything started to fall apart after that, and all that is just something that really happened. This is, it's a screening of my sins. The moment I realize this, guilt sweeps over me. My crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime threatens to escape my control. I see. So this is your strategy, eh, Kazu? You want to make me self-destruct? If you toss me into a theater playing my past and put me face to face with my own crimes, then I'll collapse under the weight. From the outset, crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime was all I could handle. There's no need to take any risks when you're destroying someone who's already unstable to begin with. All he needed to do from the get-go was slip near me on the tightrope and give me a little shove on the back. The many shadows of crime within me are aging. They constantly long for me to break. They're salivating in anticipation as they wait for me to tumble into the abyss. If their meal falls down to them, they want to gobble me up, down to my very bones, and swallow me. Damn, what the hell? It's my ability. They're all a bunch of stupid pets who can't figure out which one of us is the owner. I can see Rino in my periphery as I press down on my temples in pain. Rino, who should have no expression on her face, is staring at me, unblinking. Quietly, wordlessly. She watches me. What? I ask, though I know I won't get a response. Rino silently stares, unblinking. I understand. This is a prop for the box's show. Even so, the words leave my mouth before I can stop them. I can't keep them in. You wanna tell me you hate me or something? Reno silently stares, unblinking. Yeah, of course you do. But you wanna know how I really feel? I think I shouldn't have gone to help you at all back then. I shouldn't have been nice to you. I think you should have just killed yourself in shock when those disgusting men raped you. Reno silently stares, unblinking. That's right. Why the hell are you still alive? How dare you keep on living? Was that not enough to teach you that someone like you should be ashamed to be alive? Reno, no. Everyone in the theater silently stares, unblinking. Reproachfully. You need to stop. None of them started talking, not Reno or anyone else. It's merely a line spoken by the person on the screen. Stop justifying your own actions by thinking other people deserve to be hurt. Middle school era Reno is saying this to me, back when I still had black hair. The scene cuts to Reno coloring over a photograph with a red pen. Coco and Kai Reno. The Coco and Kai Reno in the photo is covered in red, almost like blood. Once Reno is through with her, I nearly whimper, but I just barely manage to stop myself. But the abyss in the seat has suddenly drawn the slightest bit closer to me. A 60.5-foot gulf. Scene 2. 1. Baseball field, noon. A game is on. It's the final of a regional tournament. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 outs, players on first and third, with a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. The score is 2-3. A middle school, aged Haruaki Uzui is on the mound, wiping his sweat away with an arm. He peers at the catcher's sign. Haruaki, Vo. He's the best. He confirms the sign with a nod. Haruaki, Vo. The senior coaches aren't happy about it, but he's the reason I can ignore them and stay in this middle school baseball team even though we use softballs. Set position. Haruaki, Vo. I've seen plenty of seniors who people expected would go pro in the future. Some of them, I was sure they'd make it, but I never felt threatened by any of them. Far as I could tell, none of them were better than him. He lets out a big breath. Haruaki, Vo. Every play he makes is a thing of beauty. Just watching blows me away. Makes me wonder if I've even got the stuff to be a player. He lifts his leg. Haruaki, Vo. I'm enough of an athlete that any elite baseball club would ask me to come on board. Any kid who plays baseball dreams of standing on the mound at Koshien, but for me, it's becoming more than just a fantasy. It's a challenge I have to complete. It's safe to say even the pros are in sight now. He winds up his arm. Still, ever since I first started playing baseball in elementary school, I've just been imitating him. He throws a hard fastball. The batter whiffs. Seeing the ball enter the catcher's mitt, Haruaki lets out a yell and flexes. Haruaki, Vo. That's why I don't think I stand a chance against him. The catcher takes off his mask. Holding it in his hand, Daya breaks into a smile. He then runs up to the mound and practically leaps to embrace Haruaki. The rest of their teammates gather round, forming a ring of celebration. Haruaki, hey, get off me, Daya. I don't want any hugs from dudes. Plus, you're all sweaty and smelly. Still, Haruaki is grinning. Daya, not any worse than you, so don't worry. You stink, too. Daya is smiling as well. Haruaki, what? Somebody get me some deodorant. The manager's gonna hate me. I was gonna seduce her when I gave her the winning ball and made up some story about how I got that winning strikeout for her. Daya, haha. Our team doesn't have any girl managers. The players assemble in a line on the ground. Haruaki, Vo. There was a scout I knew, and I once secretly had him take a look at Daya in action. Everyone bows. I wanted to play together with him in high school, too. The players begin to run toward their fans sitting in the stands. Haruaki, Vo. The scout wasn't impressed. He thought Daya was good for a middle schooler, but because he hadn't put in the effort to perfect his skills, any dramatic improvement would be difficult, and that meant he might not be able to become a regular on the team. Getting a scholarship would be a long shot at best. That was the scout's evaluation. It's true that Daya's physical abilities are mediocre. I can sprint faster, my grip is better, and my back is stronger. All the same, I believe that Daya had enough ability to slightly compensate for at least that much. The players bow to the stands. Haruaki, Vo. That scout's observations may or may not be correct, but I came to understand, from an objective viewpoint, that he's not considered anything special as a baseball player. Yeah, maybe I knew it all along, too. Maybe it wasn't the way he played that blew me away. Maybe I left Daya in the dust long ago. When it comes to talent and actual skill for baseball. That doesn't change my personal ranking, though. I'll never upset him, even if I become an ace in the major leagues. Kokon is in the stands. She is slightly teary in happiness, and those eyes are only for Daya. Daya turns a weak but gentle smile on Kokon. Haruaki, though Daya will always be the star. Haruaki grins as he watches the two of them gaze into each other's eyes. Haruaki, though. So I gave up on my first love. Daya Oamin 0911 FRI 6 p.m. The screening of Breaking of Close Ties has ended. The movie ends without any credits, and the instant it does, I'm in front of the video billboard. It's my old friend teleportation. A chuckle escapes me in the empty entrance. I'll crush you. I get it. It's as mean-spirited as it sounds. Kazu's attack is like a finger jamming straight into the wounds of my past, working around, widening the gash, worsening the memory to completely drown out my wish with pain. That bastard sure knows how to be cruel. That's right. Why am I letting myself be at his mercy? This is a deliberate attack from Kazu. I mean, is the information in this film even correct? The events that happened are definitely the way I remember them. However, they were presented from Reno's perspective, so there are also parts I don't know. It's entirely possible those portions are fabricated. I don't know if the movie's depiction of what went on in Reno's heart is the truth or not. No one but she would know. It would seem you've been dealt quite a blow. I look up in surprise at the voice. Who are you? There is a girl with long hair whom I've never seen before. Her prim uniform is reminiscent of a lady working the reception desk of a department store, and she has a scarf around her neck. From her face, I would guess she's around the same age as me. My name is A, and I am the concierge of this theater. However, she exudes a bewitching aura that makes me think she's not a member of my generation. I wouldn't quite call it class. That word is too positive. No. Her aristocratic hair is more the irritating kind. Someone with that kind of detached dignity could probably kill someone with a placid smile on her face, believing her victim isn't of the same species. She's also frightfully beautiful, a cut above even Maria Otonashi, who's intimidating to just about everyone. A, you said? That's a silly name. Who are you? Why is someone here when there isn't supposed to be anyone? To explain it in a manner easy for you to comprehend, I am a pseudo-personality that accompanies this box, the silver screen of broken wishes. I am not a person who exists in reality. So in short, she's like what Noiten was for in the game of indolence. Between Noiten and her, is there some rule that says these hosts have to be unpleasant? A pseudo-personality, eh? If so, does that mean you're going to be nice and tell me about this box? Yes. Let me ask you straight out. What kind of box is this? It is meant to crush your box. The films on our program, Breaking of Close Ties, a 60.5-foot gulf, repeat, reset, and 15 years old and earrings, have all been prepared to make you abandon your wish. Though this is what I expected to hear for the most part, the truth is that the upfront declaration wears on me. It's never pleasant to hear about your own demise in such unambiguous terms. As clever as you are, sir, I expect you harbor doubts as to the credibility of the events depicted in Breaking of Close Ties. On this point, I shall answer that they are not. What? Why would she explain that to me? Even if it is true, the revelation lessens my mental burden dramatically. That goes against the purpose of this box. You appear uncertain, but please put yourself at ease. This fact in no way implies you should relax your attention. Breaking of Close Ties was made from the memories of Miki Carino. I simply spoke as I did because memories are on occasion distorted, which makes them imprecise. I see. The faithful replication of Reno's memories in the movies means she unmistakably despises me at this point in time. Damn, I would laugh if it were the slightest bit funny. Just to make sure I'm working from the right premise, are you telling the truth? I have been created in such a way that I can speak nothing but the truth. What proof do you have of that? It is a difficult question to prove. All I can do is ask that you believe me. I do apologize. I guess that makes sense. How foolish of me. But despite her courteous words and apologies, I don't sense that A is being in any way humble toward me. In fact, her gracious manner makes it seem like she's mocking me. Why would Kazu choose such a loathsome woman as a guide? Is this his type? Now that I think of it, she is kind of like Otonashi. Either way, I'm sure that's not the case. Oh, that's got to be it. I've noticed something. Do you mind? What is it? You're O, aren't you? The woman who calls herself A does not respond. The mascot of the game of indolence, Noiten, was an expression of Kamiyuchi's twisted nature. However, Kazu is the way he is. I can't imagine him expressing such an off-putting personality. So why do you exist? There are two possibilities. One is that this isn't Kazuki Hoshino's box. The other is that you found your way in here, I explain. S demeanor completely transforms. The smile on her face becomes one I know very well. I should have expected as much from you. There's no mistaking it. This is I had thought I might play the guide for a tad bit longer. I never expected you would see through my ruse so quickly. Why would you do this? This box is quite the formidable foe for you. I started to worry you might be undone in a one-sided struggle, so I took this form in order to gift you with some information. Is it a problem for you if I lose? You're on Kazu's side, right? I don't have a problem with you losing, but I do have a problem with you losing so easily. Have you forgotten that I seek to observe Kazuki? Now that I've learned of him, I want as many opportunities to observe him as I can get. An easy victory for him doesn't suit my purposes. That is the gist of it. But if you aren't careful in aiding me, I might end up winning. If that is how things turn out, then so be it. I hope to avoid that, though. It would appear they're being honest with me. Come to think of it, back in the game of indolence, did say, Kazuki has no faith in my whims. If really doesn't care if I win, then Kazu was right. That said, it doesn't change the fact that is more on Kazu's side than mine. Can afford to say such things only because they don't believe I will triumph. If fun is what you want, then how about giving me some more valuable intel? All you've given me so far is that if I don't escape from here by the time all the movies end, by the end of today, basically, then I lose. That's true, but I've changed my mind about giving you any further information, since you were capable of discerning my true nature so quickly. Man, they're really overestimating me. Still, that remark is a hint in and of itself. It's like they're saying the info I have so far is all I need to shatter the silver screen of broken wishes. Now then, as you have deduced who I really am, I suppose I shall take my leave for the time being. Be my guest, not like I can say no. Oh yeah, one thing I want to ask before you go. Who is this awful woman you're pretending to be? Is she in one of the upcoming movies? No, she's unrelated to you. She most likely won't be appearing in the movies, either. But there is a reason I chose this form, of course. O's reply is completely unhelpful, and they immediately turn their back to me and begin walking away. Their footsteps fade, and I'm alone. I look at my watch. The time is 6:15 p.m. 15 minutes left until the start of a 60.5-foot golf. The next movie on the docket. I have 5 hours, 45 minutes remaining overall. Even now that is here, my situation hasn't changed. Kazu has me hogtied and is continuing to give me a one-sided beating. I have a weapon called crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime in hand, but as I'm trapped in this place, I have no way of striking back at Kazu. No, wait. Can I really not hit him back? I look at my own shadow. Crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime definitely exists. You can use a box inside a box. That was proved before when Maria Otonashi remained an owner inside another box. I'm still an owner, and I'm still a ruler. But who am I supposed to use it on? There's no one here for me to use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime on. There's no one here? Then where are they? Obviously, in the outside world, there are 998 subjects who can act on my behalf. Now, let's think. What can I do to defeat Kazuki Hoshino? If I can destroy this box, I can get out of here. The simplest method would be to control a subject and have them murder Kazu, but that wouldn't be a victory. I do think I need to win, but I shouldn't kill him. If I want to heighten humanity's sense of personal morality, then murder, especially using someone else to do it, is absolutely off limits. Willingness to do such a thing is another issue entirely. It's possible my mind would be finished the moment I murdered Kazu. The damage would be great enough for those 998 shadows of crime to consume me and shatter my psyche. If I reach a point where Kazu's box will inevitably crush mine, then I must consider killing him in desperation. But that should be only as a last resort. So I need to find a means of convincing Kazu to do away with his box on his own. I have to find a way to jab at his weakness the same way he's prodding at my past. Kazu's weak point is, yeah, it comes to mind immediately. Maria Otonashi, huh? The silver screen of broken wishes is not going to grant me a moment's peace to brainstorm, and I'm trapped in another theater. The next film, a 60.5-foot gulf, will be my torture. Well, I do feel a little better this time, though. After all, I have a fellow audience member. It'll be less depressing than watching by myself. Hey, isn't that right, Yuri Yanagi? Yuri Yanagi, sitting behind me and to the right, doesn't have the wherewithal to answer my sudden rhetorical question. She's frantically taking in her surroundings, her face white. I check again to make sure I succeeded in summoning her here. Just as Maria Otonashi did with the rejecting classroom, it really is possible for owners to enter boxes and interfere with them. Of course, they can't escape, so So it's a one-way deal. Am I in a movie theater? When did I move from the entrance? Why am I in a chair all of a sudden? I'm totally used to it, but this is Yanagi's first time teleporting. As expected, she's surprised. But it's too much trouble to explain. So I'm the only one whose past is being shown, even with another person here. Does that mean this box exists just to crush me? Something about this seems off in my mind, but I can't put my finger on it. Why you're ignoring me? What's with these people here? It's like they've had their souls sucked out. I'm scared. I'm trying to think here, and she just won't shut up. Quiet down, slut. Slut? What's wrong with you? That was completely uncalled for. I'll have you know I'm the good girl type. If you can make jokes, you must not be too upset. That was an apostrophe T. A joke. Oh, maybe that's all in my head. I don't cut my hair short, and I haven't bleached it or anything. But none of that matters. Please explain. The one sitting next to you is, Kazuki's friend, right? Yeah. At my side is the empty husk of Haruaki Uzui. It would seem he's the next lead. I don't feel like explaining, but I will say one thing. Under no circumstances will you tell me what you think of this movie. Yanagi seems confused. Naturally, I don't tell her anything else. I called her into the silver screen of broken wishes as one of my subjects. This allowed me to confirm several things. First, I can use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime in here without problem, and anyone sharing my box can enter, even if they aren't a normal owner. Also, time in here is synced with the outside world. However, my primary objective in inviting Yanagi here wasn't to check those things. Yanagi, what were Kazu and Otonashi doing? It's to get a grasp on their situation. Those who share crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime can't communicate their thoughts freely. At most, they can share faint sensations. Though I can use my box, I can't issue accurate commands if I have no idea what's going on outside. That's why I sent this order to my subjects. Find out what Kazu and Otonashi are going to do. Thanks to this lack of telepathy, I need to hear the findings from someone. Yanagi is here as that messenger. Do I have to tell you? It seems you still don't grasp your role here. I use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime to incite Yanagi's sense of guilt. NNMGH.NH. I had intended to just give her open wounds a little nudge, but Yanagi lets out a cry of distress and begs me to stop with her eyes. Yanagi's crime is the same as Shindo's, murders in the game of indolence. She even killed Kazu with her plotting. There's no way she can escape the guilt of such a grave transgression so easily. That's why she suffers so greatly. Kazuki doesn't want Otonashi to get caught up in this. He's doing everything in secret from her, it looks like. So I was right. Still, why is Otonashi being so cooperative? She's the last one I'd expect to keep her mouth shut and listen to Kazu when there's a box right there in front of her. I wouldn't know. A worthless slut like you is good at manipulating people, right? How would you keep Otonashi out of action, if it were you? Just for reference. Hey, you're being really mean to me, don't you think? Fine. Well, I don't think I would have much chance of persuading Otonashi once I came out and told her the truth. So I guess I wouldn't have any choice but to lie. Like, I might say I have a good plan and then suggest launching it sometime after today. Do you think she would believe such an obvious lie? Otonashi trusts Kazuki, so I'm sure she'd believe anything he said, no matter how suspicious it sounds. I see. Yeah, coming from Kazu, Otonashi would probably swallow the most pathetic lies, meaning it would be unexpectedly easy for Kazu to pull the wool over her eyes. Nicely done, Yanagi. I guess I have no choice but to admit that my capacity for deceit can't hold a candle to yours. That isn't praise, is it? You're insulting me, aren't you? Obviously. You really come to life when you're mean to me. Perhaps you're actually quite fond of me? What? Don't get full of yourself, slut. You look like one of those little Tritribozu dolls. I'm a Tritribozu. I've never heard that one before. I don't know quite how to respond. Yanagi's bangs are usually straight, hence the comparison to the simple little dolls children make when they want good weather. She parts her bangs down the middle and asks, even now? Of course. I ignore her. I learned something thanks to you, though. Is there some hint on my forehead? Oh yeah. It says, go to hell. Jeez. You're so mean. First of all, I'm now convinced that Kazu has used the trusting relationship he's built with Otonashi. The bond of trust between Maria Otonashi and Kazuki Hoshino is already false, and Kazu has been hiding the fact. What's more, he's even used the trusting connection to his own ends. I figured out a way to summon Otonashi here. My mouth softens into a smile as the breakthrough comes into focus. All I have to do is tell her the truth. I just need to confront her with the fact that their goals have already diverged. If I inform Otonashi of Kazu's betrayal, The two of them are finished. Kazu will lose his purpose, and the victory will be mine. An image appears on the screen. It's Haruaki back in middle school, wearing a familiar uniform. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 5:48 p.m. I smell peppermint. To me, it's synonymous with being in Maria's apartment. I lift my head from the bed to check the time. The screening of the first movie, Breaking of Close Ties, should already be coming to an end. I hold a conclusive advantage. Daya is imprisoned within a silver screen of broken wishes, and it's designed so that when all the movies are finished, Daya will relinquish his box. All I need to do is wait for time to pass. That's no reason to get sloppy, though. This is Daya, after all. Daya can use his box within the silver screen of broken wishes, and I've learned his box controls other people. With that ability, Daya could manipulate someone into launching an attack on us. Kazuki, help me carry the food, Maria says. I make sure I'm wearing the right expression. I can't allow her to realize I'm acting in secret. That's why I can't slip up and let the tension show. I deliberately try to relax my face. Okay, I got it. I stand up and head to the kitchen. Maria smirks at me. Why do you look like such an idiot? Huh? Now that Oamine has returned as an owner, even you must know the danger we're in. Yet, here you are acting like a fool. Sorry. I relax. Maria thinks I'm the same as ever. The dishes are plain, and on them are Hamburg steaks Maria and I made together. Maria never had much interest in cooking, but even she's become quite the accomplished chef these days. She doesn't exactly look at home in an apron, but the thought doesn't feel strange anymore. Kazuki. Maria calls my name as I hold a plate in each hand. There's a leftover cherry tomato from the garnish. A mischievous grin appears on her face. Maria holds it out at me. My hands are still full. Eat it. Don't put the plates down. Don't put them down. Still holding the dishes, I lean forward and eat the cherry tomato between her fingers like a baby bird pecking at its food. Her fingers themselves go into my mouth, too. All she does is smile smugly, though. She pulls off the stem and slides her fingers free. You're an idiot, she says as I chew away. That's pretty harsh, when you're the one who made me do it. You're an idiot because you just did what I wanted without saying no, she retorts, still smiling, then turns away from me and back to her work. I return to the other room and set the Hamburg steaks on the table. Believe me, I know what's going on. I've created this happy setup by deceiving Maria. I'm taking advantage of her total faith in me to go behind her back. I'm betraying her, but I had no other choice. I want to be with Maria forever. That's not her wish, though. No, that's not it. She believes she isn't allowed to wish for such a thing. Maria calls herself a box and wants to grant the wishes of others, and she prioritizes other people above herself. No, prioritizes is too weak a word for it. She seeks to make others happy by sacrificing herself, to the point she doesn't seem to care about herself at all. She follows strict rules for herself and becomes Ai Otonashi, who exists solely to grant wishes, in an attempt to erase Maria Otonashi. I cannot let that happen. That's why I will kill the Ai Otonashi within Maria. But it's too early to allow her to find out about my plan. If she did, I'm sure she would leave me. I have to keep her in the dark until an opportunity arises. Still. Will that time ever come? How long do I have to keep lying? Kazuki. My body goes rigid. Her call was timed so perfectly, it feels like a rebuke for my deceit. The rice is ready, so take the bowls in there. Oh okay. Is something wrong? Oh, no, nothing. I don't think I'm particularly good at hiding things. I can't hide the changes within me forever. The day it comes to an end is almost here. Then hurry up and come get the rice bowls. Okay, I'll be right. My phone buzzes. I pick it up right away. It's a text from Haruaki. Yuri Yanagi is up to something. It's a straightforward message, no emoji or anything. I'm sure he must have typed it in a hurry. Yuri, one of the people under Daya's control, one of his pawns, has taken action. Sorry, Maria. Something came up. What are you saying? Is it so urgent you can't even eat? Sorry. Without waiting for her approval, I rush out the front door. I hear her calling for me to stop, but of course, I can't. I quickly jump into the elevator and shut the door so she can't follow me. This'll make her suspicious. Probably. She may even piece together that my unexpected errand is box-related. But I told her that tomorrow would be the day we take down Daya, and Maria believed me. Holding my chest as it aches with guilt, I start a call to Haruaki. I'm heading toward Haruaki. As I run through the night, I suddenly recall a conversation I had with him in the park. I used to like Giri. Haruaki told me that the day after Daya returned to school, immediately before, I had been telling him about boxes. I had made up my mind to fight Daya, and I decided that to that end, I needed to reveal everything to Haruaki. Night was falling, right after the children playing there had gone home. As he listened, Haruaki jumped on a swing that had been squeaking mournfully after being abandoned. Even after I finished explaining, Haruaki didn't say anything for a while, simply swinging in silence. For some time, the swing's lament was the only sound. He was going so hard, I wondered if he was going to do a full 360. As I watched, I was sad that I had no other option but to bring Haruaki into this. But I had reached this conclusion after serious deliberation, so I had no regrets, or so I was telling myself. That's when it happened. I used to like Kieri. Out of the blue, with no context whatsoever, Haruaki answered me with an admission that he once had feelings for Kokon. I was surprised, but as soon as he said it, I understood. It made sense. Haruaki had rejected all those baseball endorsements from powerful schools trying to court him, and he'd come to ours, which had no prospects of reaching Koshien, the biggest national tournament for high schoolers in Japan. He was good enough to reach the pros, and yet he had sacrificed his future. I knew that. Maria had learned as much back in the repeating world, and she had shared it with me. I had always wondered why. But there it was. Haruaki had chosen the same high school as Daya and Kokon, even if it meant giving up on his dreams and future. I have no idea if it was because he wanted closure for his romantic feelings, or if he was thinking of something else, but he hadn't had a choice. The swing had come to a halt. Haruaki climbed up on top of it and kept going. But you know what? I don't feel that way at all toward the new Kieri. I dunno, it's just that before, she was so vulnerable and fragile, like she'd really be a mess without someone there to keep her safe. I wanted to protect her. He pushed the swing lightly again. It gave a shrill screech. I was so full of myself. A superficial sense of resolve isn't enough to let you take care of someone else. His tone was light. However, things like that are hard to say. They don't come out unless you've been taught by experience. Do you really not feel anything for Kokon anymore? Nope. That's why I'm fine with the idea of you and her going out. You're a good match. I didn't know if that was how he actually felt or not. All I knew was that Haruaki gave thought only to certain girls. While Haruaki had never said as much, the truth was that he was the ace of our baseball team, which meant he was popular with girls, particularly from other schools. More than a few had professed their feelings for him, and he had actually gone out with several of them. But all those relationships had been short-lived, and nobody was confessing to him anymore as far as I knew. All I could do was guess at what his feelings were when he dated them, what led to those breakups, and why girls stopped pursuing him. But the reasons are most certainly connected to Kokon and Daya. What about Daya, huh? You don't think it would be good if Daya went out with her? Haruaki didn't answer right away. He stopped pushing the swing and waited for it to slow down. Before it stopped completely, he dropped down with a hop. And then told me plainly, I don't. Why, of all people, those two, Daya can conjure up the deeper resolve that I couldn't. What's wrong with that? As if he could read my thoughts, Haruaki smiled wanly and said, that's why they won't be happy. I didn't understand what he was getting at immediately. It's not love. It's not a proper relationship. I knew nothing of how the three of them had lived before, so I couldn't feel the full weight of what he was saying. I did know someone who resembled Daya, though. Someone who would sacrifice their own happiness for that of others. So I intuitively understood that the relationship between them was a mistake, that it was over. Let me ask you this, then. Why did you give up on Kokon? If you don't think Daya is good for her, then why do you need to hold back? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not holding back at all. I thought I told you, there's no need for me to protect her anymore. I've already had a change of heart. Kokon got strong enough that she doesn't need someone to keep her safe? I didn't say that. Huh? She's as weak as ever. People don't change that easily. But there's no need to protect her anymore. I mean, as Haruaki spoke, the look on his face was one I had never seen before. The emotion there was something different from anger or hate or pity. Haruaki was wearing a smile. Kieri is already broken. I would later come to comprehend the emotion in Haruaki's smile. It was the smile of one who had given up. The place where I'm planning to meet Haruaki is that same park where we had our talk. It's about a 2 or 3 minute run from the apartment complex where Maria lives. Unlike the last time, the sun has already completely set. Haruaki and Yuri are sitting on a bench bathed in the light of the street lamps. Kazuki. Yuri looks up at me with teary eyes. I feel some pity for her, but those tears don't hold any special emotions for me. After all, up until just recently, I'd had more than enough of her disingenuous tears. I'm quite familiar with what she's done to her tear ducts. Yuri is sitting quietly on the bench. She isn't being restrained in any way. According to what I heard on the phone from Haruaki, she had complied with his orders simply by speaking to her. Haruaki, I just want to make sure, what was Yuri doing again? Like I said on the phone, She was loitering around near Maria's apartment building. She didn't seem to be particularly crazy or confused. She even explained what's going on. Daya gave her an order and told her to look into what you and Maria are doing. Okay, this much I expected. If Daya were to attempt something from within that movie theater, I figured that all he could do would be to use the people under his control to learn more about the two of us. All the same, Yuri, are you okay telling us about your orders from Daya? I mean, doing that is disadvantageous for him. Yes, it's fine. This is just a maybe, but I don't think this box has that level of power over me. My chest aches at the word box coming from Yuri's mouth. Even though she had forgotten about the boxes themselves, Yuri did remember the existence of these things that had brought her suffering, even though she would begin to beat herself up again if she remembered in detail. But right now, I've got too much to worry about to sympathize with her. Anyway, let's get her talking. Yuri, can you explain things in a bit more detail? Yes. Oh, but there's one thing you need to be careful of. I can't keep anything hidden from Oamin. If he gives me the order to talk, then I have no choice but to tell him anything he wants. So please choose the topic carefully. Got it. I understand. Still, I have to wonder if it's okay for her to say that much. So Daya might have used his box on her, but she isn't necessarily his ally. Yuri, Daya controlled you to make you dig up intel on me and Maria, right? That's correct. We received a command to investigate what you did to Oamin, and what you plan on doing next. We were also told that anyone with information was supposed to come into the box where Oamin is. Daya is saying to come into the silver screen of broken wishes. Does that mean anything Yuri learns isn't automatically conveyed to Daya? What are these commands like for you? As far as I can see, your mind seems to be in pretty good shape. It's not like being brainwashed, is it? You're right. It's completely different from brainwashing. Still, I don't think I can disobey. How compelling are the commands? What happens if you don't heed one? Let's see. I don't know exactly what happens if a command is ignored. There may not even be a penalty. But either way, it cannot be broken. It's absolutely impossible for you to resist the orders? Yes, and I'm sure that applies not just to me, but to all the other subjects, too. It feels like my spirit has been taken hostage. Disobeying a command is like throwing your life away, in a sense. So that's how it is. So why didn't you resist when Haruaki stopped you? Wouldn't that be disobeying? How were you able to do that? Yuri lowers her gaze uncomfortably at my question. If Haruaki weren't your friend, I might have tried to fight back or run away. What do you mean? The command is to investigate the two of you. So if I get caught by your friend and wait for you, it still counts as following orders since you might show up. Does that mean Yuri is trying to say the command is still in effect? By interacting with me directly, she's creating a situation where she can gain intel. Yuri gives a small, apologetic nod. But please believe me, I think you already see this, but Oamin hasn't robbed us of our minds. All he can do is give orders we absolutely have to obey. I'm still me. Yuri takes me by the hand and looks me in the eyes as she says, I'm still on your side. I can feel the warmth of Yuri's hands. My face flushes warm. Okay, I can't tell if she's trying to sway my heart deliberately or not, but that just shows this is indeed the same old Yuri. There's something that's been bugging me. Haruaki finally breaks his silence and asks Yuri something. You aren't the only one trying to find something out about Hoshi, are you? Does he have others under his control working on it, too? Yuri has been saying we for a bit now. Sending Yuri alone to gather information would make for unreliable results. If he can, I'm positive Daya would send out the same command to multiple people. Yuri squeezes my hand tightly at Haruaki's question, then answers, no, I'm not. I think he passed along the command to all the subjects. All of them? Yes, all of them. What does that mean? I'm pretty sure we have quite a few subjects among the students at our school alone. Are all of them shadowing us? How many subjects are there? Nearly 1,000. Though I stop short without thinking. I imagine it. The sight of 1,000 people in this park, surrounding me, pressing in, cheering at me to spit it out. To confess, I think back on the video I saw on YouTube of a group of people in the streets bowing their heads to the ground and sobbing, like they were swearing allegiance to Daya. There were probably only 10 or so people at most, but that still made enough of an impact to warrant coverage on TV. It was enough to make Rue ask aloud when she saw the video if someone like him could change the world. Others likely had the same reaction, too. Still, it's conceivable that all Daya did was make a command to the tune of bow down before me and weep. That was all it took for him to get that much influence. And Daya can do that same thing to 1,000 people. I saw something similar about group psychology once on television. If a group of people started looking up at the sky, though there was nothing in it, how many would it take before total strangers started looking up, too? The answer was 3. If 3 people look up at the sky, a fourth will think there is something there and look up as well. Then if someone else sees the original 3 plus the 1, the fifth, 2, will be caught up in the effect and turn their eyes to the sky. Eventually, a whole bunch of people will be looking at a perfectly ordinary sky because of 3 people. So what about 1,000? For example, 1,000 people could all rush into the same restaurant and create a surge in its popularity. They could also bully them online if they found a blog that offended them. No. Even those conjectures are on a mild side. You wouldn't need even a whole 1,000 to pull those things off. The power of 1,000 is beyond anything I can conjure up in my head. What's worse, it's not like the number of people he can control maxes out at 1,000. Daya can make it even bigger. Yeah, I see it now. The strength of this box. It's no exaggeration. Daya's box has a power great enough to change the world. And now, he's using that power for the sole purpose of taking me down. I can't keep the tips of my fingers from trembling. Hey, Yuri, how detailed were these latest commands? From what you're telling us, Daya didn't give instructions about each and every aspect of how you fulfill it, right? I ask, fighting down my anxiety. That's right. He didn't give us a lot of details, so each one of us is carrying out the commands according to our own methods and judgment. But we can't do anything that would go against our own morals. We obey by doing what we believe we're capable of and using the means we think is the best. I don't know which apartment Otonashi lives in, but I do know she lives in that building, at least. That's how I was able to get close like this, Yuri explains. I think on what she said. So you're saying that even if you did know the location of Maria's apartment, you couldn't smash the window and break in because you think it's wrong? Exactly. If so, does that mean people are actually limited in terms of what they can do under commands? I relax a bit, or start to, but then I shake my head. I can't relax. Yuri being Yuri, she might not be able to, but others might not have any problem with it. There are people who smash windows and invade homes even without commands, after all. Like Maria. I understand why you were hanging out in this park. Remind me again, you said you were able to make it here because you know the location of the building, right? Which would imply that other people who don't know won't be showing up here. Correct. Others won't be arriving. Subjects can't share information among one another? No. There is a feeling like we're connected somewhere deep within our consciousness. But our thoughts are not linked. So I can't share the fact that I know the location of Otonashi's apartment building. But come on. Haruaki interjects, frowning. He had been silent for some time. Even without special abilities, you can still use your phone, can't you? Yuri's eyes widen. That's exactly right. Why didn't I notice that? What should I do? I can do that, too. Her voice begins to tremble, and the color leaves her face. Now that I know, I have no choice but to do it. She pulls out her mobile phone. What is Yuri doing? She can't be trying to make contact. She just said she was on our side. Despite that, she really is here pulling out her phone. Her eyes are wide, and her lips are quivering. She's trying to trick me. She isn't so kind as to pause for me in my confusion. Yuri types out a text, gets ready to send it, and then, Haruaki restrains her with her arms behind her back in a full Nelson. The phone falls from Yuri's hands. Damn, sorry, Hoshi, my bad. Don't you get it, Hoshi? Yuri told us about crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Even though it doesn't help Dayan, she can probably also oppose him a little. She's trying to help us, but she can't stop herself from completing the command to the best of her ability. Isn't that right? Gazing at me with tearful eyes, Yuri gives a small nod. He's right. What should I do? You're not strong enough to fight me, so I could always keep you pinned, you know? No, even if you can stop me, it's probably no good. You see, the idea of keeping in touch with the others just never occurred to me. So I'm sure someone else will think of it. If one of them can pinpoint Otonashi's whereabouts, they'll definitely contact others. After that, it's simply a matter of time. The information will spread and spread. I get it. That makes sense. Hoshi, one of the subjects might already have Maria's address as we speak. Don't you think you ought to hightail it out to here? But this is Maria we're talking about. If we do that, she'll figure out I'm fighting with Daya over a box. This, too, is something I need to avoid at all costs. Could we even get away, though? I mean, a full 1,000 people are on the hunt for us. A thought pops into my head, and I check the internet for my name. The results of the real-time search make my face go pale. Please share. Kazuki Hoshino and Maria Otonashi, second-year and first-year students at 20 High School, respectively, have gone missing. At 6 p.m., Kazuki's older sister discovered a letter that appeared to be Kazuki's suicide note and went looking for the two, but she has yet to find them. Please contact her immediately if you find these two students. Kazuki Hoshino's address is... Wow, what the hell is this? They've even put my address up online. When I check the page of the original poster, I see no tweets before this one. They obviously made this account to write this. And that tweet isn't the only one. They even have pictures of me and Maria, as well as Maria's motorcycle on there. Considering Maria's appearance is also hard to ignore, the tweet has already spread quite a lot in a short time. Some people doubt its credibility, but they don't matter. A search for missing persons warrants spreading the word, regardless of whether the intent behind it is benevolent or malicious. At this point, it's reasonable to assume subjects have seen this tweet. I reflexively raise my head and survey the area. There's a female office worker strolling along while staring at her phone. A middle-aged man walking his dog, and a middle school student with a hat on sitting astride his bicycle. And as my gaze passes over the middle schooler, our eyes meet. He might be one of the ones looking for me. He could have seen that tweet. He could be one of the subjects. It's not crazy to think this kid could call those other 1,000 people to come and trap us. As the thoughts run through my mind, I lock up, unable to move. Fortunately, the kid looks away from me, not appearing particularly suspicious. I can't believe I'm afraid of a normal middle schooler looking at me. All the same, I can't write off my reaction as an overactive sense of self-consciousness. There are indeed plenty of subjects nearby. Plus, they're average people, indistinguishable from anyone else. They're not in uniforms like policemen. Just being outside like this is exposing myself to danger. Hey, Yuri. I suppress my fear to ask a question. You said this ability can't violate your morals, right? So let's say Maria and I were to hole up in her apartment. Would you not be able to force your way in? I wouldn't. But there may be some unethical people among the subjects. No, there definitely are, unfortunately. And at least as far as I know, some of them are like fanatical believers in Oamine. I don't think they feel guilty at all about following his commands, so I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't mind breaking into the apartment. So does that also guarantee that people might see this tweet, show up at my house uninvited, and put my family in danger? You and Otonashi may even be tortured. She's about to cry, but still she thrashes and struggles against Haruaki's arms so she can send her message. I'm sure she truly doesn't want to relay the information, but by all appearances, she can't stop herself. Maybe it's that she doesn't feel any guilt about the act of using the phone itself, setting aside what comes after. If not, then Yuri would never have been able to investigate us to begin with. That is the compulsion of the commands. How can I? A crowd of 1,000 is after us. Each one of them is exercising their wits to catch us and learn what they can. It's just a matter of time. There's no way in hell we'll be able to hold out until the silver screen of broken wishes runs its course. Yeah. And that's not even the worst of it. The stage where this mass of people is sniffing around for information on us is the easy part. My point is that if Daya never gets any intel on us, he's not going to continue with the same command. He's fighting against the clock. Once it gets down to the wire, he's not going to have time to waste on the slow and steady methods. This command is, at most, Daya's opening attack. An initial wait and see, just a means to an end. Hey, Yuri. Without any developments, Daya is sure to pursue an even more certain means of escaping the silver screen of broken wishes. In other words, if he gave a command to kill me, what would you do? He would consider murdering the owner. That would be an unmistakably immoral act. An act that would be impossible, as I understand it from how the situation has been explained to me. Nevertheless, I would kill you, Yuri replies matter-of-factly. Why would you be able to do that? Even as the question leaves my mouth, I think I understand the answer. No matter what it is, the actual commands must be carried out no matter what. Our individual morals don't matter. The current command is find information on Kazuki and Otonashi, for example. We have to obey it, but coming up with the means to do so is up to our own discretion. For me, breaking and entering is a criminal act, so I won't do it. But if, say, the command itself was get into Otonashi's apartment, then I would have no choice. Ethics wouldn't come into play there. Making commands that are more specific displays the true power of Daya's ability to control. The only reason the current command is vague is because he is uncertain of the situation. I'm sure Daya's desire to avoid murder is all that's keeping him from just doing it at the moment. Once he's backed into a corner, he may very well resort to such a method. If it comes to that, then I will have all those people after my life. At this rate, I have no choice but to do something. As for the play I should make, Yuri. Her arms still restrained, Yuri lifts her head and looks at me. I'm going to fill you in on everything that's going on with us right now, huh? Haruaki says. Hoshi, you sure about that? The subjects who figure something out go back to Daya, right? You know he's gonna really go on the offensive if he starts learning stuff. But this is my only option. And I'm fairly certain Daya can make a decent guess as to what's going on with me and Maria anyway. So I'd prefer to feed him just enough to let him think he has what he needs to break out. That will keep the option of murdering the owner off the table. I have one other reason, too. I want to send Yuri to the silver screen of broken wishes. Huh? Still in Haruaki's arms, Yuri stares in shock. I could be wrong, but you hate Daya, don't you? Yuri's eyes remain wide for a moment. But then she seems to get what I'm driving at. Her mouth turns upward slightly. Yes, I do. Perhaps because she knows she is going to get information. Yuri stops struggling. She continues to speak with an expression akin to joy. Oamine killed me in that murder game, and it's because of him you had to see me in such a terrible state. I'll never forgive him for that. If I happen to find any of his emotional scars, I'll rub rock salt into the wound. I'll make it so painful for him that he passes out and then kills himself. You know. I'm not asking you to take it that far. You scare me, Yuri. You freaked out Haruaki so much he accidentally let go. Anyway, you're with me, right? Yes. Her skittish nature aside, Yuri is quite tricky and shrewd. She also can have nerves of steel when push comes to shove. Essentially, she'll be a Trojan horse. If I can get her near Daya, she will slow him down for me. Thus, I explain to Yuri about how I'm deceiving Maria now. I tell her that in order to enter the silver screen of broken wishes, she needs to head to the mall. She replies she already had a sense of that after Daya used crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. When she explains in more detail, it becomes apparent that crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime doesn't belong to just Daya. Yuri can also be described as an owner. After learning this, something occurs to me. For some reason, I think this is kind of like Maria's box. How, exactly? If you asked, I'd find it hard to answer. If I had to put it into words, I guess maybe the best answer would be that they have a similar feel. Though born of powerful emotions, they are cold and somewhat brittle, and they don't seem to have a point. They're boxes with no discernible meaning to me. Perhaps because I had the notion, I think something. Oh, what if the one who truly understands Maria isn't me anymore? What if it's Daya Oamine? I shake my head. What the hell are you thinking all of a sudden? I should be contemplating Daya's next move instead. Hey, Hoshi, Haruaki says. Dayan will go after Kieri. Yeah, that's it. I agree. That's why the one I need to protect now is not Maria, but Kokon. Repeat, reset, scene 3. 1. Classroom. It's a high school classroom, belonging to first year class 6. It's the 1533rd cycle of the rejecting classroom. School has ended. The sky outside the window is as cloudy as it's been all 1533 times. Maria Otonashi is sitting on the teacher's podium as she speaks with Daya. Having inferred that Maria is no ordinary transfer student, Daya is on guard. Daya, don't look at me. It bothers me. It feels like you can see everything about me. Maria, you aren't entirely wrong. I have investigated my classmates to find the owner of the rejecting classroom, so I have information a transfer student shouldn't know on her first day. The corners of Daya's mouth lift upward, and he adopts a mocking attitude. Daya, what a bunch of nonsense. Fine, I'll bite. What have you found? Maria, I know what's on Kokon Kairino's back. Daya's face stiffens visibly. Daya, how do you know about what's on Kieri's back? That's the one thing she would never show to anyone. Even I've never seen it before. Don't tell me you're one of the people who hurt her. Maria, that's the 22nd time. Daya, what is? Maria, that's the 22nd time you asked me that question when I referred to Kokon Kairino's back. Daya scowls. Of course. He doesn't remember saying that. Only Maria, with her ability to retain her memories from the repetitions in the rejecting classroom, experienced them. Maria abruptly reflects on all the time she has spent in solitude, then lets out a weary sigh. Maria, I'll explain how I got my hands on such information. Time passes. Maria tells Daya she has lived this same March 2nd over and over, 1533 times. He listens in silence for a time without interjection. Daya, I get it. You mentioned Kieri's back to persuade me that all this BS is the truth. But that alone isn't enough to eliminate the possibility that you just hired a private eye or something to look into Kieri. Maria, well then, how about I mention something known only to you and another person? Daya, what? Maria, one of your childhood friends, Muki Kairino, told you she had feelings for you, and you rejected her. Daya's eyes widen, but he promptly hides his bewilderment. Daya, that's definitely something only Reno and I would know. I haven't told a soul about it, and I know she wouldn't, either. However you got that knowledge, it can't have been good. Maria: true. I most likely would have never known if I hadn't heard it from you. Dayo: I wouldn't tell you that. It doesn't matter if this rejecting classroom of yours is for real. I'd never tell that story to another person. Maria: I'm sure you wouldn't under normal circumstances. You told me how Kirino suffered as a result, and you did say you had never intended to tell anyone about that incident. Dayo would rather leave the subject untouched, and he fixes Maria with a stern glare. Though the intense gaze shakes her internally, Maria does not let it show on her face. She mastered the art of suppressing her emotions back when the number of times she had experienced March 2nd was still in the triple digits. Maria: however, there was a reason for you to speak of it. Dayo: no way. I myself guarantee there could be no reason great enough. Maria recoils slightly at Dayo's rebuttal, then pulls herself together and continues. Maria: you deliberately told me the part of your past you most wanted to keep hidden because you decided to cooperate with me. This was on the 1532nd March 2nd. Dayo: are you an idiot? To cooperate with you? If you're going to lie, at least come up with something good. Maria: a box can grant any possible wish. Dayo: so what? Maria: something in your eyes changed once I told you of boxes, and you eventually came around to the idea that they are real. Surely you must understand, since this is you we're talking about here. You have a wish you want granted more than anything else. Dayo: his brow furrows. Maria: it would appear that rings a bell. You do want a box, and that's why you made a request to me. You work with me, and in return, I'll teach you how to get a hold of a box. Dayo: he thinks deeply. I'm not the trusting type, so I won't buy your talk of boxes and rejecting classrooms so easily. I told you that story about Reno, one you would never find out about under normal means, as a way to convince myself, so that I could convince the me in another world, the me in this loop, that your story about boxes is true. Maria: that's about the size of it. Dayo: damn. I hate to admit it, but a trick that favors practicality over emotion sounds a lot like an idea I would have. Relaxing inside, Maria drops down off the podium. Though she had set up to project an air of intimidation, it felt uncomfortable to her. She was raised well and never could do away with her feeling that it was bad manners. Dayo: I know my intentions, but how about yours? What's in it for you, telling me all this? Maria: it allows me to make you my partner. Dayo: is that really necessary? Maria: it's because I'm in a deadlock. I need a change of perspective. Dayo: so you need a partner. But why me? Maria: surely it can't be so hard to figure out. You're the smartest person in class, that's all. In any case, your intelligence alone gave me cause to suspect you as the owner immediately, without any other proof. You do seem completely oblivious to the idea of being an owner, though, which has removed you as a suspect for now. Dayo: I'm smart, huh? Well, that may be true, but it's still a poor reason for why it has to be me. You could probably use my inability to keep my memories and have other partners aside from me. You're a partner whore. Maria: relax. I can't say anything about the future, but you're my first partner. This is the first time I've felt like doing this. It's possible the reason I feel this way is. Maria hesitates for a moment, then continues. Maria: you and I have something in common. Dayo: 0911 FRI 8:01 PM. Now I'm sure my target is Maria Otonashi. If Kazu thinks I'm still fixated on Kiri, that I'm going after Kokon Kirino and not Maria Otonashi, then defeating him will be easy. Although that's no excuse to rest on my laurels. Ugh! I groan in the entrance. Now that I've seen a 60.5-foot gulf, the silver screen of broken wishes is undeniably hurting me. I had no idea. I had no idea Haruaki was so clearly in love with Kiri. I had thought he'd sacrificed himself and come to the same school as us because he couldn't turn a blind eye to what had happened to her. It didn't even cross my mind that romantic inclinations were involved. Yes, it's true. I made a mess of not only Kiri's destiny, but Haruaki's, too. I've trapped so many people while I lived on Carefree. Stop thinking this way. If I start blaming myself, the shadows of crime in my care will attack me again. They're constantly plotting to reverse our master-servant relationship. If I give them an opening, they're going to take it. And a furious wave of nausea assaults me. I have to power through this. I feel like if I give in to the urge to vomit, my soul will come out with everything else. I have to choke it down. I have to choke it all down. It's cruel, Yanagi says, rubbing my back while I suffer. None of that would have happened if you had only let Yuzui have Kirino. Huh? I often come to your class to meet Kazuki, and Kirino and Yuzui are both very cheerful people. Except they really aren't. They're both forcing themselves to act that way for your sake. They can't survive as they really are, so they have no choice but to pretend to be happy. Yanagi displays a gentle smile as she says this while stroking my back. They're both doing it for you. I can read between the lines. They both ended up that way because of you. She's right. She's right. She's right. She's right. She's right. It feels awful, like bugs crawling inside my skull, and my vision flickers. I can't let her stand there and smile. I don't care if she hit the nail on the head. I can't let her get away with it. The moment I think that, my hands are around her neck. I can't tell what I'm screaming. My arms, my throat, my body are all beyond my control, as if I'm possessed. I'm acting on autopilot. But I understand. The thing possessing me, is me. The one taking over is myself. Hearing the voice that escapes, and seeing Yanagi's face turning blue, I finally remember how to take back control. I release her neck in a panic. Yanagi collapses, coughing. I stare at my hands. No way. How did I end up like this? I'm not okay anymore if I can strangle a girl without hesitation. If I had come to my senses even a moment later, there would have been no coming back. Then I understand. I was this close. I was a hair's breadth away from making a mistake. I touched the earrings in my left ear. God damn it, this isn't gonna help. So stop thinking this way. There's no turning back for me. I don't have time to lose my head over distractions. That's why I have to get back to normal. I have to be logical. Yanagi. I say her name, my voice careful and calm. She glares at me with teary eyes. You thought I didn't know? Cough, cough, cough. No. What? That you're helping Kazu, and that's why you said what you did just now to make me suffer. I get the sense that, for just a moment, Yanagi's complexion changes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. However, she quickly goes blank, acting bewildered and clueless. It's intriguing enough to override my anger. This girl really is cunning. If I hadn't learned her true nature in that killing game, she would have had me utterly fooled. You came here because Kazu told you to slow me down, right? A barely discernible silence indicates she's trying to read the situation. I don't know what you mean. I had no choice but to come here because of your command. Where exactly would I find the freedom to fit into Kazuki's plans? HMPH. Yeah, might as well tell her. I've been operating under the assumption you would come here all along. Naturally, that surprises her. WHY? Someone else would have an overwhelmingly higher chance of getting information on Kazuki and Otonashi. There are nearly 1,000 of them. You know. It's about Kazu. He had you under observation after you became a subject, right? Once he knew you were up to something, he heard from you what my command was. What would he do once he learns he can't stop my commands? It's easy to imagine. He'd give me information intentionally to keep my commands from turning violent. He'd also get the idea that he could send in someone allied with him to deal a blow to me. You're perfect for the part. You're crafty and easy to manipulate, since you love yourself more than anything. I give a derisive snort of laughter, then ask, so, am I on the mark? Yanagi can't answer. Well, whether you want to answer or not, I can get my answer if I command you to say it. But there's no need. Your behavior tells me more eloquently than anything else. And he's unique and capable, I'll give him that. But when it comes to strategy, he has no chance in hell against me. Ultimately, I have him in the palm of my hand. Sending in Yanagi as a spy was Kazu's defense, as well as his offense. He's missing something, though. Using others has its risks. As the one with crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, I know this better than anyone. That's why I can keep my footing. Yanagi, you have feelings for Kazu, right? What does that matter? If you could, you'd make him have eyes for you, right? Well. I mean, Yanagi doesn't seem to catch on to why I'm saying these things. I have a plan that could make him do just that. It would appear that's enough for us Yanagi to deduce what I'm getting at. Otonashi and Kazu's bond is steadfast. It'd take something unusual to break their connection, and that won't change while you're here acting as Kazu predicted. You yourself must be the most aware of this, right? What do you want to say? Yanagi asks this, though I'd bet she already knows. That's why I don't mince words. Betray him. Her expression doesn't change. My strategy all along has been to sever their bond. That's how I'm trying to keep Kazu from reaching his goal. You and I share the same interests. Yanagi is quiet for a moment, but then she scowls angrily at me. What are you talking about? Our interests have nothing to do with it. Do you think anyone would ally with you after you killed them in that murder game and then choked them just now? Do you believe after all that I would betray the one I love to help you? Do you think Kazu wanted to be in this situation? Don't avoid the question. I know changing the topic and bringing the conversation into your territory is one of your favorite tricks. You don't, do you? He doesn't enjoy compromising his principles, obtaining a box, and having O haunt his every move. right? Please listen when someone's talking to you. Whose fault is it? Who has he become like this for? I said. Maria Otonashi. Hearing that name, Yanagi unwillingly swallows her retort. After she reacts, I continue. He's fighting me like this because of Otonashi. He got a box to oppose me because he's obsessed with her. I should let you know I never really cared about what would become of Kazu. I have no intention of killing him, and no reason to want to defeat him, either. If anything, him finding happiness is an ideal scenario to me. Don't you agree? It's not like I hate him. If Otonashi were out of the picture, he wouldn't have any cause to fight against me. He also wouldn't have to deal with boxes anymore. That's right. His current actions won't lead him to happiness. The success or failure of his strategies against me have no bearing on his ultimate happiness. So, what can we do to make the circumstances desirable for him? I tell her, emphatically, Otonashi needs to get away from Kazu. If that happens, he will be able to lead his own life. Then Kazu can find peace of mind. But that's not what he wants. Yanagi has taken the bait my questions provided. I'm internally ecstatic, but naturally, I make sure that doesn't show. There's no way to guarantee that what Kazu wants is what's good for him. Otonashi doesn't want him to do this, either, right? But he's taking those actions because he thinks it's all for her sake. Yeah, I see now. When you think about it, you're aiding and abetting his efforts for Otonashi's sake. I choose to put things that way once I understand that Yanagi doesn't care for Otonashi. What course of action do you think would be preferable for Kazu? I'll say it once more. Our interests are aligned. Well, I know you hate me, so I won't go so far as to say you should collaborate with me. Regardless of what you do, I'm staying my course, though Kazu isn't going to accomplish his goal. And to that end, I brush the piercings in my right ear, then tell her, I will make it impossible for the two of them to make amends. NGH. By all rights, Yanagi would never want to take my side. I can see uncertainty in her eyes. She'll probably never emotionally permit herself to cooperate with me. The same goes for violating Kazu's wishes. Still, if forsaking those feelings will bring Kazu happiness, she will think that's the best thing to do. Is that true? Is what true? That you have no intention of harming Kazuki? Which is why she asks this question. It's like she's grasping for a reason to cooperate with me. Like she's asking for that one last push. I suppose I can say I won't harm him. But, well, separating him from Otonashi will undoubtedly be painful for him. I see. Deep down, she must be more inclined to betray Kazu now. It looks like Yanagi is going to swallow her feelings and follow my lead. She believes that's best for Kazu, so she's going to put herself through the pain of double-crossing him. It's a beautiful love indeed. Well, except for the fact that all of what I said to her is a lie. First off, I did predict she would come here. Everything after that is false. I hadn't particularly hypothesized that she would show up. It was when she actually arrived that I hit upon the idea that Kazu had sent her. When I contemplated why she had come, I couldn't help but sense something intentional about it. Out of all 998 subjects, Yanagi was the one to appear. It was just too convenient. Once that occurred to me, the idea that this was Kazu's design naturally popped into my head. It wasn't an especially amazing work of deduction. Anyway, it would be fair to call my lies just a bunch of bluffs. Saying them aloud, though, prevents Yanagi from making any rash moves, and it makes her consider which side holds more advantages for her. The claim that Kazu wouldn't oppose me if only Otonashi were gone is also a lie. Kazu being who he is, he's against the very notion of boxes. My being an owner pits him against me. He's that type of person. Another lie is that separating Kazu from Otonashi will make him happy. I do believe Otonashi is a cancer for him. That's not something I made up. But it's not possible to cut out something that has so deeply infected a body. Those two forged an unbreakable link thanks to what amounts to a lifetime together. Rooting out something that is so profoundly pervaded him is as impossible as removing terminal cancer. Attempting to do so would result in some major obstacles. My understanding of this also happens to be the very reason why I gave up on getting him with Kieri. Let's say Otonashi parted ways with Kazu. Even then, he'd never get her out of his head. If it goes poorly, Kazu may even become more hung up on her than he is now. Their bond is, in a certain sense, a curse. There's no release from a connection of that magnitude. It's for this reason that I don't have anything remotely resembling a plan for shifting Kazu's attentions to Yanagi. Every last bit of that is a lie. All she has to gain by collaborating with me is Kazu's hate. Still, it won't be so easy to see the truth, or falsehood, of my words. People have a tendency to believe information that is beneficial to them. Yanagi is very much this sort of person. I'm positive she'll want to place as much faith as she possibly can in any information that suggests she could become his lover and make Kazu happy to boot. And so she'll make her choice. What should I do? Yuri Yanagi will choose to betray him. What can I possibly do? Her expression is the epitome of humiliation. Yuri Yanagi is going to kill who she is, endure pain, and ensnare Kazuki Hoshino, for the sake of one she despises, all the while unaware that her actions will ruin him. Ha ha ha, tough break. You were duped so easily. I'll give you some candy or something once this is all over. Hiding my joy, I tell her, Otonashi will come here at some point. When that happens, all you need to do is string her along in whatever way is best for you. Use your usual web of lies and theatrics. I'll provide backup. How are you going to call Otonashi here? She'll probably send Otonashi our way before too long. I say her name, the sole person capable of exercising the same power as me. Iowa Shindo. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 8:26 p.m. You know, I'm embarrassed to say this, it really makes me sound like some textbook villain, but I'll do it to keep things easy to understand. We have Maria Otonashi, and if you want her back, you'll do what we say. That's what Iowa said to me on the telephone. Why? I whisper without thinking as I obediently head to the elevated tracks alone. Why would Iowa stoop to kidnapping? The possibility that it was just a lie also entered my mind, naturally. That's why I called Maria first thing. But Maria didn't answer her phone. Yeah, I know. That doesn't tell me whether she really has been abducted. Maybe she simply didn't notice the call. But as long as I can't get a hold of her, I have no choice but to go to the elevated tracks on my own as Iowa asks, trap or no trap? Why? That goes without saying. Not going to save Maria is not an option for me. I'm sure Iowa said what she did because she knows that about me. This really sucks. I knew crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime had turned Iowa into a subject. I just couldn't imagine her following Daya's orders, given who she is. And how is Iowa capable of kidnapping Maria? I mean, Yuri told me she can't contradict her sense of ethics unless the command is specific. But since Daya doesn't have a thorough grasp of the situation, I can't see why he would make such a detailed command as kidnap Maria, then threaten Kazu and summon him to the elevated tracks. And even if he did, using someone as strong-willed and intelligent as Iowa for the job seems like an especially bad choice. In this case, it would be more advantageous to go with one of his fanatics, who would carry out the command without harboring any doubts. Like a machine. Iowa might find some flaw in the command and work against Daya's will. So I have to assume that abducting Maria was Iowa's own decision. Running, I roll up my sleeve and check my watch. 8:27 p.m. Shortly before the third movie, repeat, reset, begins. 3 hours and 33 minutes left until the end of September 11th. I thought today would be over quickly, but it feels interminably long. I arrive at the place I was told. It's a tunnel beneath elevated tracks running alongside an embankment, away from the center of town. The spray-painted graffiti is a clear message that this is a hangout for delinquents. The light of the streets doesn't reach this far. That's why the feeble glow of the lamp Iowa apparently brought illuminates only the right half of her face. I step toward her through the long grass. It's dark, so I can't see them, but I can sense multiple people nearby. I'm sure they're not going out of their way to hide. The priority is less on concealing themselves and more on frightening me by letting me know I'm not alone. Iowa is sitting next to some graffiti sprayed on the wall. Rough, atop a naked man on all fours. Okay, I hear ya, boy. Kazuki's here. The chubby man she is sitting on is barking like a dog. I'm overwhelmed with utter loathing. The man's slovenly, flabby body pisses me off, too. I don't want to look at him, but I don't even want to avert my eyes. I can't stand the idea that I should have to look away because of this man. You're the one who should get out of my sight. Don't think you can be a part of my world, you eyesore. Then I notice something and calm down. This is that phenomenon. That's right. I already know what this is. I had no idea it could be so disgusting until I actually saw it, but I learned what they were called on TV. A dog person, I whisper. Then it all comes together. So the dog people are Daya's handiwork, too. Yep. Oh, but I made this one. Not I mean. What do you mean? How are you able to do that? Guess I'd better start my explanation there, huh? You see, Kazu, I wield the same powers as him, huh? But how is that even? Wait, now that I think about it, Yuri said crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is shared. Does that mean those other than Daya can use its abilities if they put their minds to it? So other people can also. As it happens, I'm the only other person at present who can do the same things as him, so relax. She beats me to the punch and explains, which puts me at ease a little. But I shouldn't relax, not under these circumstances. I need to make sure Maria is unharmed. I survey the area, trying to avoid looking at the naked man. Where's Maria? She's not here, Iowa replies curtly. And did you really kidnap? I did. Thanks to the previous command, I got some info on her, so I worked out the general location of her apartment building. What are you going to do with her? What is it you want from me? Iowa gives me a long look, but she doesn't answer when she gets up from the dog person. She kicks him in the head. Yipe, yipe. The naked dog man cries in a weak falsetto, then looks up at Iowa with moist eyes. The spectacle is so gross that it makes me wince. No, wait. I almost forgot because of my disgust, but that's not the correct reaction here. What are you doing? He's a human. He's just been commanded to become a dog. Human? No, I don't think so. As you can see, he's much less than human. I mean, he's so gross, right? He is, but only because you made him that way. Oh really? This guy is a rapist who goes after little girls. Huh? What did she just say? He's a horrible, dangerous criminal. He was the worst kind of person long before he became a dog. This power is for controlling others, but part of it lets me peek at their crimes, too, so I can also root out scumbags like him. You went to the trouble of tracking down a criminal? I thought I'd try my hand at making a dog person, so I searched for someone with particularly loathsome crimes, who'd deserve it. That's when I found him. It didn't have to be him in particular, but he was a good choice. It allowed me to prevent him from victimizing anyone else. He's done it so many times, you see, assaulting little girls. Rehabilitation isn't an option. Is that true? Yep. He's a degenerate. The only thing that gets him off is putting his pathetic penis into the vaginas of crying, screaming little girls. Iowa kicks him in the head again. The dog person lets out a pitiful cry. I watch this in silence. See, you aren't saying it, huh? You aren't telling me not to kick him anymore. Iowa orders the still whimpering dog person to sit. He sticks out his rear end like he wants to show me his anus, then plops it down to sit on all fours. You've accepted that he's subhuman. Why Euro? No, I'm not. Iowa looks down at the dog person, spits on him, then leans back against the wall of the tunnel with an expressionless face. You're thinking it, aren't you? You're upset this son of a bitch is still alive, so you hope that maybe he'll die. I'm not. Could you still say that if you saw the girl he abused who can't leave the house anymore and has perfected the art of cutting? Or her parents, who ended up getting divorced because she went crazy? Can you live with not telling this scum to die when he's solely responsible for ruining so many lives? I can. I do want him to pay for his crimes, and I do think he's unworthy of forgiveness, but I can't say it's right for him to die, or that's how it's supposed to be. I'm uncertain because he's just too revolting as a dog. That has to be it. Well, I was able to say the same until not so long ago, but surprisingly enough, that might be the minority opinion. Humans have a real thing for poetic justice, you see. You can tell that by watching any Hollywood movie. It feels good when a villain who opposed the hero gets defeated. That's why people get emotional and demand the death penalty for those who commit unforgivable crimes in reality, too. It's normal to want this trash to die when you see it. I don't think that's true. It is. I understand where you're coming from, though. I used to believe that was wrong for a long time, too. I thought anyone who found it easy to say execute them, kill them, they're not worthy of living just lacked imagination. Even if someone commits a crime, that's just one side of them. They're a person with a good and decent side, too. If I had normal interactions with them, then no way would I want to press the execution button. Like, it's so easy for you to say criminals should die, but can you say that after taking a good look at yourself? Are you really so squeaky clean and innocent? You go and drive drunk like it's nothing. Have you never considered the possibility that you might kill someone in a traffic accident? Does that mean you think you should die, too, when it happens? That's what I thought, before I gained this power. A thin smile appears on Iowa's face. And now? Yeah. Now I think criminal scum should die. There is no trace of hesitance in her words. It's true that people who have no qualms about saying criminals should die are lacking in discretion. But once you understand criminals well enough, you start to agree with those people. I've killed you and others. I know I'm being blind to my own faults, but I can still say it. I learned that when I obtained this power. Guys like him are fundamentally different from humans with common sense like us. There really are worthless people out there who are so beyond sympathy that it makes me sick. They have zero empathy, low IQs, and a complete inability to hold a conversation. You'd be surprised. Those who commit these crimes are all like that. They're simply incompatible with society at large. Take this guy for example. Guess what he said? When I asked him if he felt bad for the girls he raped, I just couldn't help myself. It was just their bad luck to happen to catch my eye around that time. I think what I'm doing is bad, but it's not like I can do anything about it, right? Do you see? Can't you tell how offensive this is? These guys don't have an ounce of remorse. They don't comprehend the suffering of their victims. No self-awareness of what they've done. Not even a hint of doubt about prioritizing their own desires. I understood. They're the dregs of humanity by their very nature. That's their fate. The dog person barks. Arf, arf. That's why I made him look the part. Her mouth twitching, Iowa glares at the dog person now lying on his back. Even though it's her own handiwork, she can't abide the grotesque image and openly displays her anger. You can't stand the existence of something like this, right? Iowa says, then claps her hands together with a pop for some reason. That's when it happens. Yeah, a great roar. Wow, what is this? I find out right away when I look around me. People with brown paper bags over their heads are shuffling this way. I'm sure they're the ones I sensed when I arrived here, and now I understand. These are Iowa's subjects. It's dark, and I can't quite see, but they're concealing only their faces with bags. They're all dressed differently. One is in a uniform from our school, another is in a dress, and as far as I can tell, their ages and genders are diverse, too. The people gather and begin to circle around us. It's bizarre. The sight of a non-uniform group acting in perfect sync is extremely bizarre. What's about to begin? What should I do? I can't make my next move because I can't tell what Iowa is trying to do at all. All I can do is stand here. Iowa ignores me and raises her voice. Let's all administer his punishment together. Punishment. 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 The sudden shouts are overwhelming. Nearly 20 men and women are calling out, their fists in the air. WH, what the hell is this? These people are just under Iowa's command. But as I watch, I can't get that idea into my head, though I know it to be true, and I find it difficult to suppress the panic in my mind. It's the same feeling I had when I saw the video of Daya making those people bow to him. If around 20 people all perform the same odd behavior, emotional confusion is a natural reaction. The paper-hooded mob lifts up the dog person as the chant continues. They pin his arms behind his back, immobilizing him, then turn him toward Iowa like an offering. And Iowa is holding a knife she must have gotten from somewhere. Iowa, what are you? Iowa doesn't look my way, though. Okay, this is a command. Stop being a dog, rapist. As the words leave Iowa's mouth, the demeanor of the dog person changes. His expression quickly turns into human terror. It seems he still remembers his time as a dog, as he's simply frightened and not surprised by the situation. Ayek, please stop. I know I was wrong. I won't attack girls anymore. What? It's too late for that, you know. Don't you see you can't take back what's already been done? Can you put their hymens back? Oh, I know. Go ahead and cut your own dick off with this knife. That's. Then how are you going to express your regret? I promise I won't go after girls anymore. How long are you going to keep up with that nonsense? That part goes without saying. Obviously. Do you understand that it isn't a show of remorse? It's like going to a diner and saying you won't skip out on your bills anymore. You see? Yeah, get it, champ. Declaring you won't dine and dash is apologizing. Are you screwing with us here? If you truly think you hurt someone, then offer an idea about how to ease her pain a little, you dirtbag. Ease her pain? What do I need to do? Think with compassion for how they feel. If you put yourself in their position, you'll come up with something on your own. Right? Like paying 100 million in damages or something. Oh, 100 million? There's no way I can do that. I'm unemployed, and that excuse does it. Iowa plows her fist into the tip of the man's nose without any emotion on her face. 1, 2, 3 times, she hits him without the slightest change in her expression. Yeah, there is no forgiveness for this man anymore, no matter what he says. His nose is bleeding profusely. The paperbag mob silently hold the man's body still. Not one of them tends to him. Iowa keeps on speaking as if nothing has happened at all. You don't have any remorse for your actions at all. You're just begging for your life out of fear. I can see it in your eyes. You'll keep doing it. That's why this is the end for you. Iowa claps her hands again. This is a command. Each of you, answer me with the penalty for this man that makes you most comfortable. The paper-hooded mob responds. Death, 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 death. The ugly dog should die. Die. Criminal. He should die a more brutal death than anyone. Die with your malformed dick. You should die because you reek. Die. You smell like a stray mutt. You have the brains of an insect. Die. Die, you pedo. Die, pervert. Your life isn't worth anything, so die. Hurry up and die. Die now, die, die, die. The paper bag mob is saying this because they've been commanded to, of course. But from the tone of their voices, it's evident this is how they truly feel. 20 people are wishing for this man's death from the bottom of their hearts. Phew. Iowa heaves a deliberate sigh, then says, it's unanimous. They want you dead. Iowa brings the knife closer. Stop, stop, stop. I mean, it's not like I've done anything to you all. It has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to? Iowa rips out some of the man's hair, her face a blank mask. I can hear it tearing. It sounds painful. One of the people in the paper bags mutters die, with a clap as if to cheer her on. Someone else follows suit and claps. Die. It spreads into a chorus. Applause wishing for his death. Die clap, die clap, die clap, die clap, die clap, die 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 die. Clap 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 clap. The die chant is almost enjoyable. As I watch, I can't help but think, yeah, they're right. This guy does need to die. No longer able to protest in words, the man shakes in terror and wets himself. Squeal louder, pig. Regret you ever lived, pig. Suffer, pig. Iowa thrusts the tip of the knife at him, right next to his eyeballs. That will be our catharsis. The action portends something that cannot be taken back, and I finally regain my composure. Iowa, stow. I try to step in, but I'm restrained by 3 men in paper hoods. One of their arms blocks my vision. I can't see anything. Don't do it. Iowa. If you do, there's no coming back for you. You will become a prisoner of the box, and your normal life will never return. But, command. When the knife touches you, go back to being a dog. Yipe. I can't stop her. The man's scream is now just the cry of a dog, resonating through the tunnel. The group in paper bags releases me and moves away. I can see again. Before me is a naked man covered in vibrant red. Though I understand the horrible nature of what has occurred, yes, there is undeniably a part of my heart that thinks, good riddance. The cries of the man are truly unbearable, and even the touch of the sound itself on my eardrums is incredibly unpleasant. Seeing that naked, chubby body convulse so pathetically sparks an irresistible joy within me. I'm not like these dog people. I'm not this disgusting. I'm not a fool. They're dogs by nature, that's why they ended up this way. It's relief. It's a sense of superiority. But I know full well, this is how Dayo, their creator, wants me to think. It would be dangerous if these were my default feelings toward dog people. I wouldn't be able to treat them as humans. I'd merely view them with contempt and think them deserving of punishment. Of course they should die, I'd think. If that sense percolated through the world, the entire planet would be at the mercy of the box. Normal life would be gone. I cannot allow that to happen. That's why I step toward the man, to resist and help him while he's still moving. Stay right there. Iowa stops me. I won't let you help him make another move. And I can't make any guarantees about Maria Otonashi's life. Wow, is she using Maria's life as a bargaining chip here? Why do you want to kill someone so badly? Is it that important? True, there isn't much value in killing him as an individual. Then why? This is what we're going to do from here on out. This is the kind of world we're going to build. So, that's what it's been all along. This is the outline of what Dayo and I long for. What I've just witnessed here, fanning the desire for their deaths, and then following through with murder. It's what crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is going to bring about, in miniature. That said, I can't let you stop it in front of everyone. If you can, that means you'll continue to interfere. And you'll become an obstacle. I get it. See? I know you can become a surprisingly major hindrance. That's why I can't look the other way if you resist. Still silent, the mob in paper bags encircles us, keeping watch. In the center of the circle, Iowa's footsteps click toward me, bearing down on me. Oh yeah, I suppose I need to speak about the topic at hand, too. I have to tell you my demands for returning Otonashi. Iowa's face is illuminated by the glow of the lantern as she approaches. She reaches out and puts her hand on my chin, tilting my face upward. Give up your will to resist us, right here and now. Her face is dyed red in the light. The red tint spreads throughout her cheeks, like it might if she was crying. Her pupils, large in the darkness, hold me fast. To prove it, I want you to suck your thumb and watch that trash over the breathe his last. Like a preschooler bawling because his mama wouldn't buy him some candy. After saying this, she lets my chin go. She wipes away the red liquid on her lips with her arm, but all it does is smear and spread the color. Yeah, that's when I understand. Iowa is never coming back. She's never coming back to normality, a world free of boxes. Her piercing, raptor-like gaze suggests the presence of some bladed instrument lurking within her. Her expression is tainted by madness. Iowa is not on this side anymore. It's not crazy to think she would actually do something to Maria if I were to try to save this naked man. She's that far gone. What is she going to do with me? In this state, she has no reason to just let me go. If she's with Daya now, she may use the subjects around here to restrain me and force me to give up the silver screen of broken wishes. I won't let her do that. How can I fight back when Maria is a hostage, though? No answer presents itself. Of course it's not that easy. That's why I stay still, able only to wait and see what my opponent is going to do. I'm sure she understands I'm racking my brain. With a calmness that seems almost deliberate, Iowa pulls out her phone. Before she dials anything, she says, "Here's the thing about giving commands. There's no need to go to the trouble of using words. That was just a little performance for you." Upon saying this, Iowa makes a call. I can hear a male voice coming from the speaker, but not well enough to understand what he's saying. Iowa speaks to the man on the other end. "Yeah, rape Maria Otonashi." "Wah!" I shout without thinking. What is Iowa saying? Iowa appears to have expected this. "I told you, didn't I?" she says. "Prove you aren't going to oppose us." Just watching this subhuman dog person die isn't good enough. That's why I'm doing this. If you don't resist, even when I take away something that matters to you, I'll be satisfied. I won't. My voice rises in anger. "I won't let you." "No way in hell." "You won't let me?" "Fine. Fine. Then I'll just drive you to the brink. Steal your will to fight us and render you powerless. That's why I'm giving the order to rape Maria Otonashi." "Iowa, do you even understand what you're saying? You say that man over there deserves to die. But don't you see you're doing the same thing as him?" I'm not doing this to satisfy some urge. I have a solid objective. No matter how just the war, there is no way to end it without killing enemy soldiers. It's impossible to prevent normal civilians from dying in the process. In extreme circumstances, some soldiers will even go straight to committing atrocities. Overall, though, justice is justice. What's right is right, even if there are some trivial drawbacks. Don't be stupid. This is not right. It's not trivial at all. This makes no damn sense. "Oh, it makes sense all right," Iowa says with a look of disgust. "It's no use. I'm never going to get through to her with this debate." One look at the clouds of insanity in her eyes is enough to tell me that. All the same, I have to do something to prevent any violence toward Maria. Basically, I should be good if I can convince Iowa that I'm completely broken. If I'm right about that, then I do have some ideas. If you just want to break my will to fight, there's no need to go to extremes. "Oh?" Iowa signals for me to keep going with a questioning look. It's a dangerous gambit. I may actually lose the strength to oppose Iowa and Daya. Still, it should be enough to put a halt to the horrible act they're about to commit. I voice my proposal. "You should make me into a subject." "Yes." "If they do, Maria's involvement won't matter one bit." There's no proof more certain that I wouldn't act against them. But Iowa's response is not what I expect. "Nope, already tried that." Huh? "Why do you think I have this lantern?" "To create shadows, Natra." "But, oh, you never knew how crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime works?" "Guess you wouldn't understand, then." "You see, this box activates when people step on your shadow. So I actually already tried it." "Has anything changed about you?" "Nothing has, right?" This means you can't make me into a subject?" "I guess I can't say it for certain, but I couldn't do it earlier." "Why?" "Because you're an owner." The boxes react to one another. It's like how Oamin was able to act freely even in the game of indolence. "The moment I got here, I stepped on your shadow in order to make you into a subject, but I couldn't control you." "The same goes for Otonashi." "You tried to make Maria into a subject?" "Yeah, well, that would make things easier." Her tone is unapologetic. "Owners can't be made into subjects." "Yeah, well, not exactly. According to Otonashi, we can if the owner's will to reject the control vanishes." "Care to give it another go?" With that, Iowa places her foot forward, as naturally as walking, and steps on my shadow. She carries herself so normally that you'd never guess she was trying to use a box. She's so casual about it that her foot is on my shadow before the idea to avoid it enters my head. Despite what Iowa said, that's no guarantee I won't become a subject this time. Maybe it was only an accident that the first time didn't work. That's why she's able to step on my shadow, even though I shouldn't let it happen so easily. No matter how much I wait, though, I don't feel anything. You can make anyone aside from an owner into a subject? That's right. If there's someone it won't work on, I'd like to see them. I don't feel a thing, even though her foot is on my shadow. It's nothing to me. If there is an exception, they'd be the first. Iowa is lying. No. Maybe that's not the correct way to put it. She's not lying, but she is mistaken. After all, She's saying she can subjugate anyone if they aren't an owner. That's exactly where she's wrong. The reason being that I am not an owner. I, Kazuki Hoshino, am not the owner of the silver screen of broken wishes. See? That's why I can't accept your proposal that we let Otonashi go by making you into a subject. So, yeah, I go back to plan A, breaking you mentally. Now that we've reached this point, nothing I say will stop Iowa. That's painfully apparent. Then I notice it. The knife, wet with blood, is lying at my feet. I look at Iowa. Iowa is a wonderful person, I know. Though she can be a bit oblivious to the feelings of others, her thoughtfulness toward them outweighs that. She knows she's a strong person, so she helps other people while putting herself second. What she's doing now is just that taken to an extreme. If I took the time to spell it all out to her, I'm sure she would realize her mistake. I don't have that time, though. I won't have enough time to choose Maria and save Iowa, too. I know that. I may have reached a conclusion, but still, I'm going to give it one last try. You're wrong. Huh. Iowa responds half-heartedly. She's cleaning out her ear, all but saying I'm not worth listening to. Daya, and you're wrong. Fine, I'll hear you out. Wrong about what? About trying to fix the world by killing people. That's where you're wrong. Just letting you know now, if you're gonna appeal to basic common sense, I'm not gonna listen. Okay? There's no denying it's better to kill one murderer before he kills 100. Putting that murderer's head on a pike to warn others of the penalty will strike fear into the fools and prevent any new crimes, and that's a good thing, right? It's just that we didn't have a good means of doing so until now. Alright, go ahead and enlighten me. How is this somehow wrong? I definitely won't condemn weeding out idiots who do nothing but cause trouble. I think some people really are worthless. I don't want to believe so, but I know for a fact they exist. Right? Your mind is just so ensnared in traditional wisdom, you're having trouble accepting it. You're repulsed by the scene you just saw, and that simply gave you this vague notion it wasn't right. Number. It's just. Why do you get to choose? Choose what? After everything I've said, you still don't see? A surge of violent frustration wells up within me. I glare at Iowa and her stupidity, and I clarify. Choose who is fit to die. I can tell my sentiments reached her by the way she swallows. You and Daya are imperfect. You're not gods or anything like them. By what standard do you choose who deserves death? Are your choices absolutely infallible? That, it's not possible. You take someone's life because of an unreliable choice. I can't declare with perfect conviction that we'll be 100% correct. But the laws today are no different, right? You can't say every death sentence in the court system was the right call. Plus, I don't think we'll make mistakes so readily. At the very least, anyone can tell that this child rapist is better off dead. Are you sure? It's true he hurt others, but he just might have an even greater capacity to save people, too. By your logic, he wouldn't be fit to die anymore. What? He's a dog. That's impossible for him. Maybe. But do you truly know that? I do. I can tell in an instant how stupid this dog is. He doesn't have anything close to an ability to help that would outweigh what he's done. And that right there is pride. You've tricked yourself into believing you can do anything now that you have crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, even though you're nothing special at all. All you did was get a hold of a box, but you're giddy with how omnipotent you feel. You're so sure you can make the right calls. You want me to tell you what society calls such a state? I tell her. They call it getting carried away. It's easy to see where this is going. First, the criminals you select to be culled will be the kind anyone would recognize. But that's just the beginning. Your hubris will carry you too far. Eventually, you'll start singling out people in the gray zone. It'll get worse and worse until, in the end, you're making dog people out of anyone you don't like. You'll start weeding out anyone who's inconvenient for you, regardless of whether they're good or evil. Oh, but maybe it's already too late. I mean, you're already trying to stamp out Maria and me, since we're in the way. My anger mounts as I explain. Why don't people as intelligent as Iowa and Daya understand? Can't they envision that outcome? What you're doing isn't punishment or cleanup or anything else. It's murder. All you and Daya have done is let the box convince you you're all powerful. You've just let it corrupt you and drive you to commit crimes yourselves. History is full of massacres, and you're just trying to create another one. It's not a revolution or anything like one. It's an all-too-common error. There's no justice in this. I begin to walk toward Iowa, who is silent. That's why I'll stop you. I haven't forgotten that I'll be coming up alongside the knife, too. It appears my speech has shaken Iowa a bit. What I have said is absolutely correct. Even Iowa has to see it. However, to me, she says, "What's with your face?" My face? Yeah. Everything you've said was meant to back me into a corner. You're arguing in an attempt to win me over. She looks subtly disgusted as she spits. Why do you have such a gentle smile? When she points this out, I instinctively touch my face. People don't make that smile normally. And a regular person could never say what you did just now. I didn't say anything crazy. No, you didn't. But a regular, subjective person wouldn't be able to say all that in this situation. A person panicking because their loved one was taken hostage wouldn't be so factual. You're saying I'd be more emotional if this was genuine? That's not what feels so wrong. It's on a different level than just getting emotional. This is something impossible, or that shouldn't be. Iowa's expression contains not just anxiety, but fear. And with that expression, she asks, where is what makes you human? I have no clue what the question means. However, I remember Daya making a remark along those lines in the past. He told me I was in suspension or something. Perhaps what Iowa is saying has a similar meaning. Yeah. Something about me is not normal. I've been denying it, but I think it's about time I faced the facts. I can't really describe it. And if I try to put it into words, it probably wouldn't make any sense, but if I had to express how it feels to me in my own words, it would be this: there's not enough of myself in me. Enough about you. It doesn't matter. At any rate, I'm not going to stop. So you didn't see my point? What you're saying might be correct, in a certain light. Amin and we have a conceited side that tends to put others below us. We aren't perfect, so we can also make mistakes. But calling it quits is another story. We can't give up just because of that. We can't let ourselves give into reality, accept the bad, and let ourselves be beaten up over and over without putting up a fight. I won't accept that. Thanks for the candid advice. I'll improve. I'll be careful about choosing who deserves to die when I kill them. Improving won't enable you to make accurate judgments. I still don't think that makes this method wrong. And then Aoa says, eyes clouded with madness, that's why I won't stop. I won't change my actions toward Otonashi. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I give a small, involuntary sigh. What's with that sigh? Does that mean you've thrown in the towel? Maybe your spirit has been broken. Yeah, I've given up. I've given up on doing this without bloodshed. Now, I can't let her grasp my intentions. If I don't finish it in an instant, the subjects around us will grab me. I have to stab her with no hesitation. I have to do it so that she doesn't sense my intent to kill her. I'll kill her. I'll pierce Iowa's heart as effortlessly as humming a tune, and I'll grant her a fast death. People who deserve to die, huh? Iowa claims they exist. But when it comes down to it, that isn't something for fellow humans like us to decide. Even I think it about certain people. And that is wrong of me. It has to be, because if it's not wrong, then even what I'm about to do would be forgiven. And it doesn't have to be. I wouldn't forgive such an act myself. I'm merely making the same erroneous choice as Iowa and Daya. If I were to describe people worthy of death to me, I would say everyone who harms Maria deserves to die. That's why I drive the knife toward Iowa's heart. I don't make a single extraneous movement. After I'm sure Iowa is looking away, I swiftly scoop up the knife, leap to my feet, and stab. The knife's blade vanishes into Iowa's heart. I don't wish for her death in my mind. There isn't a shred of malice within me. I simply did what needs to be done. That's all. Oh, what if this is it? Maybe this part of me is what other people see as abnormal. If so, then Maria's the one person who must not see it. Yes, if she ever witnessed this part of me, What are you doing, Kazuki? My heart jumps. Ayak. Why is she here? The way she calls me Kazuki, the pronunciation, the sound of my name, and the voice I love. Why are you doing such a thing, Kazuki? One of the women with a paper bag over her head approaches me. Why didn't I notice? I should have recognized her even if I couldn't see her face, so why didn't I? Simple. It's dark here, and plus, I wasn't exactly at leisure to look over each and every person. How could I not have been suspicious about why I was called to this place in the dark? Why didn't I pick up on the number one thing Iowa was hiding? A girl with slender legs removes the paper bag. Maria. And there she is, Maria. It's undeniably Maria. Kazuki. Maria calls my name, voice trembling. Maria. Why are you here? I mutter without thinking, although I do have a glimmer of understanding. Because I ordered her to come, Iowa answers, right in front of me, even though I'm still pressing the knife into her. Yeah, of course I noticed. I noticed the moment I stabbed her that I felt nothing when the knife supposedly entered her body. I pull out the knife that should have pierced Iowa's heart. I push its point into the palm of my hand. I don't feel it stab me. The blade has gone into the hilt rather than through the palm of my hand. This knife, no, this toy meant for pranks, is not going to kill anyone. Shall I give you an external opinion on your behavior? Iowa sneers at me in my amazement. They call it getting carried away. She plucks the toy knife from my completely limp hand. Command. Dog, give me some happy barks. The naked man, who should have been unconscious with pain, nimbly gets up. He runs around us on his hands and feet. He barks off energetically, paying no mind to the fact that he's covered in red. I told you, I don't really need to give commands verbally. Iowa stabs the knife into the dog person as it runs around. It can't possibly hurt, but he cries out yipe and collapses in pain again. While you weren't looking, we covered him in blood. Then I gave him an order to yelp and act like he was in pain if he was stabbed. That's all it took to make you buy it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, right. The paper bag mob blocked my vision, so I didn't actually see the moment Iowa stabbed the man. All I experienced were the cries of the dog person and the sight of him covered in red and in pain. It's this darkness. There are plenty of places where they could have sneaked in the blood, and they could even get away with not using the real thing. Why would you do all this? Because I was commanded to, by Oamin. He just gave me one order. Shokazuki Hoshino's betrayal to Maria Otonashi. Iowa shifts her gaze to Maria, then presses on. It was unexpectedly difficult. After all, Otonashi has implicit faith in you. She wasn't going to see a betrayal for what it was if I was half-assed about it. Maria bites her lip as she hears this said of her. Bringing her here was easy. All I needed to do was use the same method I did to get you to come. In short, I threatened her using you. I just have to say something much like if you don't do as I ask, or if you try anything funny, I'll use my subjects to kill Kazuki, and then Otonashi would have no choice but to play along, no matter how fake it sounded. If I order her to wear a paper bag and tell her to keep quiet and listen to our conversation, she's obviously going to obey. That's how I was able to show her. Iowa jabs the toy knife in and out of her chest as she explains. I showed her how you would kill me. All of it. Everything she said and did was so that Maria would see me commit a murder. Leaving the knife in a spot where I could grab it, working me up by talking about raping Maria, faking a murder in front of me so I would get the idea. And then, just as Iowa planned, I stabbed her with the toy knife. Iowa snaps her fingers. In response to the sound, the paper bag mob all begin to head home casually, without any real sense of order, like they had just finished their errand. Shindo told me she wanted me to watch you kill her. Maria says she had been refusing to meet my eyes. I didn't believe it. Even when I heard Owamin had already used his box and set his plan into motion, even when I knew it was true, I couldn't believe that you would kill someone, that you would solve a problem with murder. That's not even an option. The moment you do it, you fall to the basest level, and all your convictions lose meaning. You knew I think that way. You knew I would never work with a person who would stoop to that. And yet, unsure what to say next, she shakes her head. No, enough about you and me. I still don't understand. Murder should have been impossible for you. Though just an attempt, the fact that you did try to kill someone will be a continuous source of guilt for you. Bearing such a great sin will keep you from your normal life, and the change in you will also transform that normal life itself. Oh, and it's not just the internal aspects. The law can also snatch away your normal life just like that if you commit a crime like murder. That's why you, the one who values normality above all else, would never choose that option. She clenches her fists. There's no way you could kill someone. No way. You would never do something like that. Maria turns her eyes to me imploringly. Yes, I know. You can't. It's impossible. Which means you're under their control. Maybe you took those steps under the manipulation of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. It has to be. It has to be, Kazuki. Maria grabs my shoulders and shakes me. I want you to deny it. She begs with her entire being. She saw my violent act with her own two eyes, but she still screams that she wants me to deny it. She's likely aware that if I did, it would be a lie, yet she still says those things. It's like she's throwing a tantrum. I never thought Maria could get like this. I never thought it. But I'll make use of these emotions. I'll keep deceiving her. You're right. I'm the worst. My own words make me ill. If she recognizes what I am, though, she will leave me, never to return. Thus, even if it's a clumsy lie worthy of a kindergartner, even if it's the lowest, most immoral falsehood, I have to say it. I knew it, Maria whispers. I knew it was true. Relief appears on her face. Maria believed my obvious lie. I fooled her. Yeah, I can tell. Maria doesn't want to be apart from me, either. She still wants to trust me. Our bond won't be broken so readily, so I need to keep honing my lies. Maria, you see. Hey, I'm so relieved. Now, Maria's expression speaks to the solace at the depths of her soul, and she says, now, I don't need to trust anyone. Huh? Her expression doesn't match her words. I had a faint, no, I had already figured it out. I knew it. She had said that earlier. I knew it. You betrayed me. My arms hang limply at my sides. I fearfully turn my face to Maria. I can tell, you know. It may be gone now, but I used to have that trick for reading your mind just from your facial muscles. Remember? I spent a lifetime with you, remember? I can still see when you aren't being truthful with me, at least. But I rationalized and tricked myself into believing I didn't know for certain. I kept putting off the issue until I could find decisive evidence. Well, now I've found it. That laughable trickery of yours has informed me beyond any shadow of a doubt that you have changed. I had thought until this very moment that our connection would not meet its end in so simple a manner. I'm so stupid. I didn't need to deceive her, but I did for so long. I've been misleading her ever since the game of indolence came to an end. I was constantly destroying a firm bond that could not be severed so easily. In the end, that bond collapsed under the effects of all my betrayals. Yes, I'm relieved. I had realized I couldn't keep going like this. It was painful, blaming myself for all my excuses. I am a box. I'm not allowed to possess a human heart. I shouldn't spend long periods of time with someone and grow attached to them. Despite this, I couldn't make the decision to part ways with you on my own. I couldn't leave you, and I searched for good reasons for us to stay together, like the possibility of encountering I was even afraid. I thought that, at this rate, I might even lose my purpose and vanish altogether. That's what I wanted. But you betrayed me and showed me the error of my ways. You helped me realize my weakness. You helped me make up my mind. Each and every word pierces my heart. Maria was the one I never wanted to hurt. She was the one I wanted to protect more than anyone else. And yet, I hurt her over and over, until I broke her. Maria, listen to me. I did it for you. Even now, I still can't let her go. But don't call me that. Maria turns her back on me. Huh? Don't call me Maria. She won't even allow me that. I discarded that name a long time ago. I used it on a whim, and it stuck around only because you didn't forget and kept using it. But we're through now, so it's unnecessary. My time as Maria is over. Then, Maria turns back, locks her eyes on me, and says, I am the Boxei Autonashi. That moment, a certain scene arises unbidden in my mind, and I have a flashback. It's a scene with faded colors, stagnant, muddled, and warped. The classroom of repetitions. A sepia-toned Maria stands atop the podium. She introduces herself. Her expression is unfocused. There's so many versions, tens of thousands of them, and I can't tell which is real. I am Ai Autonashi. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ai Autonashi. Nice to meet you. I'm Ai Autonashi. I'm Ai Autonashi. She says it over and over atop the platform, in loop after loop. The closer she gets to the end, the more emotion drains from her face. Maria used that seemingly infinite amount of time to create another personality. She rejected everyone else to become the perfect box. That girl. Her expression. After all this time, I can finally see it. I never noticed before, since we were always together. Somewhere along the way, Maria began expressing herself almost like a normal person. She had begun to be sad, angry, and happy like anyone else. I didn't notice. I might have been able to find some other way of doing things if I had. But I didn't. But now, those commonplace emotions are lost to Maria again. No. The word slips out of my mouth. I'll keep calling you Maria. Maria doesn't respond to me and extends her hand toward Iowa. Quickly apprehending her intent, Iowa hands over the toy knife. Kazuki, you are different now. You changed once and for all the moment you stabbed Shindo in the chest with this toy. You are no longer my partner. Your presence will only corrupt me. Thus, for some reason, Maria presses the toy knife into my hand. You are now my enemy. I don't know why, but something prompts Maria to embrace me with a kind smile on her face. Maria, could it be that she doesn't want to leave me after all? There's no chance of that. But I'm still thinking such naive thoughts this late in the game. That turns out to be a mistake, though. I mean, I can see how the knife in my hand is stabbing Maria's chest. Oh, the knife is a toy, of course. I haven't actually wounded Maria. All the same, it only happened to be a toy this time. That's what I mean, Maria whispers in a small voice. If I get close to you, you'll stab me. Her voice is so very, very gentle that the truth is crystal clear. She is exactly right. This is exactly what I'm trying to do. Unable to understand each other, we will come into conflict, and this will be the end result. I will pierce Maria through the heart. Kazuki, her body is as frail and delicate as ever. With the knife in my hand still plunged into her, Maria says, thank you for everything. This thin wisp of a girl, a year younger than me, will continue the struggle alone. She will fight on, though she has been so stabbed and betrayed. She will stay in the battle for the sake of all those complete strangers. I can see the outcome. Its defeat. In the not-so-distant future. No, in the very near future, Maria's endurance will run out. She'll maintain her edge, bearing down her soul with a file, wearing herself away until, before long, there is nothing left. I can see this in her future. Yet I cannot stop her. Maria moves away from me, and she is finally free from the knife. Taking it from my hand, She returns it to Iowa, who has been watching us disinterestedly. Dismissing me, Maria turns away and begins to walk off. Kazuki, she says quietly. I couldn't eat all the hamburg steak by myself. Stupid as I am, I failed to notice right away. That was her goodbye. Deya Oamin 0911 FRI 8:57 p.m. You and I have something in common, says the Maria Otonashi on the screen. A question slips from my mouth. What is this? After yet another teleport, I'm being shown the third movie alongside Yanagi. She's sitting behind me to the right, and beside me is a shell of Maria Otonashi. That means she is the lead in Repeat, Reset, the film for this round. This seems suspect to me, though. Why would it be Otonashi? I can't recall anything significant between us. We didn't have a close relationship like I did with Rino or Haruaki. If we're screening my transgressions here, does that imply I did something to her without knowing it? This is meant to bring me pain. Otonashi isn't really in a position to do that, is she? Or so I thought. However, my expectations are betrayed. What's appearing on the screen now are things I could never have foreseen. These are interactions between Otonashi and me in the rejecting classroom that I have no recollection of. The two of us are putting our heads together on how to get out of it. I worked with Otonashi before Kazu. It's an odd thing to see. What's more, my expression toward Otonashi isn't hostile, or even the one I have to make normally. It's almost affectionate. What's with that meek look on my face? Wait. Maybe it isn't so hard to understand. I glance at Otonashi's face on the screen. She's already formed her aloof aura. You might think she couldn't help but appear that way to the rest of us because she'd been retaining her memories of that world, but that's not it. The others may not be able to tell the difference, but I can see it. I can see that Otonashi is straining to create herself. Once I saw through that back then, the me from that time felt an affinity for how she was suppressing herself for the sake of some goal, just like I was. Help me. Maybe that's why, on the 1536th March 2nd, I said something so ridiculous. Geez, past day. I don't know when you're from, but get it together. What kind of torture is this? Just showing me embarrassing stuff. Has the design of the silver screen of Broken Wishes been altered so it puts the screws to me by humiliating me instead? Why do I have memories of the previous time to begin with? I briefly wonder, but the answer comes soon enough. I don't. Unlike Kazu, I can't. But in much the same way my NPC was able to discern the goals of the actual me, if I heard what had happened previously in the rejecting classroom from Otonashi, I could gain a very accurate grasp of the previous cycles of the world. In that sense, I might have qualified as a partner, if only barely. I don't know what to do. What can I do for Kieri? Nothing. If I touch her, she goes pale. If I hug her, the memories of the past emerge, and she begins to cry. All I do is bring her suffering, no matter what I try. But she's hopeless without me. She can't do anything on her own. If I abandon her, I know she'll commit a grave mistake. I'm wrong if I get too close and if I get too far. Hey, what should I do? What the hell am I blabbing to Otonashi about? As if she could help. Even if I did tell her, she's as powerless as I am. But the me from the past continues. I think maybe you can find it for me. The Deya in the screen speaks fervently. A solution for what to do about Kieri. Amid all these repetitions, there is no such thing. If my warnings now could reach the me back then, I would shout until my voice was gone. The Deyan on the screen is sounding that stupid. He's shockingly soft. However, Otonashi's response to that is incredibly irresponsible, too. I know the answer. The problem between Kieri and me has yet to be resolved as of the present, which means she never found a solution. And yet, she says this. Sure, I'll see what I can turn up. But in the following scene, the 1539th March 2nd, 3 transfers later, Otonashi has this to say. I've discovered a way of resolving things. What the hell is she talking about? There isn't such a thing. There was never meant to be. At the very least, I know the best course of action for you in regards to Kairino. The best course of action. What would that be? Embarrassingly, the boy on the screen isn't even hiding his excitement. Dumb as I was, I probably hoped for something. I must have believed in the possibility that this method, one that I myself hadn't found, existed. Otonashi speaks to my past self. Don't concern yourself with her anymore. It goes without saying that I was disappointed by her words. In fact, I was angry. Don't be stupid. Who's going to save her, then? Or do you mean to say she's already recovered? No. Kairino's wounds run deep. They'll likely never heal. Then why would you suggest I should leave her? Because no one can save her. What did you say? That is how deeply she's been hurt. An arm doesn't grow back once it's been lost, right? You can't get rid of those deep scars. As if you know anything. Did you give up on everything because you wasted your time dragging your ass? If an arm is gone, You can at least attach a prosthetic one with surgery. Maybe someone out there can do that. It may not be the same as before, but that would be a form of salvation. But, oh I mean, that is more than you can do. Why, who else besides me could? You know the answer to that. Otonashi looks uncomfortable as she says, oh I mean, you're keeping Kairino's wounds from healing. The boy on screen goes quiet. Your presence makes Kairino want to go back to who she once was. Even if it would save her, she wouldn't accept a prosthetic, because that's not being whole again. Just being near you is enough to stop Kairino from moving forward. Yeah, I know that. Even stupid as I was back then, I thought the same in my heart of hearts. I know you understand. But, no, I guess I should say that it's why you're searching for a way to help Kairino. It is also true that distancing yourself from her won't necessarily solve everything. Losing you, her greatest supporter, will likely present her with a new set of problems. But I've realized that this is still the optimal solution. In the end, all you can do for Kairino is leave her. If I go away, she'll suffer and mess up and probably even get hurt again. She may not be capable of extracting herself from that chain of negativity. You're suggesting I just ditch her anyway? Yes. Are you messing with me? Not at all. While your departure may not necessarily cause her harm, your presence absolutely does. That's not all. If you don't remove yourself, Kairino is not the only one who will suffer. If you don't go, your own wounds will become more fatal than hers. I don't care about me. Well, you should. I'm more than a little surprised by this display of emotion from the normally apathetic Otonashi. Are you trying to become me? It's a plaint of grief. Only now, I understand what it means, too. I am truly walking the path to ruin here. I'm sure the same goes for Otonashi. It makes sense, now that I think about it. There's nothing aside from self-sacrifice in her actions so far. She lives for something other than herself. She believes she's the only one who needs to do it. But there's no reason the word of some mysterious girl who just transferred to our school today would convince me of that. Even if we did team up on previous cycles of March 2nd, the memories of our time together don't exist. Unlike Kazuki, it doesn't seem real to me. If you aren't going to lend me a hand, then I won't cooperate anymore. On the other hand, Maria has already interacted with me as a person for 1,539 days. Given her personality, spending that long together would lead her to grow attached to me. That's why she's going to want to help me. If you truly want to heal Kairino's wounds, there is only one option. I will do it. I will see it through to the end, for your sake as well. That's why she says what comes next. I will perfect my box. But I can't accept that option, either, and we go our separate ways. Even after such a definitive farewell, though, our partnership doesn't dissolve there. It's like nothing at all, because Otonashi hides our parting on the 1539th March 2nd. I don't need to say that it essentially makes it seem like there never even was a goodbye. However, while that may be true for me, Otonashi isn't quite shrewd enough to pretend she isn't holding something in. The incident lingers, even if I don't have any memory of it. We no longer have a trusting relationship in the truest sense. That brings us to March 2nd, number 1542. To our surprise, we finally hit upon Mogi. But in the end, that's as much as we can manage. There would be no further progress. The rejecting classroom is formed around the core of Mogi's wish to reach March 3rd with no regrets, and to enable this, part of the system causes the owner to be forgotten, even if they are identified. When the upcoming 1543rd time arrives, I, and Otonashi, too, will naturally forget that Mogi is the culprit. We're able to pinpoint Mogi several times after that. Unfortunately, we're never once able to get beyond that. Even if we do track her down, Otonashi is unable to do anything violent, so she can't defeat the box. What's more, as I have no real sense of the loops, nothing's driving me to do whatever it takes to escape from the box. Though extreme measures may be the only means open to us, we never attempt to resolve the situation by harming Mogi. We're at Nampas. Honestly, the only one who has a chance of overcoming Mogi's box is Kazu. That's why our relationship comes to an end. This is goodbye. On the 1635th March 2nd, after more than 100 cycles as partners, Otonashi finally abandons me. She gives the farewell in the classroom during the break after first period, and I scowl at the sudden and perplexing event. Kazu is next to me. Dayo, do you know Otonashi? No, not at all. I'm frowning, but not because such a long-time partner is suddenly telling me goodbye. Unless she tells me about the rejecting classroom. To me, Otonashi is just a stranger who transferred to my school today. Her farewell means less than nothing. She looks unexpectedly hurt by my reaction. I'm sure she's experienced the bewilderment of others plenty of times amid the cycles of this world, but she can't keep it from getting to her. Why? I don't understand. but I put together a theory. Otonashi was immensely alone in this world, and then she met someone she could share the cycles with. For her, that moment would amount to her first release from solitude within the rejecting classroom. But then she goes back to being alone again. Alone forever, in a world that may very well last for all eternity. If so, then of course Otonashi is lonely. It means she was still wet behind the ears on the 1635th transfer. She carries on, without explaining to me about the box. You're just going to forget what I say to you once the 1635th time ends anyway, so telling you this may be worth nothing as a countermeasure. So what I'm about to tell you is just for my own sake. But I'm going to do it anyway. Ignoring the deepening frown on my face, Maria says her piece. Don't use a box. I have no memory of this warning now. You will attempt to have the box grant a wish that is too big. You will chase ideals that are beyond your control, just as I have. What does telling me these things mean to her? Needless to say, the warning is worthless. I would forget all about it, as she predicted, and end up using a box. She was talking only to herself. Oh, that's it. She really is talking only to herself, just speaking of her own fate, distracting herself by venting vulnerabilities she can't share with anyone into a world destined to vanish. That's how weak Otonashi is at this point in time. I know what results from asking a box for such a wish. The outcome is, and that's why she tells me what amounts to her own ultimate end: ruin. This is a bitter admission, one that should reach my heart. Inside the theater, I mutter, What the hell are you saying? But hearing this confession doesn't suddenly bring my memories with Otonashi flooding back so that I can treat her kindly, or any other similar development. There are no miracles. We cannot make them happen. The boy on the screen laughs coldly, put off by the crazy talk of a girl he's just met. In the end, I ignore Otonashi and leave, taking Kazu with me. Only Otonashi is left behind. She stands where she is, while our other classmates whisper about what that could have been about just now. Grinding her teeth, clenching her fists, Otonashi keeps talking to the empty air. But then what will I do if you learn of the boxes anyway and obtain one? I won't feel inspired to steal from you. I may not stand against you, like I would against other owners. She won't stand against me? What is she saying? There's no way. No, wait. It's true. As of the present, Otonashi hasn't lifted a finger toward me since I returned to school with crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Hey. What if a certain possibility pops into my head? Before, I thought the reason Otonashi hadn't tried anything yet was because Kazu really had her fooled, or maybe because she was onto him but purposely going along with his instructions. Either way, I figured Kazu was at the root of her inactivity. If I'm to believe her, though, what if she was unsure of what to do about not just Kazu, but my box as well? We will be partners again. No, we won't. I won't work with you. I don't want to interfere with your affairs either. I guess we'll both just be moving in the same direction. We were never meant to be partners. Our original relationship, what she says next doesn't carry any especially negative connotations, but Otonashi's expression is taut with distaste. Was as kindred spirits. Yeah, I can see why Otonashi would make that face. After all, this means I will fall into ruin, just like she has. I feel sorry for Kazuki. A voice pulls my attention back from the movie to reality. Its owner, Yuri Yanagi, was speaking quietly as she watched the film. What's more, her brow is furrowed in disgust. She feels sorry for Kazu. What's up with that reaction? It's like she caught Otonashi in the act of cheating or something. It's not like I don't know where she's coming from. I guess Otonashi wasn't unfaithful or anything like that, but Yanagi probably felt there was something sacred in Otonashi and Kazu's relationship. That's why my cooperation with her in the rejecting classroom, and even my influence on her, seems like going behind Kazu's back. In my case, too, I considered the rejecting classroom to be only the source of the bond between Otonashi and Kazu. I didn't think it held any other significance. The reality is different. It's obvious when I think about it. Kazu isn't the only person Otonashi spent the equivalent of a lifetime with. Yeah, he was the only one to hold on to his memories and stay at her side, but she did end up in long-term contact with all our former classmates in Year 1, Class 6. I, of course, was one of them. Without my memories, I couldn't call her Maria, since she always introduced herself as Ai Otonashi, and I could never fully join her as a partner. But she stuck with me for a long time anyway, no matter how many times I forgot her. Otonashi and I had our own story within that repeating world. I reflect on what she said and mutter, ruin, huh? As a consummate realist, I already knew without her pointing it out to me. Using a box will destroy me. In knowing my own abilities, I'm simultaneously aware of my own limitations. I understand that no matter how I struggle, how carefully I scheme, my strength will eventually run out. My understanding of those limitations, in turn, places limits on my box. And that makes me unable to use it to the fullest. Damn, I knew that, so why am I already past the point of no return? I'm dragging so many people down with me, forcing them to play along with my ideals, and wrecking their lives. And worst of all, I'm even committing murder. Just throwing in the towel won't be nearly enough at this point. Why did I use a box? When did I get like this? Do you have a wish? Oh, right. I was past hope the second I encountered and learned of boxes. Once I learned about them, there was never any other option but to use one. I knew my wish would never be granted for all eternity, but I had no other choice. I had exhausted every option and failed to realize this wish. If a box would grant me even the slightest possibility, I would reach for it. I would pay any price to make it happen. The coercion was real, the compulsion was real, and the downfall was set in stone. If I was aware of all those things before they gave me a box, I decide to put a lid on those thoughts. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough about all of that. The movie is still going, and I decide to give it my attention. Oh, I mean, if you fail, if you end up unable to make it back, I will help you. That's why I exist. If you are beyond all help, Otonashi says within the now empty classroom on the screen, I will use the misbegotten happiness on you. I acted as if none of this had happened. The voice is the same one from the movie, except it's not in stereo, and it comes from somewhere other than the speakers. After all, for you, it basically didn't. It's a story that doesn't mean anything even if I hold it close to my heart. That's why I decided it never happened. My relationship with you isn't the only instance of this. I decided lots of other incidents also never took place. A shadow appears on the screen. A person is standing in the way of the projector, blocking the view, as if to suggest that neither the silver screen of broken wishes nor the story of the movie matters. My breath catches in my throat when I see that silhouette, and I hate to say it, but I'm powerless to do anything else. She looks no different from usual, and I'm so used to seeing her, but I'm still blown away. Is it really possible to react so strongly to the mere appearance of one person? Well, yes, since that's what I'm doing. I forget how to breathe for a time. My eyes open wide, and for some reason, the corners of my mouth lift upward in a silly grin. My heart beats a wild rhythm, heavy sweat beads up on me, and my fingertips tremble. Just her presence makes me feel faint. The air is beyond tense, more like sharp and pointed like a bladed weapon. That's the level of pressure I feel just coming face to face with her. When I see her, I don't know why, but a name leaves my mouth, as if a hand reached into my throat and yanked the words out. Ai Otonashi, I whisper, and I understand. Yes, that's it. That's the right name. It never happened, huh? Why didn't I ever think of that? Ai Otonashi muses. Why did I never think to erase my history with Kazuki? She went by Maria until now due to the constraints placed on her by the one who couldn't forget that name. But Kazuki Hoshino has been cut away. Kazuki Hoshino is now her enemy. The name Ai Otonashi is appropriate, now that she's released from the spell of the name Maria. It wouldn't be right to call her Maria anymore. She's broken the unbreakable bond for her purpose, and she is no longer human. She lost that humanity the moment she proved she could do it. As one striving for the same things, I know that better than anyone. This perfect, sculpted beauty is monstrous. This girl, who has completely killed off her past self, is my ideal personified, a being that exists to accomplish a single purpose. It's clear to me just beholding her now, and I let out a sigh. There is no longer any trace of the Zeroth Maria. It would be impossible even for Kazu to bring back Maria Otonashi. If he can't stop me, he can't stop Ai Otonashi. And I understand. A glimmer of an idea occurs to me, seeing this girl whose humanity is long gone. Though the thought is proof that I cannot use a box to the fullest, it still flashes into my mind. That is to say, the true nature of Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 9:44 p.m. Looks like you lost to Oamine again, Kazuki. In my stupor, I could hear nothing until her words finally reach my ears. Looking around me, I find Io gazing up at me. She's sitting with her chin in her hands. Aside from her, the tunnel is empty. A glance at my watch tells me I've been standing here stunned for nearly 30 minutes. The third movie, repeat, reset, is almost over. Io apparently stayed with me for the almost half an hour I was gone. Phew. Her sigh sounds like a mother who has been waiting patiently on a child throwing a tantrum. And that's how Io talks to me, too. Okay, now hurry up and hand over the silver screen of broken wishes and become my subject. I'll put you out of your misery. I'm still in a daze, my head's not working right. In my wavering vision, The graffiti on the walls of the tunnel seemed to be works of art holding some profound meaning. It's hard to swallow my saliva. It somehow annoys me that my nostrils are in the center of my face. I'm oddly embarrassed to find dirt under my nails. It doesn't matter. The silver screen of broken wishes, subjects, whatever. None of that matters. Maria. I hurt Maria. I couldn't stop her. She will never go back to being Maria Otonashi. She's become AI Otonashi. Will it be possible to turn the tides and bring Maria back? I try to imagine it, and I reach an answer. No, it's not. It's impossible, which means I don't have a purpose anymore. Hey, Iowa. I'm not sure why, but even though my mind is empty, I want to ask about something that's been bothering me. What? You set this up to let Maria know I betrayed her, right? Why am I asking? Sure. It interests me, but I don't have the mental capacity for this. That's what I told you, didn't I? But still, I ask, as if I know the answer will provide some breakthrough. You weren't lying when you said you'll choose who deserves to die, right? Iowa's eyes go wide. Then she twists her lips and says, of course not. Her eyes are tinged with madness. I will do what I have to do to make the trash die out. Though my head is muddled, I think. Yeah, I was right. My intuition that Iowa could never come back to normality wasn't mistaken. Iowa was being genuine when she was going on about her goal with the dog person as an example. There's no need for me to take back my claim that their methods are wrong, either. Daya and Iowa will keep on making mistakes. Even if they come to realize the error of their ways, they'll be too far gone to make it back. Then they'll keep running, straining under the pressure, and eventually break. Just like Maria, someone has to stop them. But that's beyond me at this point. I don't have any purpose, and I don't feel like doing anything anymore. I give up. I give up? On what? On Maria. I'm giving up on Maria. Yeah, that's how it is. There is no path to success, so that's my only choice. But when I think of what that entails, specifically, my body feels as if it's going to melt from heat. Like my sense of pain has malfunctioned. I can almost feel the joints throughout my body dislocating and my limbs being torn off. Those thoughts are absolutely taboo. It's an option I must not select. Still, don't make me laugh. What is this emotion boiling up inside me? Am I angry at Iowa? It would make sense. Iowa tricked me. She laid a trap for me, showed Maria how I've changed, and drove us apart. And not only that, she won't let go of her flawed reasoning, and she's trying to drag other people down with her. But that's not what it is. This emotion is not directed at Iowa. For one, I know she's not a bad person. I'm opposed only to this eliminate the fool's idea. Plus, I get the sense it isn't her fault she's come to believe it. She's certainly sincere about it, but it doesn't sit right with me. Did Iowa really always have the desire to do something like this? I wonder. Did she harbor such ambitions before coming into possession of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime? Before she received that power from Daya? I want to ask you something. What? I look at Iowa once more. There's nothing normal about the streaks of blood on her face. Her once captivating eyes that glimmered with strength are now murky and dark. This isn't the face of a sane person. Some part of Iowa has broken. When did that happen? Was it too painful for you, huh? When you received crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, is what I mean. Yes, that has to be it. That's when Iowa came apart. My theory is that something had to happen to her before she could gain those abilities. No, maybe it was more than a one-time thing. Given how Daya has changed, ongoing suffering might be a requirement of wielding these powers. Why are you asking that? The question amounts to a yes in my mind. I understand. What prompted Iowa to take action in such a manner? The answer, she was simply writhing in agony. When she accepted crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, she was already weakened by the game of indolence and gave way completely. Unable to endure negative emotions surging within her, Iowa subconsciously sought an avenue to help her purge them. She wouldn't be able to hold her mind together unless she did so. As it turned out, there was a convenient outlet right there, namely, Daya's idea of eliminating the fools. Having lost her faith in humanity, Iowa flung herself at this argument and latched onto it. Leaning on the principle of correcting the world as a crutch, she averted her gaze from her own broken nature by rejecting anyone she judged as unworthy filth. Daya made her do this. Daya sacrificed Iowa to fulfill his own wish. So is the violent passion darkening my vision directed toward Daya? No, that's not it, either. Daya is the same as Iowa, after all. He has something inside him that he can't endure, and he resorted to a box so he could lay it to rest. I can't help but think he is also a victim, in a way. Don't get me wrong, I'm also angry at him for his schemes, driving Maria and me apart and doing this to Iowa. But in the end, that's not the same as whatever irrepressible emotion has come upon me. Is it even anger at all? It's similar, but this feeling isn't anger. It's nothing that simple. This almost intolerable storm inside me, is hatred. Toward whom? Oh, if it's hatred I'm feeling, then everything that comes to mind points to one target. There's only a single individual who can evoke this kind of feeling. Oh, you rang? I'm not even surprised. I could sense this coming. I had a hunch they would appear. I look at them. What's with that form? The new arrival is a woman so lovely that all she has to do is stand there, and you're convinced she's looking down on the world from above. She's so utterly graceful that she doesn't feel real. An unpleasantly false-seeming woman. So why does the thought enter my head in spite of that? Their features aren't that alike, so why can't I shake the idea? The long-haired woman resembles Maria Otonashi. And just who are you? Io asks. Ah, I suppose you and I have yet to meet each other. I had thought you would be able to infer my identity. But if you haven't, then I shall tell you my name. I'm O. Oh, you're O? As soon as she asks, Iowa seems to remember something. Her eyes widen, and she braces herself. Don't tell me, you're here to take Kazuki's side. Hey. O does not confirm or deny it. I heard about you from Oamine. He said you have Kazuki's back. Have you come to help him since he's in trouble? While I have never actually aided him even once, it is true I am partial to Kazuki. You're going to keep my wish from happening. Iowa shouts. O looks away from her without a word in response. There's something I'm not certain about, though. They say to me, ignoring her agitation. Hey, I took interest in you because I noticed something in you that was unlike other humans. HMPH. Recognizing that she's being ignored, Iowa goes quiet. She's probably decided that nothing she says would have any effect. But you see, my understanding of what makes you alone so special, of what you are to me, was unclear. However, when I witnessed you stabbing this girl just a moment ago, I at last became certain, or nearly so, and thus, I wish to confirm it. My brow crinkles, and I give her a sharp look. To that end, yes. I shall reveal a portion of my true nature. What are you? Are you implying that something will change if I know? It won't. It can't. I wonder, when all is said and done, perhaps you will end up feeling a bit more familiar with me. Familiar? Can you at least put some thought into your jokes? A being that grants wishes would never be so commonplace or tangible as this. It wouldn't even be something so clearly recognizable, not in this manner. The colossal true form of me is sheer power alone, lacking a will. If so, why am I able to manifest here before you with a will as I have? The reason is that someone brought O into existence, using a wish. Someone. What is O getting at? That they were created as a paranormal phenomenon by someone else? Let's imagine a wish capable of doing so. Ah, how about this? A wish to the tune of I want to make everyone's wishes come true. No way. The one they're talking about can't be. I try to consider what type of entity O is again. They are the distributor of the boxes. The one that has driven several people around me insane with their sweet temptations. A being that grants false wishes. So, I'm positive it's exactly as you think. That someone has no awareness of it, either. They don't know that their box works in this manner. They don't understand how they are able to grant the wishes of others. Still, this is the truth. O says exactly what I am thinking. Maria Otonashi's misbegotten happiness is the box that birthed me. Oh, the answer is the one I predicted, but hearing it still comes as a shock. However, I quickly shake my head. That's crazy. There's no way Maria could do that. Please don't misunderstand. The actual entity that makes the wishes come true existed before she ever used her box. If not, she never would have been able to obtain it in the first place. All she really did was give me form as O and establish me in her vicinity. Do you believe that is possible? That's possible, I believe. I've already seen greater wonders than that. Still, Maria said she has used the misbegotten happiness to take those people into her. Have you actually seen her do so? Huh? All you did was take her at her word, correct? She told you about the memory loss, where the user and those associated with them lose all memory of it each time her box takes effect. But I felt it myself. I felt the bottomless sadness of the misbegotten happiness when I touched Maria's chest. I saw the people she had absorbed into it. It appears you don't agree. Tell me, have you ever felt a box used by another owner? Didn't you feel something similar then? That's right. I did come into direct contact with Mogi's rejecting classroom once. Since you have, I'm sure you'll understand. But what you felt was something like a mindscape representing the owner's feelings toward their box. If that's what they're telling me, then that ocean floor I saw when I touched Maria's chest. What you perceived when you touched her was nothing more than your mind's eye. The idea that users are drawn in and trapped within the box is true in her world. Boxes are capable of twisting reality in such ways, after all. But that is not the truth. The salvation she grants her users is flawed. Despite how much thought she gives them, how deeply she empathizes. That imagery is merely the torment of her guilt. Yes, O's beautiful face is unmarred by any ugly expressions as they tell me. Yes, It is, quite simply, an expression of her despair. I recall what I saw back then. The floor of a coldly shimmering ocean. A scripted theater of bliss. The faint sound of someone sobbing drowned out by ceaseless laughter. A lonely battlefield, filled only with defeat and no reward. That is Maria's despair. Maria, I really do want to save her. So it's as I thought, O says quietly, glancing at my face. What is as you thought? O doesn't answer the question, though. All they do is look at me. Unable to suppress my irritation, I ask about something that's been nagging at me for a while now. Oh, everything you're saying is about Maria. Weren't you going to talk about me? Would you mind not rushing so? I was merely starting at the beginning. We're about to get to the point, so put your mind at ease. Now then, think over it again. Someone has a wish to grant everyone's wishes. This is why I exist as O. However, a box is a consummate mechanism for drawing out wishes, which is why it even includes the user's resignation to their situation, the belief that the wish cannot come true. That being the case, in what form would such beliefs take for this someone? This isn't about me at all. Yes it is. Huh? You remember Nana Yanagi, your first love? The sudden mention of her name knocks me for a loop. Why mention her now? Because that someone used their box on her. Oh yes, that makes sense. You didn't know, so you would be surprised. However, you said you wanted to cut to the chase, correct? So I regret to say I cannot allow you a moment to recover. Everything about this jerk pisses me off. Well then, I'm not sure where your heart is on the matter, but to Nana Yanagi, you were a savior. You saved her more than anyone, even her boyfriend, Toji Kijima. The girl who absorbed Nana Yanagi naturally became aware of this fact. It made a powerful impression on her. You were a savior, after all. Not many are so highly esteemed by another. That's why she unconsciously imposed a condition within herself. A condition that Kazuki Hoshino is someone capable of becoming a savior. None of that makes any sense. Does it not? Well, I'll keep going anyway. Now that she is aware of the existence of a savior, there are conflicting sentiments within her. Part of her heart desires to grant wishes above all else, and another longs for someone to stop this side of her. I know about this, too. Back in the game of indolence, I learned what she really felt. The notion that she can't truly grant wishes is beneficial for the side of her heart that wants to be stopped. That's why the two sides work hand in hand. Boxes grant all desires as they are. In short, the box simultaneously fulfilled the desire that conflicts with her wish, namely for a savior who will shatter it. What are they doing? They want me to think of myself as a savior with the power to break the wishes made with boxes? You never thought it was strange? Why you could retain your memory within the rejecting classroom, even though you were not an owner. How you were unaffected when Iowa Shindo over the stepped on your shadow. Perhaps it's more natural to think of it this way. You have been under the influence of the misbegotten happiness since the very beginning. You have been provided with the capacity to resist boxes. The misbegotten happiness produced two powers. One is the power that created O, and the other is the power that created the savior. A box has burdened you with the duty of being a savior. Wait, maybe putting it this way will help convince you. Kazuki Hoshino is a knight meant to stop Maria Otonashi. A knight. I am Maria's knight. I received this power from none other than the box of Maria herself. I instinctively look at the palm of my hand. I close my hand, open it, close it, open it. Rock, paper. Yep. There's nothing remarkable about it. It's weak, and smaller than most of my classmates. I don't feel anything special. Yet. What is it? Something is off, different from before. No, that's the wrong way to describe it. It's the opposite. The constant sense I had that something was wrong is gone. So, how about giving it a test? See whether you really have obtained a power from the misbegotten happiness. A test? How? I ask. O shifts their gaze over to Iowa, as if they finally remembered she was there. Break her box by force. Wow! Iowa yelps, glaring my way. Even if she weren't acting so hostile, I would have no desire to follow along with the plans of someone I despise as much as O. If their suggestion is even possible, I still wouldn't do it. And yet, A giggle I cannot contain escapes from my lips. Kazuki. Iowa stiffens. I just can't keep myself from laughing, though. Hee hee. Ah hey hey hey. Ah ha 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 ha. What? What's so funny? Yeah, What is this feeling bubbling up within me? What is this irresistible emotion? I want to try it. I want to test my power. I want to crush that box you guard so close in your chest. Yes, this is what I've been feeling. There's not enough of myself in me. It always felt wrong. Why am I like this? Where did this sensation come from? It always felt like some immense power was yanking me along, guiding me, like my will had been absorbed into some stupendously colossal force. Even just a moment ago, I felt it. Even after losing all hope that I could save Maria, I ignored that emotion and asked Iowa a question so I could create a way forward, like I was on autopilot. Now I finally understand the cause. Everything was Maria's doing. It's Maria's fault. Maria threw my life into chaos. Maria's box is the source of it all. My attempt at stabbing and killing Iowa, my willingness to destroy Mogi's box when I knew it could kill her, every last bit of it happened because of Maria. I have been under her control. Hey, hi, ha. Hi 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 hi. That makes me unbelievably happy. After all, this means I am undeniably hers. I had always wanted to be, so of course I'm pleased. I felt guilty for how I attempted to do away with Ai Otonashi against Maria's will. I was always unsure whether it was the right thing to do, and bringing any further sadness to Maria pained me. But I've been forgiven. I have learned the justness of erasing Ai Otonashi. I'm allowed to keep trying to satisfy this dark desire. Oh, Maria, my beloved Maria. No matter how much you hate me, how much you scream and cry, I will annihilate your box. I will tear it to shreds. I will tear it up like a painting you poured your heart and soul into, right before your eyes. I will break it down and down and down until not a trace of it remains. Ah, my heart is dancing in my chest. The high is overwhelming me, and my breathing grows rough. Superiority, subjugation, omnipotence. Are you okay, Kazuki? Iowa calls my name as I hunch over and hold my chest, gasping raggedly. Yes, that's right. Before I kill Ai Otonashi, I need to test this power to find out if it's the real deal. If it actually works. Hey, why are you glaring at me like that? And I'll test it on this girl at the mercy of her stupid box. Still, how do I go about destroying a box? I consider a way to do so. Or try to. But I can't imagine that I'm going to be able to destroy a box by thinking. Intuition tells me I would be better off conjuring a specific image for the power. So I imagine myself as a knight. Before me is a blood-soaked wasteland. An army of soldiers clad in armor with various weapons in hand blocks my way, filling almost my entire field of vision. I pierce them through the heart with my long sword, building a mountain of corpses. Though I make enemies of everyone, earning their hatred, I never stop slaughtering the foes who would stand in my way. Also I can be with Maria. To free Maria from her prison high in the castle, I pile up the dead until they reach her. I clamber onto them, feeling the flesh squish and give way underfoot as I climb the makeshift ladder to look upon the form of the captive Maria. Then I deliver her to freedom. Yes, I understand. It's not like a divine revelation. I'm not overwhelmed with shock. I've just made sense of things I already knew. It's like fiddling around with a ring puzzle until it suddenly comes apart. I get it, without a feel for why. I understand the boxes. I know how to use them. The thing about boxes is that the moment you think about how to use one, you lose the ability to employ its full potential. You end up overly conscious of simply having a box, without trying to put your desires into it. All you need to understand is that a power capable of granting wishes exists. All we can do is have faith in ourselves and push ahead toward our objectives. It's fine if a box is empty. No, it must be empty. Yeah, that's what I understand. It's enough. That is all I need to know. That's all the knight needs to seize the power to crush boxes. With that alone, with this wish-granting tool, this empty box will be mine. Well, time to get to it. My right hand grips Iowa's face over her eyes, and my left yanks her by the arm to throw her off balance and send her to the ground. Huh? Wow. I lean over her. Iowa looks up at me with wild eyes. It's all so sudden that I don't think her mind can keep up with what's happening. It's too late, fatally so. She's beyond help, doomed to defeat. Just like that, I shove my hand into Iowa's chest, just like I would drive in a sword. Huh? Ow. And GH.NMGH. Then I pull out the downgraded version of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime that she had in her chest. That was such an easy victory. Who knew removing a box could be so simple? I look at the box. It's black, hard, and round like a cannonball, probably a different shape from Dayo's. It fits neatly in my hand. The pain of the owner seeps into me from it, but I don't intend to pay it much thought. Huh? Seeing what I'm holding, Iowa at last realizes what just happened to her. She may as well be reacting to someone ripping out her heart. Clutching her chest, She looks up at me with white-faced shock. What have you done? There's no need to respond when she already knows the answer. I remain silent, but Iowa keeps talking. How are you able to remove boxes? How? In what manner should I reply to that? The real answer is that I'm the knight. But I'm pretty sure the meaning would be lost on Iowa. So what should I tell her? After some thought, what comes to mind are the words Daya once used to describe me. Man, Daya really is clever. His analyses are always on the money. I denied it at the time, but it turns out he was right. I close my eyes briefly and declare, I exist to stamp out wishes. In a sense, I'm announcing to Iowa that I am her enemy. Her eyes widen, and she gazes up at me. She searches my expression, then shifts her eyes to the box in my hand. After she looks back and forth several times, my intent dawns on her, and the color drains from her face. Stop. If you destroy it, nothing good comes of relying on boxes. I don't have any choice. I mean, now I know. There's a power that can perform miracles. I don't think I can live without one anymore. I won't survive a life without a box. Give it back. I see. Once you know you can cheat, it becomes impossible to even consider not doing it. I feel like O once said something similar to me. The knowledge that boxes exist has an enormous effect on people. It's unavoidable. In which case, I guess I just have to teach her a lesson. Can I get a please? Beg and say please. Please don't crush the box. Bow your head to the ground. What's gotten into you, Kazuki? What's the point? You aren't desperate enough to prostrate yourself? Then your wish wasn't worth all that much. You were sacrificing others when you weren't even prepared to suffer yourself. That's not what I'm asking. No questions, either. Now, hop to it. Beg. Perhaps finally convinced I'm serious, Iowa bites her lip. You can't fool me. I have no proof you won't crush the box even if I do bow. Of course you don't. That's obvious. But if you don't bow, you can bet I will destroy it. Beggars can't be choosers, right? Iowa doesn't reply and instead glances at O. Nope. O won't help you. I know. There's nothing to be gained if you grovel to me. The best plan for you would be to find an opening and take back your box. That's why you checked out O, because if they were to enter the equation, it might make me drop my guard. It won't work, though. O was the one who urged me to try out my power, so there's no reason for them to intervene. Not to mention I already know you're on the lookout for an opportunity, so no way in hell am I going to give you one. If you don't want the box to get smashed, your only option at this point is to move my heart. So humbling yourself isn't altogether meaningless, understand? I believe doing away with this box is the right thing to do, but I won't if you can convince me I'm wrong. This is not a lie. While I don't think she will change my mind, if she did, then I obviously wouldn't destroy the box. Iowa stays silent for a while. She doesn't even move. Until finally, she starts to cry. Fat teardrops fall from her eyes as she lies prone. She screws up her face like a pleading child, sobbing pitifully. Then, as I told her to, she bows and touches her head to the ground. Even I am surprised. Iowa of all people is doing this? Iowa the powerhouse, who cut off her own finger to accomplish her goal in the game of indolence. Please, I beg you, please, don't crush it. Please give it back. Tears stream down her face as she pleads. She isn't just meekly obeying my order because I told her to. Begging is the only course of action available to her, so she had no choice but to bow down. Like a powerless child whose only defense against the abuse of an adult is their tears. That's how far I've backed her into the corner. I can't say the sight doesn't cause an ache in my chest. I have to have it. I have to have it. Or I can't go on. Iowa sincerely wants this box. She's earnestly telling me it's her only salvation. She believes she can't go on living without it, and the fact of the matter is, she may be right. Unfortunately, now that she knows they exist. That's how boxes are. As I'm seeing here, they ruin people, never letting them go back to what they once were. I get the picture. To you, the box and yourself are inseparable. Losing it will scar you. Yes. So I beg you, I'll do anything. Just please give it back. My heart aching for Iowa as she sobs, I hold out the box in front of her face. She probably didn't think I would honestly return it to her. Stunned, she looks up at me. She takes in my smile and the box before her, and her face softens in relief. Thank you. Iowa reaches toward the box in a way that is almost imploring. Thank you? I tilt my head. But all I'm saying is that you're going to get hurt. Come on. There's no way I'd give it back, I tell her. I smash the box in front of her eyes. It's like I squished a huge bug in my hands. A black slime sprays from between my fingers onto my hand and Iowa's face. Splat. As the remains of the box squirt across her, her expression goes rigid, as if time has stopped for her. She touches her own face over and over. trying to see if it really just happened. Though it's very clear what has occurred, she confirms with trembling hands again and again that the box is no more, as if she's pleading in disbelief for it not to be true. And then, she finally accepts the reality. I'm unsure whether the box's demise had some physical impact on her, or whether it was just pure shock, but Iowa passes out. Phew. Her eyes are rolled back into her head. I look at her unconscious form and sigh. Crying, begging. Are you kidding me? I saw it coming. Iowa begged. And though I hated to see her do it, I had anticipated pretty much all of it. That's why, if anything could have swayed me to keep the box intact, it wouldn't have been groveling and appealing to my compassion. What could have changed my mind was Iowa persistent with her own arguments, even pushed to the brink with despair. Her one chance would have been overwhelming me with a display of strength. After all, if she was still in her right mind, she most likely would have done so. That would have also presented me with an opportunity to reevaluate my perception of boxes, for the first time. But Iowa couldn't do it. She isn't meant to be someone who grovels and passes out. People lose sight of themselves, sure, but this is ridiculous. It's stupid. That's all the evidence you need to see that the box made a fool of her and sent her down the wrong path. I showed her the destruction of the box so that I could drive the point home. I taught her that she can never get her box back again. I have no idea if Iowa will recover from what I have done. To be honest, it's going to be difficult. That said, it's far preferable to getting a box and making more mistakes. It's leagues better than doing ongoing harm to others under some insane value system. Iowa will have to face a life without a box in the days to come. If she can't, then I hope she'll quit being a nuisance and drop dead already. That clarifies things, O says as I look at the prone Iowa. You have undoubtedly been influenced by the misbegotten happiness. You possess power as a knight. Seems that way, I reply, turning to face O. O's lovely face isn't wearing the usual calm and composed expression. It's not expressing anything at all, like a doll's. Exquisitely crafted dolls feel more eerie than beautiful, and in the same way, O's blank-faced imperfect appearance is nothing short of creepy. Yeah, this right here. Ever since I discerned their true nature, I have always felt that they don't know. She was unsettling. That's right. It comes back to me hard and fast. I could remember the sight only in dreams, but the face I saw then is the one I'm looking at right now. This is the original form of O, and in her original form, she is letting me see this expression. It has to mean she's decided to face me, now that she deems me worthy. Kazuki, I once said you and I shared the same goal. However, while that statement was correct in one light, it would appear it was incorrect in another. We both exist and work for the sake of Maria Otonashi. That hasn't changed. But I am the entity who grants her wishes, and you are the one who crushes them. Though we both act on her behalf, our purposes are diametrically opposed. Even now, I possess an affinity for you as one like myself, so this is indeed troublesome. I must keep my emotions in check. The reason being, yeah, we are enemies. Neither of us put it in words. We know it so well that there's no need to say it out loud. I will defeat To. That will enable me to recover the Zeroth Maria. The two goals are now linked. Sadly, however, I fear you will not be the victor. Erasing me is not difficult. All you need to do is smash the misbegotten happiness as you did just now. But while that may be the condition for defeating me, it does not guarantee victory for you. Simply destroying the box OI is the fallen Iowa, could quite possibly demolish her personality, just like this girl here. Iowa Shindo may recover, but I doubt that will happen for Maria Otonashi. It takes everything she has to maintain her current self. It's such a delicate equilibrium that if her objective falls apart, everything else will break in succession. I'm sure you understand this, too. Crushing her box in such a violent manner will unquestionably shatter her mind, leaving no hope of restoration. It hurts, but I think Ko is right about that. I can't save Maria just by putting an end to the misbegotten happiness. If I do, Maria's strength will give out while she is still absorbed within her creation, Ai Otonashi, and she'll never return. There's no point unless Maria herself wants to renounce her box. I can't complete what I've set out to do if Maria doesn't offer up her box of her own volition. But, it's impossible, O says, as if reading my mind. Your betrayal made Maria Otonashi's resolve complete. Surely you understand? That alone will prevent her from ever voluntarily giving up her box now. Her will is so strong that not even placing her own life on the scales will move her. You have witnessed this more than a few times before now, so I think you know what I mean. Yes, I have witnessed it. This Maria won't exercise violence against others, even when failing to do so will lead to her death. This Maria is incapable of sacrificing others, because she works to make them happy. I will destroy the boxes for Maria. She won't go along with it, I'm sure. There is no reason she'll work toward her own happiness. I know, and that's why I believed I was all out of moves and gave up, falling into despair. But I can do it. I've learned that I am a savior, that I am a knight. Maria will hand over her box to me, voluntarily. I'm not sure what I need to do to make this happen, but I have faith in my own power now. This power was born from the wishes of Maria herself. It's ridiculous to think it can't do anything in spite of this. I can bring about a miracle that flips this all around. I already have the empty box I need. That's why I can do it. Yeah. First, I'll take Maria back from Deo. Then I'll face Maria herself and make her give me the box. I see. Then I shall destroy the empty box. With that, O is unmistakably my enemy. O. It took me a while, but I've realized her true identity. In recognizing her as a foe, I finally realize, why did I never catch something so simple before? I should have known who she was before now. At the very least, I should have inferred it as soon as I saw this form. After all, I thought they were similar from the moment I met them. Right? Oh, it's just an initial. If this entity was born of Maria, she could easily have unconsciously called it O, a letter that was in her mind at all times. If true, then I have to think of the name this way. Maria wanted to be someone who grants the wishes of others. And in a certain sense, O is a being that has accomplished this desire, Maria's ideal, in a certain sense. Then there is the name of the one Maria is trying to become, at the cost of herself. That's right. They both share the same roots. This is why I consider both of them to be my enemy. I call out O's true name with enmity. Ai Otonashi. I'm not sure of her origins. There may be a person she is modeled after. Given the name Otonashi, it could be a blood relation. What I do know is that Maria wants both O and me to exist. We are incompatible, though. We are polar opposites through and through, so only one of us can survive. But I have absolutely no intention of losing. This is why I declare once again, Ai Otonashi, I will kill you. Daya Oamin 0911 FRI 10 PM. Ai Otonashi, the older sister of Maria Otonashi, is dead. At least, according to the family registry. I learned about this before I was pulled into the game of indolence. I had been investigating Otonashi, hoping to find some clue on how to better use my box. Maria Otonashi. She was the second daughter born to Michishige Otonashi, an executive at a major finance company. She belonged to a family of four: her father, Michishige, her mother, Yukari, an older sister, Aya, and Maria herself, who lived in a house in an upper-class neighborhood of Hamako Prefecture. Maria's parents were quite a few years apart in age, with her father nearing a ripe 60 around the time she was 14, whereas her mother was still only 35. It also turned out that Michishige had married 3 times, with Yukari being his third wife. I can imagine that alone would make for some complicated family relationships, but Maria's relationship with Ai was especially so. The two sisters had different mothers. The one who gave birth to Ai wasn't Yukari but rather Mijishige's previous wife. What's more, big sister Ai was still only 3 months older than Maria, so they were also in the same year of school. That being the case, Michishige had Ai and Maria attend different elementary and middle schools to avoid causing a stir among their classmates. The two were apparently polar opposites. Ai, the elder sister, was a student who stood out at every turn. She was one of the best in her class in both study and athletics, and she was always the center of attention. Ai was entrusted with important roles like student council president almost as a matter of course, and there wasn't a student in her school who didn't know her name. On the other hand, her younger sister, Maria, was a reserved and inconspicuous student. She was often picked on in elementary school, perhaps because she never fought back. This was probably why she frequently stayed home from school, claiming to have a headache or stomachache, and even when she did go, she would be holed up in the school infirmary instead of participating. Word has it her grades weren't all that great, either, but I think that almost goes without saying. But the one who proved to be a problem child for her teachers wasn't Maria, the poor student who disliked going to school and kept to herself. Ai was a model pupil on the surface, but she was a handful. When you are trying to guide a student, trouble can occur when she excels too much. All the more so when the student understands the situation and goes out of her way to show off her abilities rather than downplaying them. Ai was more knowledgeable about each subject than her instructors and wouldn't hesitate to point out any mistake they made. She would resolve incidents of bullying by suggesting a more effective method than those of her teachers. When an argument arose, Ai would shoot down the adults who were supposed to be the peacekeepers. Thanks to all of this, it became evident that Ai's teachers were not as smart as she was. It was so obvious. Even the other students could tell. Students don't respect teachers who aren't as intelligent as they are. Because of AI, the teachers lost their authority as grown-ups, and any class with her in it was consistently unruly because no one would obey the instructor. It wasn't a typical sort of unruliness, either, but something deeper and more unsettling. This much was plain from the severity of the problems that occurred. For example, you could look at the injuries and attempted suicides in the classes to which AI belonged. There were also 3 teachers who quit after interacting with her. One began suffering mental illness, one became violent with a student and injured them, and one became so obsessed with his pupil AI that he began borderline stalking her. All the same, despite their different mothers and opposite symmetry, AI and Maria were by all accounts on very good terms. They apparently called each other regularly during breaks at school, and on days off, they were seen hanging out together hand in hand. A classmate of AI's, who had been around the two of them while they were together, had this to say: they were super close. They looked totally different from friends or sisters. Maybe twins? That's not quite it, either. I guess the closest thing would be like they were lovers. As far as I could find, there wasn't anything grave about their relationship. Considering the convoluted state of their family, they didn't have any major problems at home, either. AI's mother had gotten a divorce because of Maria's birth, but they had no real trouble with her, since they had been sure to make solid financial arrangements. Their father, Magishige, was well aware that their family was not normal and thus kept a watchful eye over the household. Of course, these are answers I was able to find just by asking around. I won't know the truth of things like what actually went on within the family unless I dig much deeper. But I'm confident in saying there wasn't any familial breakdown that would have been readily apparent to someone on the outside, as in the case of Ryu Mizaki and Reiko Asami. All the same, there is no denying that this family no longer exists. In the end, the other 3 members aside from Maria met their untimely deaths in a car accident. I don't know much about the wreck. It was a head-on collision between 2 passenger vehicles, but the other driver is dead, and without any witnesses, no one knows the details of the incident. Regardless, the rest of the family aside from Maria, who was at home alone, was killed. That is an incontrovertible fact. Maria Otonashi was all on her own. As someone who struggled to open herself to anyone but her family, Maria Otonashi was utterly and truly alone. After she received her inheritance and Magishige's younger brother Kiyakiko became her legal guardian, Maria disappeared. That's pretty much everything I was able to dig up about Maria Otonashi. I have no idea how Maria Otonashi came across the miracle of the boxes. I also don't know why she wanted to become someone who made wishes come true, or how she got a hold of the misbegotten happiness. Nevertheless, there's no way the loss of her family didn't have some connection. The deaths of her loved ones drove Maria mad, planting the seeds of her abnormally self-sacrificing mentality. That in turn created the aloof and detached girl we know today. What's more, she was presented with an opportunity that would lead her to perfect this persona. Within the repeating world of the rejecting classroom, Maria had an entire life's worth of time at her disposal. Maybe Maria believed that if she could become Aya, her all-too-perfect older sister, her wish would be granted. And indeed, she did transform in her attempt to assume Aya's identity. Yeah, I had all that figured out, so I suppose I should have discovered O's true nature much sooner. Well, to be honest, I shouldn't have discovered it at all. I was never meant to connect her with something so mundane as her family. The thing about enigmas is that the more you understand them, the less enigmatic they become. You'll never be able to use a box to the fullest unless you keep it at arm's length, accept it blindly, and give up on trying to comprehend it. For something inexplicable, you should never seek out any meaning beyond its inherent mystery. But I despise that kind of unconditional acceptance. For me, it's the most difficult thing to do. Yep, it was as simple as that. Shutting off my brain ran contrary to my wish, so there's no way I could do it. That's why I created limitations for my box that left me unable to wield it properly. I suppose I should think about the trade-off. I was able to make crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime realistic for me. At any rate, it was only a matter of time before I pieced together Ro's true nature. In a twist that's almost too simple, the name O is just the initial for Otonashi. And considering how Maria started going by her older sister's name, I'm sure I've interpreted things correctly. O's name is Ai Otonashi. Otonashi, Yuri Yanagi, and I are within the silver screen of Broken Wishes, just as before. The box takes the form of a red movie theater. The impossible, unreal cleanliness of this place is putting me under slowly increasing pressure, as if it's trying to eliminate my human filth. It's an ongoing attack meant to wear down my mind and put an end to my wish. Amid this pressure, I ponder something that has been bothering me. This is strange. I look around. The curved passage covered in immaculate red carpet connects to 4 theaters. On the electric sign hanging in the middle of the lobby we are currently in is written the message: the screening of Repeat, Reset, Reset has ended. I've been forced to watch 3 movies so far: Breaking of Close Ties, a 60.5-foot gulf, and Repeat, Reset, Reset. They presented my past from the perspectives of Miki Carino, Haruaki Uzui, and Maria Otonashi, respectively. Expertly edited to make me suffer. These films were an attack, a screening of my sins. There are 4 theaters, which means there's one more movie left. Its title is 15 Years Old and Earrings, running from 10:30 p.m. to midnight. If I don't resolve this today, my defeat is certain. But this is strange. I thought I had already taken care of Kazuto. Oh, I mean, what's with that look? Someone asks as I scowl. No, I probably shouldn't call this girl Maria now that she's done away with her demure past self. I have a question. I use her other name instead, and oddly enough, it feels right. Yeah, I guess that's how it should feel. When we first met within the rejecting classroom, Ai Otonashi was her only name. The girl with me now is the Ai Otonashi she built to pursue her ideals over the decades in that time loop. I couldn't have called her Maria while the world was still on Repeat. That name was one she said purely on a lark, a false name that should have been lost to oblivion. Maria Otonashi never existed in that world, and Ai never intended for her to, either. That she did was a miracle only Kazu could have brought about. As someone who was able to retain his memories in that world, you could say Kazu threw a monkey wrench into Ai Otonashi's plans, changing her fate. I, on the other hand, was no miracle worker. It was impossible for me to hold on to the name Maria through the repetitions. For me, she has always been Ai Otonashi, even if she originally borrowed the name from her elder sister. With no particular reaction to my calling her Ai, she asks, "What's your question?" I tell her about the discrepancy. Why hasn't the silver screen of Broken Wishes ended? Ai frowns. What are you talking about? That's simple. It just means Kazuki Hoshino hasn't destroyed the silver screen of Broken Wishes. But don't you see what I'm getting at? Why hasn't Kazu done that? He should have been heartbroken the moment you stopped being Maria Otonashi. He would have given up the fight almost as a matter of course. Don't you think? Why is the silver screen of Broken Wishes still around? Yes. This fight should have been settled. After all, Ai Otonashi is here. Kazu should be in total despair. Why hasn't this ended? Why hasn't his heart been broken? Oh, I mean, you're completely clueless. Somehow, you don't understand just how terrifying Kazuki Hoshino is. What do you mean? Ai replies without a change in expression. It's easy. His heart isn't broken. What? That doesn't make sense. Kazu's mission is to bring Maria Otonashi a normal life, free of the boxes. But he would have seen the futility of his endeavor the moment she arrived here in the silver screen of Broken Wishes and decided to erase Maria Otonashi. It's no longer possible. Surely he must feel it even more acutely than I do. So why is his heart still intact? Are you suggesting that Kazu still thinks there's something he can do for you? Exactly. He's not normal. He will never give up, as long as his purpose has not vanished. He could have 0 chance of achieving it, but it wouldn't matter. I believe the very idea of throwing in the towel has never even existed for him. He has no concept of giving up. That's not possible. And yet, the truth is that the silver screen of Broken Wishes is still in effect. Plus, I can't imagine Ai being mistaken about Kazu's nature. Meaning it's the truth. Which means, this is bad. From the beginning, this battle has been about breaking Kazu's heart. With Ai as she is now, he has no chance of completing his mission. He has failed for certain. However he wants to think about it, I can't see it any other way. But just because Kazu has lost doesn't mean I've won. At this rate, it's going to be a loss for both of us. If Kazu isn't broken and the silver screen of Broken Wishes doesn't come to a halt, then the 4th movie, 15 Years Old and Earrings, will be shown. Once it ends, my box will be destroyed, regardless of whether I want it to or not. If that happens, then it goes without saying that my plans to use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime to mass-produce dog people and heighten people's individual sense of ethics will go up in a puff of smoke. As things stand now, I'm going to lose, too. Why is this happening? This was going according to plan. I neutralized Juri Yanagi right away when she was sent in here as an assassin, and I successfully summoned Ai here to me. Nevertheless, I don't have any more cards to play. I haven't failed, yet I'm on the brink of defeat. What the hell is with that guy? Is he like some boxer who's immune to punches? Now I see why O thinks I don't stand a chance against him. Otonashi. Yuri Yanagi finally speaks. I listen closely, thinking whatever she says could lead to a breakthrough. You used to call him by just his first name, but now you've stopped. But it's just the most meaningless scrap ever. It pisses me off. What the hell, bitch? You wanna know now that they've split up? You think it's your big chance to hook up with Kazu? You're a real pain in the ass, so just keep your mouth shut, you stupid slut. Where do you get off talking like that? You're awful. You've been acting like I'm not even here this entire time, too. That's what you do with the characters who've played out their role. AI has been at odds with Kazu all along, so you're worthless now. You're worthless in this story, and yet you insist on ruining the pacing with your babbling. You empty-eyed true doll. Go pray for fair weather somewhere else. So I'm getting in the way just by talking? There's no bigger waste of time than dealing with her, so I ignore her retort. But it is true that AI has changed how she refers to Kazu. Maybe she can't be so familiar now that she considers him an enemy. An enemy, huh? By the way, AI, I'm just checking. But can I assume this means you're on my side now? Kazu's going to keep hounding you until he breaks, right? You need to see him lose. Yes, I do need him beaten. Kazuki Hoshino is not someone I can afford to ignore. There's probably no way of fighting him, but that doesn't mean I can lower my guard. I still see him as the greatest obstacle to my goals. I suppose you're right. Working with me for the time being is your best option in my mind, so how about it? AI is silent for a moment. I can't accept your box, she says. Your crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. The way you sacrifice others goes against my principles. You and I are alike, yes, but I cannot accept your methods. So you're saying you won't join forces with me? If not, there's no way forward for me. Kazu still hasn't given up the fight, even under these circumstances. No matter how you slice it, if I'm going to break Kazu, then getting AI involved is a must. I'll help you. That's why her reply inevitably puts my mind at ease. There's no doubt that crushing him comes before anything else. I just want to say, though, that I am only working toward my own ends, not trying to save you. For example, you may have a time limit, but I don't. The difference may not work in your favor. Same goes for me. I may betray you depending on how things go. Then I don't see a problem. Great. So let me ask you something. I'm not clear on how to break Kazu, but you know, don't you? AI, tell me. What's the most effective way for me to attack Kazu? AI falls silent. There are two reasons why I asked this question. The first is simple. AI understands Kazu inside and out, so she can concoct a better means of getting at him than I can. The other is to confirm that AI really has severed her attachments to Kazu. It may not show on the surface, but with their relationship being what it was, I wouldn't be surprised if she still had some feelings for him. The last threads of her bond with Kazu could even lead her to put forth weak ideas. In that case, she would become a hindrance. The best thing to do would be to get as much use out of her as I can but keep her at a distance. But AI's answer is, I need to forget about Kazuki Hoshino. Not even a shred of affection for him left. It's obvious in her reply. If I use the misbegotten happiness on someone he knows, then I'll forget all about him. It'll be like what we built in the world of repetition never existed. That's what I need to do. Her idea is guaranteed to succeed. Kazu still holds on to hope without breaking because he knows he is special to AI. Put another way, it's all he has. Without that, his last hope would be gone. So he needs to become a stranger to her, someone who isn't special to her in the slightest. Still, my hands are trembling at what AI has just said. I mean, how can she say such a thing so calmly? The two of them cared for each other. It was a powerful interdependence, a firm bond, a connection so profound that without it, the two of them would become completely different people. And now AI Tonashi is saying she's going to just throw it away. Are you really okay with that? I ask without thinking, but I already know the answer. She is. She could never mention a plan like this if she weren't. AI must be some superhuman, her emotions immune even to forgetting about Kazu. A monster on some level I can't fathom. But instead, she says, I'm not. What? My thoughts screech to a halt. That was completely unexpected. Much more unexpected than a stony, superhuman declaration that she didn't mind at all. Of course I can't be okay with it. If I were, I never would have done what I did to stay with Kazuki Hoshino all this time. If I refused to admit he was important to me, I'd just be running away. There's no way I can face him if I don't accept this. It will be painful to forget Kazuki Hoshino. AI is saying clearly. I don't understand. Then, why is she able to suggest such a thing? Why is she able to suggest an idea where the biggest sacrifice is her own feelings? But what he is to me is not an issue. Why? Because my feelings will not interfere whatsoever. My breath catches in my throat. AI said it without the slightest hint of doubt. If I feel anything in conflict with my mission, I'll ignore it. I am not so weak-minded as that. Nothing within me can shake my own resolve. I know when I see how distant she is. I know when I see that she is so detached from her own emotions that they hardly seem to be her own. She's telling the truth. I'm not human. I exist solely to grant the wishes of others. I am a box. She's speaking figuratively, of course. AI is a human with a body, but this is the level of her resolve to live the life she does. And that's exactly what she's doing. AI will not accept any other meaning to her life aside from fulfilling her purpose. She will never allow herself to get in the way of her goal. The same goes for those important to her, and even her own death. She's a machine, an effigy, an aberration, a box. I strive to be the same. That's how I've tried to create my ideal world. But seeing how successfully she's removed herself from humanity, can I really say I would be capable of the same? No way. I could understand if she had said yes, forgetting Kazu wouldn't bother her. If numbing my heart was all it took, then I think I might still have it in me, too. This is different, though. AI Otonashi is capable of achieving her ends without forsaking her normal emotions. I can't do that. It's impossible. When it comes down to it, I'm human. In fact, the instant I think this, the shadows of crime within me go berserk. Yes, in fact, the pain of these shadows of crime, which I myself created, may already be too much for me. The shadows of crime I brought into myself in order to rule will rage within me if I give them an opening. It's gradually growing worse. I clench my teeth. Damn it. It's like cannonballs shooting through my veins. Why is so much pain bubbling up within me? And this is just the suffering I've created for myself. Why am I so mediocre? Why am I just some nobody who can't even cause a miracle? I touch my earrings. I want to change. I don't want to be that stupid, naive boy again. I want to continue struggling against this horrible world. But the truth is, light, darkness, the sea, the world, a business hotel. The womb, hands clasped together, a crying face, a shutout victory. The world, body heat, cold, the tingling of a left hand through a catcher's mitt. Differences in ability, envy, dreams, confessions, checking someone's mood, cigarettes, bruises, trembling hands, fear, hatred, crime, punishment, justice, crime for the sake of justice. Earrings, my breath still ragged. I touch my earrings one more time. When did I get these piercings again? As I ponder this, the one I hate more than anyone else forces their way into my head. Mukika Rino. Rino was incapable of reflecting on her actions. She had no sense that she had done anything wrong. I had no choice but to make her understand. I wouldn't feel right until I made sure she knew the full weight of what she'd done to Kieri. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stand the injustice of the world. So I gave her what she deserved. I refused to forgive Rino until I heard her express her sincere regret. All she could do was offer an empty "I'm sorry." That's why I never forgave her, nor had any reason to do so. "Please tell me what I need to do," she had said. "Why can't you think of that on your own? I love you." "I did it because I've always loved you," she said. "Shut the hell up. Are you trying to flatter me or something?" "No, that's not it." "She's saying it's all my fault." "You're letting me know that it was my existence that hurt Kieri, aren't you, you piece of shit?" Before I knew it, I was hitting Reno. I couldn't believe what I was doing. It didn't seem real, turning violent towards someone I'd known since childhood. It distanced me from my reality. While my body registered the physical impact, the sensation was removed from me, as if it were happening to someone else. The person battering Reno wasn't me. It was someone else within me, whom I could no longer control. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Don't be stupid. That's not how you beg forgiveness from someone who's hurting you. It didn't resolve anything. It didn't resolve anything. There was no way to resolve it. Without a box, I was truly powerless. I knew what had happened to Reno in the hotel. I knew she had feelings for me. I even knew all the best things about her, like how she was cheerful and easy to talk to, how she was so open-hearted with others, how she could be happy when it was time to be happy and sad when it was time to be sad. I knew she wasn't a bad person, but I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't. I just couldn't. That created the discord inside me. I shouldn't have hit Reno, but I also had no other choice. So I split up my image of Reno and erased the part of her that caused me trouble. I forgot she was my old friend. That was how I condemned her. I dyed my hair. I pierced my ears. I longed to forsake the Daiomin I once was and become someone else. If my affable nature was what had led Kieri to such a fate, then I would do away with that version of me. I know. You don't need to tell me. I'm no superhuman. I can never be an AI Otonashi. The only difference between me and everyone else is that I can look at myself from a distance. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. I finally fight down the shadows of crime and regain control of myself. Is something wrong? Oh, are you alright? AI and Yanagi are talking to me, it's nothing, what the hell am I getting so upset about? Yeah, some parts of me are still weak. No need to dwell on it. If my emotions are going to sway me, then I'll just have to avert my eyes and ignore them. I don't have to take them head on like AI. I pieced that together long ago, which is why I've been doing it all along. It's why I've been able to cut off my emotions in favor of logic. That's my weapon. I should be proud of my abilities. I say, now that I've collected myself. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, I agree that we should use your misbegotten happiness to take down Kazu. Have you already worked out the details? No, not yet. I only just came up with the idea now. After all, that makes sense. Scheming is surprisingly difficult for AI Tonashi. Those squeaky clean values of hers prevent her from adopting an underhanded approach. Yep, even AI has weaknesses. There's no use comparing my abilities with hers. What do you think? Losing your memories is pretty much guaranteed to get good results. But even if you do erase your memory, it'll be pointless if we don't let Kazu know about it, right? Won't he find out on his own, even if we don't go to the trouble of telling him? That may work for you, but I don't have time. I have to show Kazu that you don't even remember him. I suppose you're right. And that means, yeah, I need you to use the misbegotten happiness right in front of him. I can enter boxes, but I can't escape them. If I'm here, then Kazuki Hoshino, I'll call him into the silver screen of broken wishes. That is the first prerequisite for breaking his spirit. What will it take to get him to come here, though? She asks. From where he stands, it's better to destroy your box from a safe distance. All he has to do is wait for barely 2 hours. I can't imagine him taking the risk of coming here, you know. I can take care of it if I use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Then who should I use the misbegotten happiness on? That depends on what Kazu does. But as of right now, there are 3 of us in here. Which means the best candidate has already been decided. I shift my gaze to Yanagi. Huh? Lucky you, Yuri Yanagi. There was a brief period when you had no reason to be here, but now you get neural. Oh. Yanagi's face goes pale as she catches my drift. Seeing this, AI steps in front of Yanagi as if to protect her. Sorry, but I have no intention of using my misbegotten happiness on anyone who doesn't want help. Not even to defeat Kazuki Hoshino. So that's how it is. I guess that part of her won't change even when her resolve is this strong. She's still unable to sacrifice another, no matter how inefficient it makes her plans. No, that isn't surprising, in a sense. If she weren't like that, it would go against her personal mission of making others happy. I see. Well then, I guess we'll have to find someone else for the job. I immediately realize I won't break her on this, so I offer a perfunctory comment to bring us to a temporary resolution. AI gives a small nod of understanding. Truthfully, I hold Yanagi's shadow of a crime within me, so I can make her beg for salvation just like that. She was hurt badly by the game of indolence. If I dig at those wounds, Yanagi will probably be quick to ask for deliverance. Her sins are weightier than the average person's, after all. Of course, there's no need to fixate solely on Yanagi. If all we're doing is erasing AI as memories of Kazu, then we can use anyone who knows him, no problem. However, I can't place my hopes on an uncertain third party when I don't know if they will come or not. If I want a guaranteed sacrifice, it would seem I really do need Yanagi. Once I've thought about this, I return to the conversation. I'll summon Kazu into the silver screen of broken wishes by the end of the 4th movie. 15 years old and earrings. Then we'll use your misbegotten happiness on someone he knows, right in front of him. If that part's set in stone, then I guess the issue is how. Right. You say it's going to work out somehow, but how do you plan to pull it off? Let's see. How about I threaten to kill AI if he doesn't call off the silver screen of broken wishes? The question is whether that would actually persuade him. But chances are high that Kazu would play along for AI's sake even if he doubted the threat itself. So should I relay the message to him using crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime? I'd love it if I could tell him without any trouble, but it could prove surprisingly difficult to convey it to him reliably in the short time I have left. Damn, if only O would help me, I could be sure he would know. Do you have a wish? No, hold on. I'm forgetting something huge, aren't I? How did Kazu get a hold of the silver screen of broken wishes in the first place? It goes without saying. He got O to give it to him. Kazu went to O for help in order to defeat me. O is on his side, not mine. So we know O has already given Kazu a box. As long as the two of them aren't at odds in some way I don't know about, I have to keep in mind that O might come to Kazu's aid. Just now, I considered threatening to kill AI, so let's say I go through with it. Even if I do succeed in delivering the message to Kazu, can I be sure O won't screw me over by giving him more information? telling him the threat is a bluff. Perhaps. Can I rule that out? Of course not. It's more than possible. In that case, I have no choice but to outwit her as well. O isn't perfect, but it seems she can see what goes on in the world. There's a chance she might overhear if I go blabbing my strategy to AI. However, O can't read minds. If I keep quiet, I should be able to keep my intentions hidden from her. Just like with a human. In short, I'll conceal my real plans from AI, trick her into thinking the plot puts Kazu at an advantage, and then get Kazu to come to the silver screen of broken wishes of his own volition. That's what it comes down to. What the hell? That's way too hard. Oh, I mean, you've gone quiet. Does that mean you can't come up with anything? I peer into AI's face. It's blank. Her emotions are perfectly repressed. I suddenly recall a few lines from Repeat, Reset, Reset. I know what results from asking a box for such a wish. The outcome is ruin. But then what will I do if you learn of the boxes anyway and obtain one? I won't feel inspired to steal from you. I may not stand against you, like I would against other owners. We will be partners again. No, we won't. I won't work with you. I don't want to interfere with your affairs, either. I guess we'll both just be moving in the same direction. We were never meant to be partners. Our original relationship was as kindred spirits. I almost miss it. I whisper without thinking. What's that supposed to mean? I wonder a second later. What she said to me in the movie, in that reset, pops into my head and then really sticks with me. Just what is AI Autonashi to me? For Kazu, AI Autonashi is the enemy. Kazu wants to make AI. No, in this situation it's more correct to say Maria a part of his normal life. That's why AI Autonashi, the self-proclaimed box trying to relinquish her humanity, is his greatest obstacle. But for me, it's the opposite. Maria Autonashi poses the problem for me. Problem? Why? Will it be troublesome because AI and I have similar goals? Because we're working together? Because she was once my partner even in the rejecting classroom? I get the feeling it's something different. None of these fit the bill. I need her on a much deeper level, so it must have something to do with my mission. I think it's fine if I'm not the one to see this mission through. In the near future, I will collapse under the weight of my sins. When I do, my mission will most likely still be incomplete. I'm okay with that as long as there is someone like Shindo to carry on my will so that the world does eventually change. I don't care if I'm cast aside like garbage or despised. I don't even care if I die. So, yeah. I've got it. I've figured out what AI Autonashi is to me. AI Autonashi is my hope. She wishes for a world where everyone is happy. If that becomes reality, my purpose will be achieved at the same time. When her wish comes true, so does mine, and seeing her gives me hope that her wish, a far more difficult wish than mine, might very well become reality. Her detachment, her nobility, her righteousness, her honesty, they will save even my wish. No, it's not just me. They will save every owner. She is hope to all of us. That's why she has taken O's name. She will grant the wishes of everyone. She is a hallowed entity who must be protected at all costs. That's why I cannot forgive him. I cannot forgive Kazuki Hoshino for trying to stamp down our wishes for the sake of his trite goal. His selfish desire, to be with Maria. We have to shatter Kazu utterly. I did come up with one plan. To that end, I will deceive AI and O and everyone else so that I can plunge Kazu into despair. Maybe we should use Kasumi Mogi. Kazu, I will never let you take back the Zeroth Maria. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 10:03 PM. What's the best way to describe this sensation? Nothing has changed about me, yet I'm clearly different from before. All I've really done is come to understand myself. As if I had read my own user's manual. That was enough to alter this world, though. A strange feeling is running through me and leaving me refreshed, as if someone has injected menthol into my blood. My thoughts are growing more and more organized as things fall into place. The fog hanging over the world is lifting. It's getting clearer and clearer. The world opens up before me. Now I can focus solely on helping Maria. Now that I have the empty box, I'm transformed. Whoa. What happened to her? That's the first thing out of Haruaki's mouth when he reaches the tunnel beneath the elevated tracks, by the embankment outside of downtown. His face is as white as a sheet. He's looking at Iowa, who's still unconscious and sitting against the wall covered with graffiti so bad it doesn't even qualify as street art. Hey, Hoshi, don't tell me you killed her or something. She's alive. Man, what's with all that blood? True. There is red liquid on the ground and wall. On Iowa's face and clothes as well. It's fake. Fake blood? Really? Haruaki squats down and touches the red liquid on the ground, then sniffs it on his hand. After grimacing for a moment, he nods slightly several times in agreement that the blood is indeed fake. It definitely isn't blood. Still, what's up with all this? Why is she out cold? Haruaki peers into Iowa's face, then checks her pulse and breathing. Her face is illuminated by the lantern, but I can't see it from my position. What did I do to Iowa? Explaining could take a while, so I settle for answering the first half of his questions about how things ended up this way. Daya and Iowa came up with a scheme to show Maria I betrayed her. I completely fell for it, and now Maria is inside the silver screen of broken wishes, which means she must have found out about Daya's box. Huh? Yeah. Haruaki knows the situation is grave. He scowls, stands up, and gives me a hard look. Why didn't you call me before that happened? Don't you think you can count on me? It comes across almost as a threat. As tall as Haruaki is, I can certainly feel his intensity. You've got it wrong. I couldn't call you because they warned me to come alone. I insist, but then I realized that wasn't the only reason. Actually, I wouldn't have been able to call you even if they hadn't. Then why? Haruaki yells. He's upset he wasn't able to help me. I'm incredibly fortunate, and I'm reassured. I'm truly happy I became friends with Haruaki. It's the opposite. The truth is, I didn't call you because I do count on you. Huh? I count on you so much, it feels like I'm completely dependent. If not, I would never have gotten him involved in this. I wouldn't have to keep beating myself up for teaching him about boxes. If you're counting on me, then why? You were with Kokone, right? I wanted you to keep her safe. Do you understand why? Oh. Haruaki scratches his cheek with his finger to hide his embarrassment. That makes sense. We thought Dayan was going after Kieri. Yeah. Even if he hadn't threatened me, we would have thought this whole situation was just Daya's attempt at a diversion. Yep, I had believed that Daya was gunning for Kokone, that she was in greater danger than Maria or I was. And I had good reason to. After all, I'd assumed Daya would have figured out by then that I wasn't the owner of the silver screen of broken wishes. If he did know, then he would try to do something about the real owner before he went for me or Maria. Obviously, he would go after Kokone before Maria. But he didn't. So Daya really hasn't put two and two together about the owner? Seems that way. The silver screen of broken wishes is a box that exists solely to eliminate Daya's. He should have picked up on it the moment Yuri entered the silver screen of broken wishes and the screens continue to show only Daya's past. How does he still not realize I'm not the owner? I might have a box, sure. If worse came to worst, sure, I would want to contact Ho, get a hold of a box, and take down Daya. It would definitely be my last resort, but I have thought about it. But even if I had gotten a box, I wouldn't have wished for this. My box would never have ended up like the silver screen of broken wishes. I could never create a box meant entirely to save Daya alone. I mean, it would be impossible for anyone who wasn't thinking only of Daya from the bottom of their heart. It would be impossible for anyone unless they only had eyes for Daya, unless they were nearly blind to everyone else. That's definitely not me. Daya is my friend, and I'd like to think I care for him. But I'm sorry to say that my feelings for him probably aren't strong enough to let me act so blindly. I could never be so focused on Daya that I would dedicate a box's wish entirely to him. Daya should understand as much if he ever stopped running away and faced the true owner. But he couldn't. Why? Because the box has made him lose sight of himself. If he can't pinpoint the real owner, it's obvious he's in the wrong. If he doesn't even notice someone who thinks of him so intensely, Daya is clearly at fault. He is consciously trying to forget this person in his attempt to turn his heart to stone. That's why he has shut himself off and blinded his own eyes. And yet, he still claims to have some lofty purpose, to be offering his own life up without a second thought, trying to right the world. Hey, it makes me laugh. Ridiculous. The efforts of such a person will never amount to anything. Are you trying to suggest someone who's closed their eyes can indicate a proper course? They'll never point in the right direction. They'd only lead people even more astray. And now he means to steal Maria from me? Who the hell does he think he is? I look at the unconscious Iowa, dyed in red. She was wrong, too. She tried to take Maria from me. That's why I did this to her. I told Haruaki she was alive, which is technically true. But I did rob her of her purpose in life. As her pitiful state now might suggest, she may never fully recover. But who cares? Hey. Yep, I'm going to do the same thing to Daya, too. Daya's despair will likely be even greater than Iowa's. This wish was originally his own. It'll be pretty much impossible to bounce back once he knows it'll never come true. What's more, Daya murdered Kaudai Kamiyuchi. When he can't run anymore, the reality lying in wait for him is a cruel one. But I'm going to crush him. I don't give a rat's ass about the wish of some guy stumbling around in the dark. If the destruction of his box leads him to a tragic fate, that's on him. That's just reaping what you've sown, right? So, hurry up and give Maria back, you blind bastard. 15 years old and earrings, scene 4, 1/3. 1. A riverside. dusk. A bird's eye view shot. The broad surface of the river sparkles in the light of the setting sun. It's a pure red vista, except for the black silhouettes of two people. Their hands clasped together. The third-year middle schoolers Daya and Kokon are facing forward, not looking at each other. Kokon, Daya and I have always been together, for as long as I can remember. Daya squeezes the hand holding his firmly. Kokon, when I think back, he's always there in the images that appear in my head. Their hands part. Kokon, if I want to put the past behind me, I have no choice but to break up with him. 2. Kokon's room, 6 months earlier, 5 p.m. The two of them sit on Kokon's bed in their school uniforms. Kokon.f. Daya's lips move away from Kokon's. Her hair is black, and she's wearing glasses. She looks down shyly. Kokon, the two of us had always been together, but it was thanks to Haru that things changed between us. When Daya saw Haru and me getting closer, he finally realized how he felt and initiated a relationship with me. From my standpoint, though, Daya was too slow to realize how he felt. Daya intertwines his right hand with Kokon's, then strokes her hair with the other. His gentle smile sets Kokon's heart astir, and she presses her head into his chest. Kokon, I had loved Daya ever since we used to play house together. After all, I was well aware of my feelings, but I was just as aware that Daya hadn't figured out his. Daya puts his arm around Kokon's back. Kokon, when I told Reno I'd had a crush on Daya long before we started going out, she asked me if that really counted as being in love for a long time. She sounded so suspicious, but I think it did. At least, I was always infatuated with him in my memories. I lived my life constantly with it at the forefront of my mind in the hopes that one day he would take notice of me. An overview of Kokon's room appears. From the study desk to the CD player and stuffed animals, the room is full of pastel tones, with many white accents and furniture made of pale wood. Kokon, my room was full of Daya. If I listened to a love song, it was his face that rose in my mind. If I read a romance manga, my feelings for him would overlap the protagonists and bring me to tears. When I was studying, I would write Kokon Oamin in my notebook with a grin on my face. Daya always filled my thoughts in my room. Daya. Kokon. What? Kokon. Daya had recently started calling me by my first name. Obviously, I can remember the first time like it was yesterday. He was trying to play it cool, but he was blushing too hard to fool anyone. It's a memory I hold close to my heart even now. Daya, I love you. I'll always love you, and that'll never change. Kokon. Yeah, I can believe that. Daya beams happily with an innocent, boyish smile. Kokon smiles in kind. Kokon, I have this feeling, deep in my heart. It's more than the empty promise of a girl silly in love. For me, it's a simple, certain truth. Kokon runs her finger over Daya's lips. Kokon, if it will make Daya happy, I will give everything I am to him. 3. A riverside, dusk. Still wearing her sneakers, Kokon puts her feet into the river. Kokon, my world was warm like Daya's body. Like one of those French movies I saw long ago. The world was so gentle, glowing pale and wrapped in sheer happiness. Ever so slowly, Kokon slips into the dark red water. Kokon, I was wrong, though. I had no idea. We all live on the same earth, but the truth is, I was the only one experiencing such kindness. I didn't know that it was completely different for everyone, that the world as others saw it might be cold or dirty or barbaric. And once I crossed paths with the worlds they saw, raw garbage floating down the river bumps up against Kokon's drenched form. Kokon, my world would be corrupted, too. Daya enters the river, chasing after Kokon. Kokon, hey, Daya, don't tie yourself down with promises that your love for me will never change. Your happiness brings me more joy than my own. I would do anything to make you happy. So you see, soaked in the river water, Daya wraps his arms around Kokon. Daya. Kokon, it'll be all right. I'll always be here with you. Within Daya's wet embrace, Kokon trembles. Kokon, you're cold. Daya releases her in a panic. Kokon, if I'm going to get in the way of your happiness, I'll make it easy for you to toss me aside. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 10:15 p.m. I shouldn't let Daya's subjects find me. What should my next move be? I'm still in the process of deciding what course to take. But it won't do for the subjects to locate us. Haruaki and I put some distance between us and that tunnel under the elevated tracks. We can't stick around when Iowa's subjects were just there. We have no choice but to leave Iowa. Of course, it doesn't feel great to do, but we'd just create a scene carrying her back home all covered in fake blood. Plus, it would cost us critical time. So as much as we hate to do it, we have to leave her until this is settled. Just under 2 hours more. We leave the tunnel and walk down the night streets. Until we decide on our next move, will go stay with Kokon. Yano, Hoshi, I wasn't sure whether to say this. Haruaki begins, looking upset. What's up? You've just had this scary look in your eyes for a while now, you know. I know you're pissed at Dayan, but you left Shindo back there, too. I'm okay with your reasons, but you didn't seem to care about her at all when you were explaining. Huh? Maybe I did come across as cold. I didn't even notice. But I wouldn't be surprised. It's hard to talk normally when your mind is busy screaming give Maria back, you blind bastard. It's totally normal to be upset about losing Maria, but if you don't cool off, you're gonna screw up, Yano. Yeah, calm down. Let's calm down and really think about how to get Maria back from Dayo. Another thing, I know this one is going to be tough to pull off, but I really want to save Dayan. To be honest, that had slipped my mind. Everything had, except for Maria. Yeah, of course, I want to help Dayo, too, if he's not beyond help already. But now, when I think of Maria, rage just boils up within me. I also can't help but feel that misplaced sympathies will make freeing Maria that much harder. But not considering the option at all could very well lead to another failure. Okay, let's think of something else for now. Think of something that'll make me less angry with Dayo. Kokon. Yeah, my thoughts naturally turned toward Kokon Kairino. It happened on September 9th, 2 days ago. Kokon asked me to come to her room. I'd never been in her room before. At first glance, the black theme struck me as stylish and modern, but there was something weird about it, too. Nothing made it her own. Its stylishness seemed like a facade, and Kokon herself didn't really fit the picture. It was as if she was following trends, as if she believed this was the kind of room she was supposed to have. Knowing what I knew about Kokon, I couldn't help but think, this room was meant to help her change, to erase Dayo from her mind. You don't need to hide it anymore. Tell me what Dayo did. And yet, Kokon had given up on forgetting or ignoring Dayo. She had resolved to involve herself with him even more. Seeing this, I thought, what a relief. I had intended to talk to her about Dayo even if she hadn't invited me here. No, I never had any other choice. If I was going to challenge Dayo, it would be impossible to ignore Kokon, and I wouldn't be able to keep it a secret from her anyway. So I was grateful Kokon had prepared herself and let me know she was willing to hear me out. After all, I would have kept the painful truth hidden from her if I could have. But I had no choice but to tell her. The past when Dayo was mistaken, the present when he was suffering, the future when he would be destroyed. If she knew, Kokon would blame herself. If she knew, she would be hurt. If she knew, that pain would continue for some time to come. I told her, though. I told her everything about Dayo, no holding back. Kokon couldn't speak another word for the rest of the day. After I finished saying my piece, all she could do was stare at the wall behind me in a daze. She didn't move, except for her chest rising and falling with each breath. I left the room, unable to do anything for her. The next day, Kokon called me back again. Though her eyelids were a bit puffy when I came in and we said our hellos, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But the moment I closed the door, she undid the buttons of her shirt and started pulling it off. It was all so sudden that I couldn't react. Maybe I should have looked away, but I couldn't even remember that I could. Dumbfounded, I just stood rooted to the spot in front of the door. Kokon's face was blank as she turned her back toward me, now wearing only a bra on her upper body. Look at what? I was about to ask, but I spotted it before I could. That symbol beneath the hook of her bra. It was a burn mark, and not an accidental one. The scar looked like the kind you get by pressing a lit cigarette to your skin to prove how tough you are. And it wasn't just one. It was as if someone had illegally dumped a bunch of bulky garbage into a virgin snowy field. That's how many dozens of violent and painful burn marks there were. These dozens of burns formed a symbol with connotations so obscene, you don't even see it in public restrooms these days. It was enough to crush me. My emotions shattered under the pressure. That mark had me reeling. Pig and GH. The weight seemed to wring the tears out of me, almost against my will. The image brought me to tears completely by reflex. So it wasn't until after I was already crying that I started thinking of how cruel it was, how painful, how she would most likely never be able to totally erase it, how this must have been the wedge that drove her and Ayo apart. Kokon didn't really react to my sobbing. She just turned back around and chirped, "Think of the perks. You got to see me and my E-cups in a bra." As Kokon cracked a joke, as she normally would. She was crying. Both of us were in tears throughout the rest of our conversation. My childhood friend Reno did this to me. Kokon began telling me about the symbol as she buttoned up her shirt. Daya's hot, obviously, and he had amazing grades, so all the girls loved him back then. He didn't have the silver hair or earrings, and he wasn't nearly as harsh, either. They even called him a prince. I wasn't a good match for him back then. My hair was black and dull and super heavy, and my bangs were bluntly cut straight across. I had boring thick glasses, 2. I was the classic plain girl. You'd probably find it hilarious if you saw a picture, huh? I can't really laugh, though. I shook my head. Whether you were a good match has nothing to do with it. Daya wouldn't care about that in the slightest. Yeah, it didn't matter to him. Having finished buttoning her shirt, Kokon looked at me. But it did for the girls who were interested in Daya. I began to pick up on where that symbol had come from. So Reno or whoever was upset that you weren't pretty enough for Daya? No, it didn't really bug Reno that much. So why? Let's take it one step at a time. First, there's Reno. She was a year younger than me, and she was both my friend and Daya's from childhood. She'd had a crush on Daya for a long time, too, just not as long as I had. She gave up on him, though, and started going out with a guy named Kamiyuchi, the one Daya murdered. I guess I was stunned. I never knew that sort of connection existed between Daya and Kaudai Kamiyuchi. Daya hadn't seemed to pay him much mind even within the game of indolence, but judging by the outcome, I couldn't help but think, that's why Daya chose to end things the way he did. Kamiyuchi did something horrible to Reno. I'm not really sure why he did it, but it hurt Reno a lot. So she started hitting on Daya to try to heal, since she had liked him for so long. The thing is, by that time, Daya and I were already in a relationship. Daya liked me and not Reno. He was nice to her, but not any nicer than you'd normally be to an old friend. Reno picked up on this and got hurt even more. She just got worse and worse. She wasn't herself anymore, and she decided I had to pay for scheming to take Daya all for myself. Kokon had been crying the entire time, and she paused to blow her nose. But her tears didn't stop. Reno said she went out with Kamiyuchi because of me. She told me that what had happened to her was my fault. That's why she couldn't forgive me. She really believed all her suffering was my fault. And she did that to your back to punish you. Yeah. But if it were only Reno, I don't think she would have gone this far. Which means, yeah, it was more than one person. The problem wasn't Reno herself, but all the people around her who hated me, too. I think the biggest factor is that nobody pointed out that she was being crazy, which allowed things to escalate. At last, the significance of what Kokon had said at the beginning dawned on me. You mean the people who were bothered because you and Daya didn't match? Yeah. Bothered. Doesn't even begin to cover it. To them, it was the worst crime I could have committed. In their eyes, I was irredeemable for keeping their Prince Daya all to myself. What the hell? The worst crime? I didn't get it. Kokon and Daya were going out because they liked each other. That's all. That's insane. Any way you think of it. You didn't do anything wrong. Whether I was in the wrong didn't matter. What it comes down to is that some people out there will decide they don't like something, and they have to do something about it. It doesn't matter that the feeling just comes from their own jealousy. They certainly won't ever realize it. If you tell yourself a person you despise is the worst kind of monster, attacking them is easy. How could they think of you as a monster when you hadn't done anything bad? It's simple. All they needed to do was cook up some reasons. Like, I didn't say hi to them. I always looked down on them. I always flirted with guys. I was flaunting my great relationship with Daya. I seduced Daya with my body. Whatever. From there, they just badmouthed me and the group and kept agreeing with one another until the evil Kokon became an established fact in their minds. People can do it completely subconsciously. They built me up as a villain and then assaulted me to get it out of their system. I suddenly recalled the two classmates of ours who had been talking about Kokon behind her back. Those two had seemed to be talking trash about her out of envy. They didn't like Kokon for being popular with boys, so as that feeling had come to the forefront, they had started saying bad things about her to vent. It's possible they didn't like that Kokon was close with Daya, either. After what she had gone through, it's no wonder she couldn't let them get away with it. Rena had it in her to do this to me because she had been exposed to that atmosphere. They had no idea they were doing anything wrong to them. Baddies should have to suffer a little pain. Maybe they even thought it was just. They didn't think it was crazy, at least, and that's why they were able to do something so cruel. But that's, if they could look at themselves objectively, they would have to have realized they were nuts. They had turned their minds off, so they couldn't have. Turned their minds off? Yeah. Daya said it a lot, that they had turned their minds off. Yeah. It's what Daya loathes. He believes that people who stop thinking are the ones who destroy what they have. It's why he's even using a box to eliminate those kinds of people. He's trying to make a just world where things like what befell Kokon will never happen again. About a month or so after, I guess their minds started working again, because some people finally realized what they had done and apologized to me. But what was the point? It's not like I was going to forgive them, right? Sorry wasn't going to make the scars go away. There was no meaning to it unless they'd realized what they were doing to me right then and there. It was so shameless, just apologizing so they could feel better about themselves. I told them so, and they came back with, "Isn't that a bit uncalled for? I'm here saying sorry? Oh, rot in hell, bitch." As she ranted and cursed, Kokon was, of course, still crying the entire time. Even if they apologized, there was no coming back for me. There was a time when I couldn't hate anyone, but that's gone forever. And then, she said it, there was no coming back for my relationship with Daewoo, either. And yet, I didn't understand. Why? Why did you need to break up with Daewoo? Didn't he still love you even with that on your back? Didn't he try to help you heal? Why did you have to call it off with him? Kokon fell silent. Sniffling a bit, she stared at the ceiling. She must have been doing her best to put her thoughts in order. I realized it only once the words were out of my mouth, but my question may have been cruel. Was there really a reason to ask her that? I mean, the two of them had already split up. Explaining why they ended it would definitely not be easy for her. I regretted saying anything. Eventually, Kokon asked, "Kazu, am I cute, huh?" She was suddenly talking as she always did. Maybe she was avoiding my question because she didn't want to answer it. Am I really all that pretty? But the look on her face was so earnest, it almost hurt. I hadn't the faintest idea why she would be asking me with such desperation. Her expression let me know that I had to be careful with my response. You are? Really? Yeah. And you're not making me say that. It's my honest opinion. I'm not the only one who thinks so, either. It's obvious you're popular with the guys, isn't it? Didn't you say before that you've gotten so many love confessions? It's in the double digits. That's true. I'm a hottie, aren't I? I am cute. I'm in the same league as Daewoo now. Out of his league, honestly. Ah ha ha, you're right. Daewoo's got that delinquent aura now, so I'm the hotter commodity. After all, I'm a sweet high school girl, and an E-cup to boot. No one can top that. But after that confident declaration, her forced grin faded, and her lips trembled. But it's no good. She'd held back her tears for a moment, but they spilled over again. And no good. I can't get rid of this feeling that I'm ugly. This idea that I'm a worthless, subhuman animal won't go away. Why? There's no reason for you to. I know I'm pretty enough. I'm well aware. I've done everything I can to make sure of it. I've worked so hard, believing that everything would be okay if I could just be pretty. Kokon grabbed my arm tight. But it didn't work. That feeling won't go away. Even though I know it's not true. I can't stop thinking I'm ugly. I can't shake the idea that I'm less than human, that I could never, ever be good enough for Daewoo. Nothing helps. Not objective fact or subjective opinion. So why is that? Because that's what happens. I mean, they honestly believed I was some sort of inhuman monster. Do you think that wouldn't affect me? And I was a quiet, reserved girl back then, right? So that didn't help. After they looked at me like I was trash, after they burned me with lit cigarettes, after they berated me and said things like "this is what you get for being a hag" or "you're a witch who's no good for Daewoo," how could I say with confidence that I was worth anything as a person? I couldn't. It wasn't possible. So many people came and did horrible things to me. They honestly believed I was worthless, so of course they treated me like I was, you know? I even started thinking they might be right. Maybe it was normal for something that awful to happen to me. It had to be, or else none of it made any sense. This mark robbed me of all my self-confidence and dignity, a belief that persisted even in the face of facts. I think I had yet to understand that people could leave themselves so blind to the truth. I did know one thing, though. At that moment, Kokon was squeezing my arm so tight, it really hurt. I felt like if things didn't change, my self-hatred was going to kill me. And so, Kokon wiped away her tears. I had to beat it. There was no other option for her. If she didn't, she would break. I had to change. I had to throw away who I was in the past. That's why Kokon started wearing contact lenses, colored her hair, and adopted the latest styles. She put on a cheery personality and tried to become popular. She even succeeded. By sneering down at those who began to recognize her worth, who'd envied and badmouthed her, Kokon attempted to recover her self-confidence. And yet, those things that had taken root in her heart would not disappear. She couldn't recover what the symbol had stolen. So, I had to get rid of the me that cared so much for Daewoo, too. If he was always going to be associated with what had come before, she would have to discard the part of her past that he embodied, too. Kokon finally noticed she was squeezing my arm and let go of it. Sorry, Kazu. I shook my head. I'm the one who should feel bad for making you talk about it. Kokon took a deep breath to calm herself down. It's not like I wanted to break up with Daewoo. It's just that, well, it wouldn't work. The truth is, a hug from him was already too much for me. The past would just come rushing back, all at once, like a semi-truck bearing down on me. I would get hot and start to hurt, just like when they jammed those cigarettes into my back, and it would remind me I had no worth as a human being. I can't get rid of that feeling. That's why being with Daewoo hurts. Quite simply, They just couldn't stay together. That was what ended things between them. That's awful. It was the only thought that came to mind. As my head hung with sadness, Kokon suddenly said something to me. Hey, Kazu, you said you liked me once, right? Huh? Why would she ask me that now? I thought, looking at her. I couldn't read the intentions behind her smile. I never said I liked her. That was something that person who had taken over my body did, not me. But I hadn't yet explained that to her, so to Kokon, I had confessed my feelings to her. I was confused. I was happy that you said you liked me. You were the first one who made me feel that way. I thought maybe going out with you would be for the best. You would probably accept me even after you saw the burns on my back, too. Look, I started trying to tell her the truth, but Kokon cut me off. I thought if I went out with you, maybe Daya would be able to let me go, too. I swallowed. I didn't know the right thing to say, so I waited for Kokon's reaction. Anyway, I never would have suspected that Maria started it. Now that she mentioned it, we still hadn't done anything to set the record straight, so the lie was still intact. Sorry. I can say this now, but that was actually the work of a box. Maria fibbed to get the situation under control. Oh, I see. It was a box's fault. That finally explains why things felt odd back then. Man, those boxes really do cause a lot of trouble. But maybe, in the end, it was a good thing. You know, I think I needed to seriously consider having a relationship with you. That's, why? Look, Kazu, do you remember how I cried in the music room? Yeah, that was when I came to, after Daya had punched me. I heard later that the person trying to steal my body hadn't been satisfied with just telling Kokon I loved her. She had tried to rush the answer. I sincerely thought it would be best for the both of us if we started seeing other people. I honestly believed I would if I got the chance, and I got that opportunity when you came along and said you had feelings for me. I imagined myself with you, and Daya with another girl. Then, when I looked at Daya, she smiled bitterly. When I did, I couldn't stop myself from crying. The smile didn't last long. That's how I knew. Her face bunched up in genuine sadness and pain as she told me, I'm in love with Daya. I don't want to admit it. I don't want to admit how I feel, she must have thought, over and over again. That was the meaning behind the pain on her face. The truth is, I wanted Daya to only have eyes for me. After all, once she admitted it, she wouldn't be able to wish for Daya's happiness. Even if you and I started dating, my feelings for Daya wouldn't go away. I knew. And I could also tell that it would be the same for him. No matter what we tried, our problems would never be solved unless I became the girl I used to be. Nothing will be fixed unless I can accept him like I once did. I can't see myself ever being able to, but it's the only thing that would work. It's a tragedy. It was more than Daya could take. The world had changed, but they hadn't. They couldn't accept reality. That's why he turned to the box. And no matter how you look at it, unable to take it any longer, Kokon pressed her forehead against my shoulder. No matter how you look at it, everything that's happened with Daya is my fault. I couldn't see her expression. That's why I'll do anything. If it'll save Daya, I will do anything. If a box is what it takes to save him, then I'll get one. I'd give my life as many times as it takes to help him. Something she said troubled me, and I repeated it without thinking. Give your life? Yes, I'm not lying. She was probably right. It wasn't a lie. Kokon would give her life to save Daya. She already had. If she had gotten a hold of a box instead of Daya, then a different, yet similar, disaster would have occurred. Their feelings for each other are destroying both of them. Their love is at once beautiful and horrific. What if the incident that created that burn on Kokon's back never happened? If that were the case, there would have been no problem whatsoever in their love. It would have stayed an enviable, beautiful romance. No ugliness or anything of the sort. The two of them would have cared for each other and spent their days together in happiness. Just a single unfortunate event ruined that framework. If only one of those tiny details had been different. What if Rino weren't their childhood friend? If Rino and Kaudai Kamiyuchi hadn't gotten together? If Kaudai Kamiyuchi didn't do those horrible things to Rino? If Kokon and Daya had kept their relationship a secret? If Kokon's personality were a little more forceful? If someone had been there to stop her mistreatment? If Daya had noticed Rino's alarming behavior? If Haruaki had displayed his affections for Kokon more openly? If I had been friends with all of them in middle school? All it would have taken was a tiny difference to change their fate so completely that they would have been smiling right about now. Even I could imagine that. I wondered how many hundreds of times Kokon and Daya had gone through those what-ifs in their heads. They must have despised this world. It singled them out to experience so much malice and destroyed what they had, all without allowing them the opportunity for a single trifling what-if. And that's why Daya began this reckless struggle to purify our heartless world. But what about Kokon? Kokon, yeah? She still had her forehead pressed against my shoulder. If you did get a box, How would you use it? I'd use it for Dayo. I'd wish for a world where he can smile and be happy. But that future no longer existed. Dayo had already passed the point of no return. That wish would never be fulfilled, and I was sure Coco knew it. I wonder if it'd work, though. Could it come true without any weird, random thoughts being included, too? That's why she said what she said. Lifting her head up at last, Coco smiled feebly and said something that made me certain she would never return to who she was before. Could I wish for it without thinking that everyone besides Dayo should die? Oh, that's not what I meant. Sorry, I would never want you to die, Kazu. Oh, and Haru, too, of course. I really like Haru, you know. Coco had quickly corrected herself, but I couldn't be sure she actually meant it. So I had to ask her something. She had said she really liked Haruaki, so I needed to hear her answer. Have you ever thought of going out with Haruaki? Coco's eyes had gone round. Then she had smiled sadly. Oh, I see, she really did know how Haruaki felt. I have, Coco had said casually, acting as if it were nothing at all. It wouldn't work out, though. Haru knows about my past, too. What are you giving me that weird look for, Hoshi? Haruaki watches me with a frown as we walk through the night. I remember what he had confessed to me once before. I used to have a crush on Kieri. But you know what? She's changed. I don't feel that way toward her at all now. See? I think you should go out with her. You guys are a good fit. Haruaki must have known. He can't help Coco. He knows about her past, so he would be someone who brought her suffering, just like Dayo. Maybe that's why, just like Coco and Dayo, he told me I should go out with Coco. Even if I asked him, Haruaki would probably just brush it off with some excuse, though. He may not even know the answer himself. Hey, Haruaki. I ask him something else instead. You said before that Coco has lost heart, right? Haruaki is startled and stares at me. But he lets out a single big breath, and his lips quickly turn up in a smile. Yeah, I did. What made you think that? Haruaki puts his hand to his chin for a moment in thought, then says, imagine this, Hoshi. A person is drowning right in front of you, and you can save them, no problem. If so, would you help them? I want you to really picture it, then answer. I conjure up the image. Someone is drowning out at sea or somewhere. I imagine a little boy crying out in desperation, his arms flailing. I pick up a life jacket or the like, and I can save him without putting myself in any real danger. Sure, I'm gonna help them. Why? What do you mean, why? Obviously, I want to help them if I can. Right? There's no specific reason. And yeah, I think I would regret it if they died right in front of me when I could have helped them. I'd probably be traumatized. I'd never forget it for the rest of my life. Right? Same here. It's the obvious conclusion. But if he's asking me this question now, are you implying it's different for Coco? No, she said she would help them. What? I'm surprised. The way the conversation has been going, I was positive it would be different for her. However, Haruaki still has more to say. But when I asked Kieri the question, she asked me a question before she said she would help. Haruaki smiles weakly. What kind of person are they? I don't get what's wrong with that question right away. But then it starts to dawn on me. If someone is drowning in front of you, and it's in your power to save them, you'd want to do it unconditionally. It's someone drowning, after all, so you should imagine someone powerless, who needs rescuing. It's conceivable that some people out there might ask the same question as Coco for no real reason. Haruaki would probably not be telling me this if Coco's response hadn't meant something, though. If he's going to the trouble of mentioning it, to him, it's a sign of something abnormal. But Kieri, she doesn't see someone simply in need of help. The first thing she does is suspect that their drowning might be a ploy to hurt her. Kieri can't even relax enough to help someone on the verge of drowning unless she can confirm they aren't hostile toward her first. She lives her life experiencing a level of suspicion neither of us could believe. That's what would keep her from acting. Even though if that person did drown, she would be just as sorry about it as we would, for the rest of her life. What prompted Haruaki to ask Coco in the first place? Was it because he suspected she would answer that way already, to an extent? Because he already understood this side of her and asked her only to confirm it? Since she's been bullied, Kieri considers strangers hostile. She has her guard up right from the get-go. That's what prevents her from doing what she should. She hates what happened to her, hates everything about herself that allowed it to happen. Her negativity has her captive. She's so tied up in it, she can't do what she wants or needs to do. To me, Haruaki pauses briefly, out of breath. Then finishes, it means she's lost hope. I can tell from what he's saying. Haruaki still cares for Coco. You see, he has a better grasp of the darkness within her than I do after hearing about it from her directly. He wouldn't know about it unless he's kept her in his thoughts this entire time. In a somewhat defeated tone, Haruaki says, Kiri will never change as long as she can't put her own happiness first. I know what Haruaki wants, not to go out with Kokon himself, but for her and Daya's relationship to be restored. He wants her to be with the boy she loves, to spend her life with him, to be with someone who sees things her way, to find happiness together. A thought enters my head. Put your own happiness first. That's what Haruaki says she has to do, but he hasn't managed to do that, either. A correct solution. If I could begin to sketch a solution for the three of them, what would the outline be? All three going back to how they once were. No one could complain about that outcome. But it's not possible. It's not possible even with a box capable of granting any wish. All we can do is find a new, ideal relationship for the three of them. Or at least one that's acceptable. I have yet to puzzle out how to do that, though. I'm sure the trio in question doesn't know, either. I can't see the shape of our goal, which means I can't take action toward those ends. What I do know is that as long as Daya's crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is still around, that solution will never take shape. Oh, but that's nothing more than an excuse. I'm not trying to deceive myself. I act for Maria's sake. I can't do it for my three friends Daya, Kokon, and Haruaki. I'm destroying crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime not for their salvation, but to rescue Maria and complete my mission. Helping them is not something I can do. I can only hope for a happy future for Daya and the others after I accomplish what I've set out to do. That hope is sincere, though. I can't see the solution now, but I still make this prayer with the faith that we'll find it. Are you okay with that, Haruaki? I whisper, ... I didn't mean to be heard, but it seems Haruaki did in fact hear it. It's nothing. I've sorted myself out. I'm calm. I'll put all my strength into what I can do now. I will stomp out Daya's twisted wish. Yes, I exist to crush others' wishes. Haruaki, what do you think our next step should be? I ask, now that I've figured out what I need to do. Well, if we're playing it safe, then I guess maybe just wait for the silver screen of broken wishes to finish doing its thing. That probably is the way to go. Huh? But I'm not so positive. And I can tell Daya's thinking the same thing. We know the score. We also know Daya has probably guessed Haruaki and I would choose to wait things out, so he'll more than likely use his smarts and his box to take down the silver screen of broken wishes. We're running up on the time limit. As that happens, Daya will probably become less and less picky with his tactics. He'll try to use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime to drive me against a wall. Just like when he searched for Maria and me, he will employ his nearly 1,000 subjects. Having 1,000 people tracking me down had been pretty terrifying, like being under surveillance by the entire world. The next order will be more than a search to spook me. Worst case, it's not crazy to think Daya might issue an order to kill the person he thinks is the owner. He might go so far as to have me killed, too. Nearly 1,000 people are going to come after me in a direct attack. Of course I'm shaking. They say a cornered mouse will bite a cat, but Daya is no mouse. It's a lion we've got cornered here. If I screw up even slightly, he'll spring back from the brink and crush me in his jaws in one fell swoop. What should we do? Your only choice is to hide. Don't you think? Can't really launch an attack if you can't find the target, Haruaki suggests. He's right. Even with 1,000 or so people on the lookout, they probably can't sniff out someone in hiding in just 2 hours, right? Using the internet like they did last time wouldn't be very effective in such a short amount of time, either. Plus, if you're going to lie low, then Kiri should. There's no telling when Dayan will start considering the possibility that Kiri is the owner. Whoa, I was just throwing out ideas, but that might be a good one, even for me. If you're hiding out with Kiri now, we may just get through this yet. As it happens, Kokon is hiding in a dormitory. It belongs to the baseball team of a friend of another friend Haruaki met through his own ball team. Haruaki was there, too, until just a while ago. We moved Kokon there after Yuri filled us in on the details of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Our thinking was that the subjects would be less likely to track her down if she was tucked away in the home of some loosely connected acquaintance rather than out in the open. Daya doesn't even know said acquaintance exists, let alone where the dorms are. I'm positive we could stay hidden for a little under 2 hours. But if we do, Daya isn't going to let us stay in hiding. Yep, there's no way in hell that Daya will allow it under these circumstances. He'll come up with some way to lure us out. If he threatens Maria as bait to call me out again, I won't have any choice but to play along. I see, ... but... and I get an idea. Yeah. So if that's how it's going to be, then how about we just don't let him make any threats? Haruaki tilts his head at my raised voice. Huh? What do you mean by that? Isn't it up to him whether he makes a threat? Here's what we need to do. I pull out my cell phone and turn it off. How is that going to stop him from threatening you? Can't threaten me if you can't get in touch. He can order me to come meet him, but there's no point if he can't get a hold of me. Okay, I get that, but if Dayan is trying to hurt Maria, whether he gets in contact with you doesn't change the fact that she's in danger. Does it? You just wouldn't know about it. Heck, you'd be ignoring it. Daya doesn't have any reason to want to harm Maria. Does he? If he says he's going to, it's really just a reason to call me out. If he can't even do that, though, there's no point in hurting Maria. I hear you. So the first thing I'm gonna do is hide, as you suggested. Then I'm gonna make it so I can't get any messages from Daya. Once I've done that, Dayan can't work any plots to draw you out, which means you can wait it out. If that's what we're doing, then Kiri and I will need to turn our phones off, too. He may not be able to reach you on your phone, but if he can reach us, that means he can reach you. Alright, I'm going to tell Kiri to turn her phone off, and then I will, too. Haruaki begins entering a text. A thought enters my mind. Would I have been better off if I had come up with this idea sooner? Would I have had an easier time if I had? But maybe not. If I were the only one involved, cutting off all contact could have been a viable strategy. But I had to protect Maria. If she were placed in danger, letting things pass in ignorance would not have allowed me to avoid the crisis itself. In a certain sense, this is a move I can make only now that I don't have Maria holding me back. A move I can make because, like Daya, I have my back against the wall. Okay, let's hurry and meet up with Kokon and go off the radar before the subjects find us. Hell yeah. Now that we've got that settled, let's go ahead and... Haruaki's cheery reply stops short. Haruaki? He is standing stock still, eyes glued to the screen of his phone. Don't tell me Daya already reached out to you? Not replying, Haruaki starts clicking at his phone with a stern expression. He starts up the app for OneSeg TV broadcasts and watches the screen intently. Why TV at a time like this? But Haruaki begins searching for something as if unable to find the video he wants. Haruaki, what's the matter? There's something on the TV Kiri told me in her text to watch. It looks like it's already ended, though. She's panicked, too. Going quiet again, Haruaki looks me in the face, perhaps having at last come across the video he was looking for. Hoshi, I think we're too late. He shoves his phone out at me. On the screen is a news program that has been uploaded to a video site. It's the weather forecast. Broadcast live from a street downtown. But there's something wrong in this weather report. A naked woman, a thin woman with brown hair, probably in her 50s, has gotten on all fours and started barking. She is crouched, so it's hard to see, but beneath her hanging breasts, large words have been written in permanent marker. Come to the movie theater. She appears for only a moment before the screen jerks and switches back to the studio. That's where the video ends. Hoshi, can we really ignore Dayan if he's even using TV to make his threats? There's no way. You're right. It won't work. What if, for example, Daya made one of his subjects say I'll kill Maria Otonashi if you don't come to the theater? It wouldn't make any difference to Daya whether his message actually reached us or not. Now that he's gone this far, he might really follow through on his threat with the expectation that we have received his message. As long as there's a risk of that, we can't ignore him. If we still persist with this plan, he'll only go to even more extreme lengths to reach us. He may even utilize his subjects to ensure I could never have a normal life ever again. In the worst case scenario, the Daya we're dealing with now could harm Maria. Now that he's discovered this method, I can't avert my eyes from him any longer. Even indirect threats will work on me now. As it stands, not noticing messages from Daya will be the problem. I don't see the point in keeping this up now. I turn my phone back on. Instantly, I receive a call, as if it were just waiting for me. Opening my phone, I check the name on the screen. Kasumi Mogi, found you. I haven't answered the phone. After all, it's still ringing from the incoming call. I can hear another sound besides my stupid electronic ringtone, one I'm not used to hearing. Roll, roll, roll. It's the sound of wheels. The sound of a wheelchair. Daya Omin 0911 FRI 10:12 p.m. I never limit myself to just one scheme. I had trusted in Iowa Shindo's capability, but that's not to say I've been operating under the assumption that she would guarantee success. If I did happen to rely on the actions of someone else and something unexpected happened, it could prove fatal, given the unforgiving time constraints. That's why my plan didn't rely solely on Shindo when I was putting the screws to Kazu during the third movie. Repeat, reset, Reset. I had several other ploys in the works while she was revealing Kazu's betrayal to Otonashi. One of them consisted of messages to Kazu on TV using dog people. I issued an order to 11 of my subjects who had committed grave enough crimes that I wouldn't mind making dog people of them. The order was to write "come to the movie theater" on their naked bodies and show it to Kazuki by displaying their disgraceful state on television. While I haven't yet confirmed if it was actually carried out or not, I'm sure one or two of them succeeded. AI's arrival here made me think that attempt was a wasted effort, but by the same token, her presence gives it new importance. Thanks to this, I can prevent Kazu and the others from cutting off contact with me. From Kazu's perspective, all he needs to do to bring me down is wait for the silver screen of broken wishes to reach its conclusion, meaning there's a good chance he'll cut off all contact with me and go into hiding. But a broadcast mishap of that magnitude would make waves across the internet and elsewhere, making it extremely likely to reach Kazu's ears. And once it did, Kazu would understand the dangers of cutting off contact. If I can reach him, then I can use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime more effectively in this conflict. We're in the entrance. 15 years old and earrings has yet to start. I'll lose pretty much all freedom once the show begins, so I have to use this time to put together the broad brushstrokes of a plan. There are 17 minutes left until the movie starts. We'll be teleported to the theater 5 minutes before, so that leaves 12 minutes. Damn it, not much time. But what else is new? In other words, this is what you're saying your plan is. AI summarizes what I just finished telling her. Kasumi Mogi is experiencing despair because of her physical condition and her unrequited romantic feelings for Kazuki Hoshino. If I ask her if she wants to use the misbegotten happiness, she won't say number. So I'll use my box on Mogi, thus forgetting about Kazuki Hoshino. I nod, and AI continues. Kazuki Hoshino probably hasn't explained the boxes to Mogi and had her join his side. I doubt he'd want to tell Mogi about them, since she took such pains to wipe the rejecting classroom from her mind. Plus, a paraplegic just wouldn't be much help to him in this fight. Basically, if you can bring a subject in contact with her, your plan can move forward without any harm coming to her. And getting in touch will be easy. She has to be at the hospital, after all. Well, to be honest, I couldn't care less about Mogi. I just want Kazu to come to the silver screen of broken wishes, but there's no need for me to say that. Kasumi, that useless, annoying idiot butts in yet again. Shut the hell up, you tribozu bitch. You're thinking something rude, aren't you? It's all over your face. I'm good at reading expressions, you know. Against my will, I converse with Yanagi for a bit. Just asking, but do you know Mogi? Well, she's both my rival in love and an ally against a shared enemy. I sometimes trade info with her at the hospital. Hey. So, discussing the perfect crime for how to bump off Otonashi? Is your switcheroo trick using a wheelchair almost complete? Everyone knows Mogi can't get around on her own, so who'd have thought you'd take advantage of that to craft your alibi? Why is your murder plan so specific? You really need to rethink your image of me. And while we're at it, why did you butt in when Mogi came up? You got something on your mind, huh? No, I shouldn't have asked. Time to put this girl out of my mind. Now, then. How to go about using Mogi? Nevertheless, AI is better bait for Kazu than Mogi. It's a simple plan, but using a subject in the outside world to threaten Kazu about AI is the best option. The threat will go something like this: if you don't smash the silver screen of broken wishes by the end of today, I'll kill Maria Otonashi. I should probably set the time limit to 5 minutes or so before the end of the day at midnight. Threats are effective. Desperate as I am, there is no way for Kazu to say for certain that I won't murder AI. If so, then what do I intend by using Mogi? Why do I find it necessary, even though putting her in the middle will take a not so negligible amount of extra time? I do need to make AI think of using the misbegotten happiness on poor, heartbroken Mogi. That's not the entirety of it, though. As I thought just a moment ago, threats using AI work. The problem is, they work too well. It might suggest to someone that I'm going to win this. To whom, you asked? To As for how to get Kazu to come here, I've got an idea. I decide to try telling AI about it. Let's hear it, then. I'll just have a subject break Mogi's fingers. What are you saying? AI scowls. Just as I thought. It's a threat. If you don't want to stay quiet and watch Mogi lose her hands, then come into the silver screen of broken wishes. Kazu once had feelings for her. Even he can take the sound of her fingers snapping for only so long, right? To make matters worse, Mogi can use only her upper body. Her hands are more important to her than to other people, right? I won't let you do that, either. Don't you hate Mogi? Didn't she stab you? Don't make me repeat myself. My feelings have nothing to do with it. I can't stand by while people get hurt, no matter who they are. Yep, that's pretty much the reaction I anticipated. There's not really any point in getting AI worked up here. Understood. Let's scratch that plan, then. I acquiesce. But I don't mean it. It's not as if AI ever had any means of checking what orders I make, so I can get away with just saying this. No need for me to stay true to my word. Whether I have her blessing or not, what matters is that Mogi's fingers break. This little script is not for AI, but for O. I need to convince her that this is the trump card of my strategy. If it's for Maria's sake, Kazu may very well leave Mogi to her broken-fingered fate. Kazuki Hoshino can veer that far off the path of common sense, once he's prepared for the worst. I'm sure O thinks so, too. That's why she won't think I'll win with this gambit. If it appears that my stratagem is going to fail, then I doubt she'll step in. In actuality, the center of my plan is a threat against AI. I'll keep that fact under wraps, though, by convincing O that my threat revolves around Kasumi Mogi. The question is whether I can pull it off when my opponent is O. And I conclude, I can. O can apparently observe the world, but as far as I can tell, this process is like using a satellite camera to peer down at the Earth. It makes it difficult to get a detailed understanding of the motives behind my actions. That is O's weakness. So I can do it, like a magician distracting his audience with showmanship while he smoothly performs his sleight of hand. I can conceal my threat with AI by making another one with Mogi. Naturally, I can't rest easy and assume what someone as unpredictable as O will do. I'll need to adapt on the fly depending on how things play out. The thing is, I'm beginning to get a grasp on how O's mind works. Though her almost godlike abilities made it difficult to see, now that I recognize her true nature, for better or worse, I can make the correct analysis. O's personality is not something otherworldly like that of a god or demon, but something more mundane like that of an eccentric human being. Her mental acumen is apparently quite high, but nothing that breaches the bounds of common sense. Nothing special. I'm fairly certain her personality was based on a certain girl's image of her big sister, the real AI Otonashi. So my analytical skill allows me to read her behavior for the most part. For example, there's one thing of which I'm certain: sometime today, O will show up. I turn in the direction of Yanagi's sudden cry. Standing beneath the electric billboard is Iowa Shindo, her school uniform red and dirty, her face exhausted and smeared with mud. What's wrong, Iowa? On your uniform, is that blood? Are you hurt? Yanagi runs up to Shindo in concern. It's fake blood. I'm not injured, but I might as well be dead. What do you mean? My box was broken. Yanagi's eyes go wide with surprise, while AI's brows narrow intensely. I have a heap of things I want to ask her, too. But there's something I have to say before I do so. Is this pathetic farce supposed to accomplish something? Oh? Yanagi and AI look from O to me, their eyes still wide. Oh? Shindo's expression goes from utter exhaustion to that familiar bewitching gentleness. All the same, seeing that look brings something to mind, though it has no bearing on anything now. That benevolence really does remind me of the expression Kazu had when he sent me into the silver screen of broken wishes. I must say, I'm hurt that you didn't let yourself be fooled for even a second. How on earth did you know it was me? It was just a hunch. The truth is, I had predicted that O would make an appearance here before too long. Given her nature, O would probably want to see Kazu and me squirm. I'm not going to say that answer aloud, of course. It's no good if O thinks I'll win. Being honest here would probably only set O on guard, and I don't need that. O doesn't seem to have any particular doubts. Not even that interested, in fact. O. AI has been watching our interaction with what almost amounts to a glare. Her eyes are full of hatred. I haven't seen you in some time. I don't suppose you're planning to give me a new box. Surely there's no reason for me to do that. I'm certain I kindly informed you that as a subject for observation, you're hardly any different from a vacuum cleaner. I have no intention of meddling with something little different from a machine. As I watch their exchange, I think, what the hell is this charade? Why does O claim to have no interest in AI yet speak with such hostility? O doesn't respond to others like this. Why doesn't AI find that suspicious? Why can't AI catch on to O's true nature? My train of thought is cut off as O looks at me. Actually, I need to speak with you. Is that acceptable? This proposal is unexpected. Unexpected because I had taken it for granted that O would remain an observer as long as Kazu didn't encounter any major setbacks. I still have a ways to go when it comes to reading O. I glance at my watch as I pull myself together. 10:19 p.m. I hope it's productive. I have less than 6 minutes of freedom to chat. If it's small talk you want, sorry. If I do speak with O, it'll most likely take until I'm transported to the theater. Once that happens, I won't be free to act. It's something of importance to you. That settles it. That alone prevents me from refusing O's offer out of hand. Understood. All I would be able to do with AI in my remaining time is go over my plans again anyway. I've already made the order for Mugi. I've sent a subject, a fanatical follower, in fact, to her hospital. Forgive me. But would the rest of you mind leaving the room? I must speak with Oamin alone. AI isn't happy about this. Wait, why do you and Oamin? Sorry. I rein AI in. But there's no time to have your question answered. Just hold on to it for now. Though she's clearly upset about it, AI doesn't say anything further. The instant I can tell that Yanagi and AI are gone, I start talking. Get to the point. I tell O in Shindo's form. I genuinely don't have time for pleasantries. HMPH. Very well. O agrees, then gives me the gist. Kazuki and I are now enemies. All my assumptions are shattered. I'm stunned. To be honest, I want time to spend going over the implications of what I've just heard. Unfortunately, I don't get a grace period. The shock has left my emotions churning, but the question I ask is a productive one. So are you on my side? I can't put thoughts and feelings in order, but I can still at least make the proper B response to A. I don't have the time or resources to confirm the truth of O's claim or ask for the particulars. I just have to assume that statement is true and find out if this situation is useful to me. I will not be your ally. Why not? Kazu is our common enemy now, right? I don't believe Kazuki will abandon hope if I go along with your way of doing things. To put it another way, I don't see any advantage in becoming your ally. Still, if you're against Kazu, that means you aren't going to interfere in my victory so he can win. Correct? That is true. I will not interfere. In fact, I have something nice to share with you. Your plan, the plan of using the misbegotten happiness in front of Kazuki to remove Maria Otonashi's memories of him, is the best option available to you at the moment. I guarantee that. I don't have the time to confirm whether this is true, either. I just have to take it at face value. Next question. Kazu is supposedly more interesting to you than anyone else. Why is he your enemy now? You speak as if my fascination means he can't become my foe. But it's quite the opposite. His position as my enemy is precisely what fascinates me about him. Enough with the flowery speech. What I'm asking is the reason he became your enemy, so brusque. If I exist to allow Maria Otonashi to be AI Otonashi, then Kazuki exists to erase AI Otonashi from Maria Otonashi. It's only natural that we oppose each other, don't you think? I guess. Still, how does Kazu thinking that change anything? Just saying, Kazu may have some quirks, but he's only human. Are you saying a mere mortal like Kazu has the ability to do away with you, specifically? Yes, he does. Kazuki has obtained the ability to crush boxes by force. That sure cuts off my ranting, as you might imagine. The ability to crush boxes? What kind of cheating BS is that? I think for a moment that O is referring to the silver screen of broken wishes, but number. That box can crush only my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Why does Kazu have this power? Because he is another person who has gained power from the misbegotten happiness. Much like myself. I don't understand. How would Kazu gain power from the misbegotten happiness? No, I'll just take that as it is. There's one thing I just can't reconcile, though, and that's when AI got the misbegotten happiness. I don't know all the details, but AI and Kazu weren't acquainted at that point, were they? If so, then how would it have influenced Kazu? It's not really all that difficult. The misbegotten happiness was always going to make a force to counterbalance me. But as Maria Otonashi could not conceive of a being capable of opposing me, that position remained vacant. That doesn't mean there was no counterbalance at all. However, the post remained, ready to be filled. And then the one meant to take it appeared. The anomaly, Kazuki Hoshino, whom a certain someone saw as a savior. The discrepancy in the timing doesn't amount to all that much. I see, in a sense, the discrepancy is even more characteristic of the box. As it happens, something has been bugging me for a little while now. I want to make sure of something. And what would that be? What the hell are you? What am I? Such a crude question. I'm afraid I can't humor you because the scope of the question is beyond my capacity to answer. I get that you're made in the image of the real AI Otonashi, and that you've been influenced by the misbegotten happiness. What I can't figure out, though, is why Kazu is the force that opposes you, and why he has the power to remove you. Yes, I can see you don't understand yet. The misbegotten happiness is originally a box that gives me existence as O. That's how it grants wishes. If it's destroyed, I can't exist as O. I'm almost reeling from the shock, but there's no time for whirling emotions. I respond with pure logic. So what you're implying is that when I received a box, I used AI as misbegotten happiness, too? Indeed. Without the misbegotten happiness, there would be no me. But wouldn't that mean Aya doesn't actually lose her memories when she uses the misbegotten happiness? I'm actually using the box, but she hasn't forgotten anything. It's not a lie. The memory loss occurs only when she decides to use the misbegotten happiness of her own will. That's quite a convenient system, is it? Haven't boxes always worked this way? Give it some thought. Can't you work out why she loses her memory to begin with? The question reminds me of the almost laughable conversation between O and Aya just a moment ago. Why is Aya almost stupidly unaware of O's identity? I think the answer comes to me. She has to be, or the misbegotten happiness could never come into existence. Aya must never realize that O is the product of her own box. Furthermore, she must never realize that O is like the real Aya Tonashi. She must never know how her box grants the wishes of other people. If she ever found out, the misbegotten happiness wouldn't just be misbegotten, it would be a downright screw-up. So if she's going to learn how the box works when she uses it, she has to forget. O and Aya have been set to despise each other so that the box won't create a broken wish. Aya has cooked up a story in which she is trying to get a new box from her arch-nemesis so that this time, she can make a perfect wish that is not misbegotten. But it's not possible for Aya to obtain her ideal box. It'll never be possible. After all, her struggle against O is her entanglement in the misbegotten happiness. What the hell? What sort of fool's errand is that? She may as well be building a sandcastle that will collapse under a little rain. Is this really what Aya has been persevering for? Is this what she has spent her whole lifetime on? Is this what she's killed off her own personality for, what she's staked her life on? Does Kazu realize that Aya's battle is in vain? I'm sorry, but the way his head works, he probably doesn't know what exactly is going on. I'm sure he gets the essence of it, though. He has an intuitive grasp on the truth of this box. Yeah, that's how Kazuki Hoshino is. That's why I know he'll try to crush the misbegotten happiness. He will attempt to deliver Maria Otonashi from this system of meaningless sacrifice. And, it goes without saying, my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is standing in his way. What exactly does Kazu need to do to destroy boxes? How would my box be broken? If Kazuki is able to touch your chest, he can remove your box and crush it. That's how he did away with Iowa Shindo's box. In fact, what? He actually took out Shindo? Wait, more importantly, all he has to do is touch me? That's bad. I just tried to send an invitation for Kazu to enter the silver screen of broken wishes. But if he can crush crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime by just touching me after I've called him in here, I'm Soul, aren't I? If I do nothing here, the silver screen of broken wishes will destroy my box. On the other hand, crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime will also be crushed if I summon Kazu here and let him get his hands on me. Give me a break. You can be only so unfair. Let's think in specifics. When Kazu shows up in the silver screen of broken wishes, for instance, I could take Aya hostage and tie her head over my chest to prevent him from touching me. That's not an option, though. It's not an issue of ethics, I just won't be able to do it. I'd be in the theater when it happens, and the silver screen of broken wishes makes me incredibly lethargic if I attempt to do anything other than watch the movie. I won't have the strength to resist that and hold down her head, not for long. Does that mean our gambit to remove Aya's memories of Kazu with the misbegotten happiness is my only option, regardless of whether he comes here or not? That won't work, either, though. Things won't go that smoothly. Aya has said she has no intention of using the misbegotten happiness on anyone who doesn't want it, and she's not likely to bend on that. I don't have time to hatch some plot to make Yanagi or Mogi desperate enough to ask her to use it. And my box will be crushed if Kazu touches me in the meantime. But if the power of the misbegotten happiness has always been the power to grant the use of those boxes, then there is something that makes me wonder. Can the misbegotten happiness be used by a person who has used a box before? O replies without any particular change in expression. They cannot use the same box, but if it's a different one, then yes. However, I do not use boxes on the same subject twice. If so, then I guess I can get Yanagi or Mogi to take some misbegotten happiness. Now how do I go about doing that? NGH. My mind suddenly slows to a crawl. My brain is finally worn out. My head is in pain. I'm cracking under the influx of information. I can absorb and understand only so many insane revelations without my mind shutting down, and I've had about all I can take. I look at my wristwatch. Not even a minute left before I'm in the theater. Oh, there's still one thing I just have to check, though. It's been on my mind this entire time, something I've been meaning to ask her the next time I encountered her after I realized her identity. What is it? Depending on the answer, my resolve may be shattered. This question is that crucial. The misbegotten happiness is an external type box, correct? There are internal and external type boxes, categorized based on whether the owner believes its effects can actually be implemented in the real world. Let's say the misbegotten happiness is an internal type box, and I didn't believe. It depends on the box's level, but internal type boxes generally don't influence reality. In other words, all the bizarre, box-induced incidents like the rejecting classroom, the week in the mud, and the game of indolence were part of the unreality within the misbegotten happiness. All these stories would be treated as vivid dreams of as. The same would go for crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, too. Of course, I can't let this end with something so ridiculous. I wouldn't be able to bear it. If the misbegotten happiness is not an external type box, then everything I have done will be rendered meaningless. Yes, it's an external type, and a level 10. Her faith in her ability to make others happy is almost flawless. Your worries are unfounded, so relax. Judging by her tone, it's the truth. Phew, that was close. Everything that's happened wasn't a lie. My plan to strengthen the moral perspective of all humanity, the dog people I created to judge the criminals who escape justice. The excruciating agony I bore from the shadows of crime, Iowa Shindo's breakdown at my hands, Kaudai Kamiyuchi's death at my hands, and all the people I've walked with crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, they were all real. I'm relieved, or I should be. The truth is, as an owner, I do possess a vague sense of whether a box is an internal or external type. The reason I still have to make sure is that I'm not the kind of person who can place much trust in hunches. Plus, given how crucial of an issue it is, I just needed proof. Alright, maybe I'll ask about one more important thing. When I learned that Kazu's power came from the misbegotten happiness, a new question rose to my mind. One I had to ask. Kazu crushes boxes, right? That's what I've been saying. All of us were able to become owners because we liked the idea of boxes and accepted them. But someone who crushes boxes would be the complete opposite. Oh, listens to my question with that same pleasant and graceful smile. Would someone who rejects boxes to such an extent ever be able to become an owner? Oh, answers my question concisely. They would not. I can't even remember how many times it's been now. But I'm teleported immediately after this conversation. I'm seated in front of a screen. In 5 minutes, the final movie, 15 Years Old and Earrings, will play. The audience consists of the decorative audience who look as if they're wearing masks of themselves. More of these unsmiling dolls are familiar faces than before. Behind and to my right is a realistic Huri Yanagi. Ai Aotonashi is back, and to the left, Iowa Shindo's form is nowhere to be seen. After that, there's that odd phenomenon unique to this box. A pitch black hole, in the shape of someone sitting. An utter darkness that is now just 2 seats away, the abyss. And then, next to me, yeah, it makes sense. Kazu can't become an owner. He couldn't come up with a silver screen of broken wishes. He never could have made a box with the lone purpose of stamping out my wish. Who, then, is the owner? Who could think only of me? Who could wish only for me? Only one person. And so, sitting next to me is the star of this movie, Kokon Kairino. The air conditioning is too strong. It feels as if the unnaturally pure air is boring holes in my skin. I touch my earrings. I put holes in myself every chance I get, but it really isn't enough. I don't have nearly enough openings. Kokon. No matter how many holes I punch in my body, you won't get out. Seeing you that brings it all back from the distant past. That warmth in my arms never leaves. The once gentle aura around us, the heat for us and only us, clashes sharply with reality to create a screeching that nearly drives me insane. There's no way I can watch this movie to the end. My mind will probably snap before the credits roll. Why did it end up like this? The box I've been fighting belongs to Kokon. Does that mean I'm fighting her? Number. It's not that we're fighting. Something doesn't fit. If so, then who am I fighting? What am I fighting? What would it take for us to be happy? Number. That thought is wrong. I didn't choose happiness. I chose justice. That's why this was a foregone conclusion. This story was always going to end in tragedy. Well, my psyche will crumble soon, I think. I'll probably be destroyed. But I'm fine with that. I have no problem with it. If I only figure out what is just and act to make it happen, I'll be able to work on autopilot. Empty-headed. No problem. I know what this is. It's despair. But despair already won a long time ago. Yeah. The screen flashes white, and then the light is red. It's the end of the world. I've seen it before. What's about to appear on screen is just another romantic drama with naive middle schoolers. I'm sure it'll be great. A guaranteed tearjerker. Everyone loves those, right? Stories about other people's suffering. Stories that make you cry over how very sad those poor characters are, and then you feel better. So please eat some popcorn and enjoy. Everyone, a round of applause. Clap, 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 Clap. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 10:31 p.m. Mogi still can't operate her wheelchair on her own. That's why the one who brought her here, the one who called out found you, is not Mogi. Hey, lucky me. The person pushing Mogi in her wheelchair is a seemingly ordinary young girl. That ordinary impression lasts only for a second, though. The only reason I thought it at all was because of her plain black bob and the prim dark blue sailor uniform identifying her as an average middle schooler. But upon seeing her eyes, I can tell that this girl isn't going to act like one. We're on a back street with not much foot traffic. The girl's pupils glimmer with so much fire beneath the glow of the street lamp that I wonder if they forgot how to reflect light properly. It's as if they're made of aluminum foil. They aren't normal. I found you, Kazuki Hoshino, Kazuki Hoshino, Kazuki Hoshino. Full of energy, she twirls around on the spot. Just as I start to realize what's going on, she suddenly falls silent, biting her lip and fixing me with a glare. Lord Daya's enemy. I had a feeling that was it. This girl is one of the Daya fanatics Yuri mentioned briefly. Hoshino. For some reason, this fanatic has brought Mogi with her. Mogi. What's going on? Mogi is as white as a sheet and still in her pajamas, suggesting she was brought here against her will. She suddenly showed up and took me with her. I was really scared, but it's not like I could fight back. True. Mogi's body is in no state to do anything. So what this girl is doing? No. What Daya is doing, is the work of an undeniable coward. I had no idea what was going on. She took me outside, stole my cell phone, and then started trying to get in touch with you. That's when I realized why she came to get me. And then you found me the moment my phone rang. Meaning we happened to be nearby. This road is close to the hospital. While it's unfortunate we were found so quickly, I probably would have responded to any contact from Mogi. This girl with her aluminum foil eyes would have caught us sooner or later. The girl begins to caress Mogi's hands. Then she says, "I'm going to break them now." Huh? The word break has nothing to do with the situation. I don't get it. Fingers. Hers. I'm going to break them. I'm sorry. Mogi's eyes go wide, and she looks up at the girl. Unsure of how to respond, I decide to start by asking the first question that came to mind. Why would you do that? Because that's the order from Lord Daya. Hold up. Haruaki interrupts after watching us. What would that accomplish? Accomplish? I just said it's an order, right? That's not what I mean. What's the goal? Doesn't Daya Omin want something from Kazuki Hoshino? Oh yeah. I was told to make Kazuki Hoshino come into the silver screen of broken wishes. The girl replies as if the objective doesn't matter to her in the slightest. For a fanatic of Daya's like herself, maybe she doesn't care about the ends or the means. She simply obeys the instructions given to her. She doesn't prioritize, either. Don't you feel anything seeing Kasumi in this state? You're just fine doing this? Haruaki is a little stunned by her behavior, but he lays into her anyway. Upon hearing this, the girl tilts her head all the way to the side, leaning over Mogi and staring at her upside down. Mogi squeaks at suddenly finding that face looking at her. I feel bad for her. It's an unexpected reply, but I feel even worse for myself. Why? She raises her head again and mutters, I have AIDS, you know. I'm gonna die eventually. Yeah, I'm worse off. But her tone makes it sound as if she doesn't care at all. So does my pity mean anything? She doesn't care. For this girl, feeling bad for Mogi is yet another thing that doesn't matter to her. Nothing matters except her devotion to Daya. That is abnormal. It's so abnormal that Haruaki is too stunned to reply. I'm sure of it. This girl will indeed snap Mogi's fingers one by one without batting an eye. She'll do it without any deep feelings or thought to what it means. I let out a sigh, then laugh scornfully. Come on, man. Daya, what are you even doing? Is this what you want? I thought you couldn't stand people with no imagination. Isn't this girl here exactly what you described? What's so funny? The girl stares at me angrily with those aluminum foil eyes. Should I be afraid of those eyes? I don't really think so. In fact, I'm convinced they're a hindrance. A hindrance to her that means I don't need to hold back at all. Here's the thing about people with no imagination. People who just do what they're told. From a certain perspective, such a total lack of original thought. Huh? Oh. Leaves them wide open. The girl gives a cry of confusion when I abruptly dash forward. But she can't think, so she can't react. I weave around behind her. And I squeeze her neck with both hands. The girl lets go of the wheelchair without thinking. Haruaki. He's been watching me in wide-eyed surprise, but he knows exactly why I called out to him. Now that the wheelchair is out of the girl's hands, he snatches it away. Cough. Not loosening my grip on the coughing girl, I seize her by the collar and then push her down without giving her a chance to respond. The girl's aluminum foil eyes are now full of shock. I can see the beginnings of rising fear. Who gives a crap? though it's worth no more than dog food. Not having any doubts is a strength, but still. I ready my right hand, then I plunge it into her chest like a sword. This is what happens if you don't have any will or determination. I pull out the mass-produced offshoot of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. The girl looks at what I have in my hand, an inferior box that resembles a black bean. Stop. My link to Lord Daya will go away. She shrieks desperately. I snort in amusement. You never had one to begin with. Just shut up. I'm taking back Maria, and I'll do whatever it takes to anyone who gets in my way. I crush it. CRSSH. There isn't much resistance. It feels like squishing a pill bug. The girl faints, just as I did when I destroyed her box. Phew. It doesn't make me feel much of anything. I just did what I could, that's all. Looking down at the girl where she has collapsed, I stand and brush the dirt off my clothes. When I glance at Haruaki, I find he's been watching me with round eyes. What's wrong, Haruaki? Well, it's just that you did something weird. Yeah, I've gained the ability to remove and destroy boxes. Okay. Despite my explanation, Haruaki's expression is still dubious. It looks like you have something else to say. Oh yeah, man, you don't pull your punches. Pull my punches? Why would I need to do that? She was going to break Mogi's fingers, wasn't she? You could tell she had no qualms about it, right? Why yeah, what you did, yeah, it was justified. Justified? Yes, it was justified. So Haruaki's confusion is a little bewildering. More important is Mogi, now that she's suddenly involved. I lean over and smile at her in her wheelchair. Are you okay? Thanks. I thought I spoke to her kindly, but she still seems bemused. Now I know I need to take care. My actions are a little bit strange. Mercy was a luxury I couldn't afford, though. As I look at Mogi and try to justify my actions in my mind, I suddenly spot something. Huh? Mogi, are you hiding something in your left pocket? I ask, pointing it out. Mogi won't look me in the eye. What's with that reaction? What is it? I'm about to ask, when Haruaki taps me on the shoulder. Bad news, Hoshi. Looks like that scream got everyone's attention. He tells me lights have appeared in the doorways of houses nearby, and a commotion is beginning. It makes sense. This place doesn't see a lot of traffic, but it's not deserted like that tunnel under the tracks that Iowa brought me to. This girl was really reckless for trying to hurt someone in a place like this. What should we do? I don't want to take the time to explain the situation. I'm worried about her, but let's get out of here. She's down for the count, so people may get the wrong idea and think we hurt her. Maybe we should lean her against that wall over there. Someone will probably hand her over to the police. I nod and do as Haruaki says. We beat a hasty retreat, and once we've got some distance, we begin walking over to Cocoon's again. But there's a problem, and I shouldn't even have to say it's Mogi. Mogi has no idea what any of this is about. I can't tell her about boxes and drag her into this. If Daya is going to keep giving orders that involve Mogi, though, then I can't just take her back to the hospital and be done with it. There's no telling if a similar incident might happen again. Maybe I should explain just a bit of what's going on to her. And is it the right thing to do, to take someone who can't move freely? Mogi, what do you wanna do? Unable to decide myself, I instinctively ask the person in question. Clueless about the situation as she is, there's no way she can make a good call, but still. As Haruaki pushes her wheelchair along, Mogi doesn't answer right away. Then she says with a troubled look, what would be the best course of action? It sounds like a throwaway response, but it bothers me. I mean, that's definitely not a natural reply. Normally, wouldn't someone ask what's going on or just be lost before they got to that? Mogi, I'm sorry, huh? Oh, I can't stop wondering about what's hidden in her shirt. I shove my hand into her pocket, and it touches something hard. Mogi's face has gone bright red in either panic or discomfort over being touched, and she protests weakly. She doesn't have much strength, though, so I take the hard little object with ease. It's a stun gun. Why would Mogi be carrying this? Would she have had the time to hide this in her pocket when Daya's fanatic took her from the hospital? Did Mogi always have a stun gun with her there? My conclusion is only natural. Mogi had that stun gun beforehand. In other words, she knew that the fanatic was going to attack her. Then there's the thing I discovered when I touched her. As the one with the empty box, I had to notice this, at least. Mogi is an owner. Mogi is a subject. If she knew she was going to be attacked, then why didn't she use the stun gun when it happened? Who did she plan to use it on, then? What order has she received from Daya? If Daya has given her an order, then who would her target be? I didn't want to tell you, Mogi says in a small voice. I didn't want to tell you I had remembered about boxes. After all, she grabs onto my sleeve with her shaky strength. I remembered I gave up on you. Huh? That was not what I expected her to say. Given that she's a subject, I had thought she had been ordered by Daya to attack me. But when I really think about it, using Mogi for that would be more trouble than it was worth for Daya. So the reason why Mogi is being so uncomfortable is, I remembered the rejecting classroom. Mogi tells me sadly. Yes, because I found out she recalled those days of hopelessness. That said, my memories of what actually happened aren't clear at all. I think it's because my memory was a foggy mess from the time I was in the rejecting classroom. That's a small mercy. At least, if she had remembered everything, she might not have even been able to speak with me as she is now. I'm positive I caused you and Otonashi a lot of trouble, though. I get that feeling. And, Mogi lets go of my arm and says, with a smile that takes all her effort, the memory of you dumping me is crystal clear. Yeah, our romantic relationship ended back then. It was over. We spent a life's worth of time putting an end to it. There is no undoing that, not ever. And yet, in my regret, I saved the photo of Mogi's sunflower smile. That was a mistake. I was just unable to take responsibility for my actions. But that doesn't change anything. See, you always have been, and always will be, my hope. That's still the same, she tells me. The look on Mogi's face seems cheerful. Does she accept it? But even if she does, that doesn't mean I can keep my mouth shut. There are so many things I need to tell her. But Mogi being Mogi, she doesn't give me the chance. Okay, let's not talk about me now. Let's talk about what happens next. Hold on, it's just, Oamine intends to make Otonashi lose her memory! Exclamation mark. Everything I was going to say to Mogi is scattered to the wind. I'm so sorry, but you're right. That's the top priority. We have to talk about it. After all, that would be the final nail in my coffin. What I'm trying to do here isn't just to destroy Maria's misbegotten happiness. It's to convince Maria to give up the misbegotten happiness herself. If Maria's memory is taken away, though, I'll never be able to get through to her. For Maria, I might as well be a stranger if she can't remember. To make matters worse, she's so stubborn. She'll never listen to me if I'm a stranger. Losing all recollection of me would pretty much render me powerless. But how would she do it? No. That's easy. Just use the misbegotten happiness on someone I know. Maria's said before that would erase her memory. Daya. I should have expected as much. Even when he's on his last leg, he can still hit me right where it hurts. Mogi. I'm grinding my teeth, but the conversation still needs to move forward. How did you get this information? I ask. You know I received crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, right? Yeah, I got an order a little while ago. What was it? It said I should brace myself because a fanatic might be coming for me. Also that I should get in touch with you. So Mogi had been packing a stun gun because she knew an attack was on the way. I guess the reason she didn't use it earlier was because she realized the attacker was taking her phone to make contact with me. So she just let it all unfold. And you were trying to get a hold of me so you could tell me Daya was going to make Maria lose her memories? That's right. That made sense. I understood that part. But, hold on a second. Why would Daya do that? Why would he have to reveal his plans, huh? Mogi's reaction alerts me to something. That's it. Of course it is. There is no reason Daya would do that. So the one who made that order is another ruler. But the only person besides Daya with the abilities of a ruler was Iowa. I can't imagine him yielding that kind of power to anyone other than her. Iowa said she was the only one, too. Still, if it's Iowa we're dealing with, there is one person she might have passed along that power to in secret. A person she can trust, who would use that ability skillfully and who possessed the good judgment to stop her if it came down to it. I say her name, Yuri. Mogi looks confused. I was pretty confident in my reasoning, but I must have made an error along the way. Oh. Guess not. You're not wrong. But why do you call me by my last name Mogi and Yanagi by Yuri? Huh? Does that bug you? Oh, of course it does. Mogi retorts, blushing. I guess my only error was assuming I made an error. At any rate, it really was Yuri who sent Mogi that order. Her intent was to let me know what's happening on her end through Mogi. Sending her to Daya is turning out to be a very good choice. But, at the same time, her presence could create a problem. Daya could use Yuri to remove all traces of me from Maria's mind. Hoshi, what should we do? The game has changed a lot. My plan to hide won't do us much good now, will it? Haruaki says. I nod. Even if we do lie low, there's no avoiding ultimatums from Daya anymore. Right. Daya will probably be pulling out all the stops with his orders, too. He can even use mass media, after all. Haruaki goes quiet, maybe envisioning the dog woman on TV. We managed to escape earlier, but his crazed followers are also a danger. I never would have thought people would have so much blind faith in him. If these fanatics learn that Daya will lose the power of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. They may do something crazy even without an order. And so what do we do? There's one answer. I have to go into the silver screen of broken wishes. If possible, I had wanted to wait it out and let it end that way. If I go into the silver screen of broken wishes, it means I'll be using the power of the empty box on Daya and obliterating crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. In short, exercising the power to crush a box in front of Maria. Truth be told, I want to avoid showing my ability to her. Let's be real. Can I actually talk her into casting aside her box when she knows I'm capable of smashing it? It'd be like trying to persuade her while making a threat at the same time, like clutching a knife and saying, "I'm not going to do anything, so you stab yourself." Maria and I have parted ways completely, I know. But if I do this, it would only make the situation even worse. Nevertheless, I have no other choice. If I tough it out in the real world without going into the silver screen of broken wishes, and Maria's memory gets wiped using Yuri, then it'll be game over. I stare angrily into the palms of my hands. No matter many times I look, my palms are completely unremarkable, much smaller than Haruaki's. But they hold the power, the hubris to crush wishes. I'll defeat Daya with these hands. I clench my fists. Haruaki watches me and gives a small nod. I see, so you're going to him, he says, then focuses on some point in the distance. It's as if he's mulling over something, or he's unsure of something. I want to make a request. The far-off gaze shifts steadily to me. Take me and Kiri with you. Haruaki lowers his head. And that's not all he's doing, I soon find out, as he falls to his knees and bows on the ground in front of me. Haruaki, please, he shouts, head pressed to the ground. I want to save Diane, and if it's even possible, I think Kiri is the only one who can do it. Their relationship is broken beyond repair, and it'll hurt both of them, I know. But I think Kiri is the only one who can do something for Diane. He lifts his head. Haruaki's eyes are slightly moist with tears. I want to help them work it out somehow. Even if it doesn't go well, I know I want to be there with them at the end. Anyone could tell that it's a sincere request. All the same, I can't answer right away. After all, I have to consider the complications it might bring. When it comes down to it, my top priority is Maria. My lack of sympathy does bother me, but I'm Maria's knight, Hoshino. For that reason, when Mogi says my name, I expect an accusation. She doesn't look accusatory, though. Her face has gone white. What's wrong? I got an order from Yuri. Then Mogi tells me. She says Otonashi became a subject. 15 years old and earrings. Scene 4, 2/3, 11. A park, noon. A big park with a pitcher's mound. Though the chatter of children can be heard in the distance, there is no one around Daya and Kokon. On the mound is a black-haired Daya. Kokon, wearing glasses, stands atop home base with the wall to her rear. Behind the park spreads a field of wheat, glittering gold. Daya, here. Daya tosses an easy curveball. Kokon stands ready for it, visibly flustered. She accidentally hits the ball with her glove, sending it rolling away. She scoops it up hurriedly, and when she throws it back, it doesn't reach Daya. The two of them repeat the same sequence several times. Daya, you suck. Daya speaks with a laugh as he retrieves a wayward ball. Kokon. I'm sorry. Kokon somehow manages to catch the ball when she holds out the glove and supports it with both hands. Her return toss still falls short. Kokon. Daya, don't you get bored playing catch with me? Daya. Well, I definitely can't call it practice. He snatches up the rolling ball. Daya. But I don't mind. Kokon. I can't even get the ball to you, though. All my throws are way off. Kokon sends the ball in the wrong direction yet again. Daya chases after it. Daya, throw it wherever you want. He calmly picks up the ball. Daya, I'll go get it every time. Smiling, Daya is truly okay with the arrangement. Kokon, on the other hand, doesn't like relying on him like that, so she runs up to Daya to get some pointers on how to throw. She spends a while intently learning how to move her arms and space her legs. Daya seems to enjoy this, too. Kokon. Okay, here goes. She is able to throw the ball several times with somewhat better form. She's getting better and better as time passes. Kokon. Here. The ball goes straight into Daya's glove. Daya. You got it to me. Daya grins. Kokon. I did. Kokon grins. 12. The park. A winter night. Daya, his hair colored and a single piercing in his right ear, is throwing the ball at a concrete wall by himself like a man possessed. The ball bangs loudly against the wall, over and over. There is no one to catch it. The stalks of wheat have been harvested, leaving the field barren. Daya, huff. He throws with a wide swing. The powerful pitch shoots upward, jamming itself into the net above the concrete with a crash. It remains stuck there instead of falling down. It's impossible to retrieve. Daya glares at the ball for a time. Daya, purity is. Daya, beautiful. Daya, and delicate. Daya, once it's lost, no one can ever get it back. Daya Oamin 0911 FRI 10:50 PM. I can't take any more. For some reason, my head keeps ringing with a sound like the alarms announcing an incoming earthquake. On screen is Coco Kairino, back when she had black hair. Then there's me, mild-mannered and polite, not questioning the world at all. I knew it. I knew this would happen if I saw 15 years old and earrings, starring Coco and Kairino. But that forewarning does nothing to stop the pain. Malice, malice, malice. It feels as if I'm pinned to the seat of the theater by a blade of animus. Everything has changed color since then. Anyone can see the murky hue that's joined the others. The truth. It feels like viscous mud, as if everything is working against me. This malice that I should have grown accustomed to gnaws away at me. Seeing the past beauty of the world forces me to see how different it is today. The impurity. Yes, I just wish I could pass out right now. I just wish I could be at ease right now. Lord Daya. A voice yanks my consciousness back, calling my name with that pompous, unpleasant title attached. Resisting the lethargy unique to the silver screen of broken wishes, I summon my strength and turn my head toward the source of the voice. An older woman I don't recognize is near the entrance to the theater. With my head hazy from the box's assault, I wonder who she is for a moment, but I soon identify her. Though I don't really recognize her face, the fact that she addressed me by that title means she must be one of my fanatical subjects. The one here now is a different devotee from the middle school girl I met in Shinjuku. She wasn't my only crazed follower. I remember now. The woman walking toward me now is a university student who repeatedly tried to take her own life. A woman who mistook my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime for a spiritual experience. Ironically enough, the presence of someone less than innocent relaxes me. It's probably because she helps me feel the reality I know and not the warmth found in that movie. It's hilarious that something unpleasant makes me feel better. What is it? Once I pull myself together through the headache and the nausea, I remember what role this fanatic was assigned. She was given the task of keeping an eye on Kazu's actions. I gave that middle schooler an order to use Mogi to deliver an ultimatum to Kazu and make him come here, and that I didn't care if she broke Mogi's fingers. At the same time, I ordered this college girl to go along with her in secret to observe how things went down. I figured Kazu and crew would be so fixated on the fanatic with Mogi that they wouldn't notice my other subject. I then gave her an order to come report back to me here in the silver screen of broken wishes after she had witnessed everything. The college girl comes up next to me and kneels down like a vassal about to swear her fealty to me. Her expression is quite panicked. I can guess what it means. Did the threat with Mogi fail? Yes. Since he has the power to crush boxes, the answer is about what I expected. I made that order before I heard what O had to say. Kazu's ability pretty much leaves that scheme dead in the water. I was not expecting what the woman says next, however. But that's not all. Our plans have been leaked to them. I can't process that situation straight away. I scowl. What do you mean? How much has been leaked? They've heard that my lord's goal is to make Ai Otonashi lose her memory. What? How did this happen? It goes without saying, but I've mentioned that here, within the silver screen of broken wishes. There's no way it could have leaked to the outside. Would O be able to relay that to them? No, I really can't imagine that now that she's said Kazu is her enemy. If so, then, forgive the intrusion, but I can tell you that it was Kasumi Mogi who told them. Mogi? Can Mogi tell what's going on in here? How could she? After a little thought, I quickly arrive at the answer and turn back and to my right, to the culprit behind the leak, to a girl I had already considered released from duty. Yuri Yanagi. Huh? What is it? Yanagi's eyes open wide, as if she has absolutely no idea why I would be suddenly calling her name. But I'm familiar with her theatrics by now. Shindo gave you just a bit of her power, huh? Without my permission. That's the situation as I read it. Yanagi drops the clueless look in favor of a bright smile. Hey. Her expression then turns cold and hard. So the jig is up. You're right, and Kasumi is my sole subject. She's being awfully brazen after her innocent performance just a moment ago. Yanagi's defiance prompts my crazed university student follower to glare at her with unbridled hostility. I motion for her to stand down with a hand, then continue my conversation with Yanagi. Did you forget that my success would have benefited you and Kazu? Oh? I had no idea. I said this before. But do you think anyone would obey someone who murdered them? You believe you can make women do whatever you want. It's disgusting. You should just die. She's useless. With my power, I could work up her shadow of a crime and put her through a world of pain. She's my subject, I can control her actions as much as I want. And yet, she's still letting her emotions control her. I wait for Yanagi's mouth to open, knowing that as soon as she finishes talking, I'm going to give her shadow of a crime hell. But, just kidding. Yanagi grins. What? I said, just kidding. Oh, I mean, please don't be angry. It's not what you think. I'm actually helping you. I have no doubt her words are misleading. I know that, but I decide not to mess with her shadow of a crime just yet and instead question her true intent. You're trying to say that leaking my plans is helping me? It sounds like a pathetic excuse and nothing more. But Yanagi is brimming with self-assurance as she declares, that's right. What's up with her attitude? Yanagi is smart. Surely she must be self-aware enough to know that, as one of my subjects, she pretty much has a knife held to her throat. Maybe she's just confident I won't use the knife. Please just imagine Kazuki's reaction when he finds out you plan to wipe Otonashi's memory. I finally piece together what Yanagi is saying. Maybe this is what you're getting at. You did it. I say it. To draw Kazuki into the silver screen of broken wishes. She nods slowly, and a little arrogantly. Exactly. Don't you think that's the most reliable way of getting him to do what you want? There's no need to be terrible and break Kasumi's fingers. I had attempted to use Mogi in a now meaningless countermeasure against Ho. It's understandable that Yanagi would find the threat ineffectual. Hey, Otonashi. It'll bring Kazuki here, right? She's even going to the trouble of getting confirmation from AI. AI has been watching us almost like a bystander, but now that she has to join the conversation, she replies, yeah, it almost certainly will. If she's saying he'll show, then there's pretty much no doubt. See, I have helped you. Kazu is on his way here thanks to Yanagi. I'm going to come face to face with him. Damn it. I consider what Yanagi has done. Damn her. She has really done it now. It's not that I hadn't given any thought to baiting him with a threat to purge Otonashi's memories. I did understand that it was a viable option to draw him to me. Why should I have to take on such a risk, though? If Kazu knows what I'm cooking up beforehand, then naturally, he's going to take countermeasures. It raises the chance of my strategy failing. What's worse, he has the extremely formidable power to obliterate boxes. If Yanagi wanted to act in my best interests, I would have wanted her to put together some completely different threat to tell Mogi. Still, I'm surprised she'd go to such lengths to split Otonashi and Kazu apart. Kazu is probably gonna hate you when he finds out what you've done. No, he won't. What are you talking about? Yanagi says with a matter-of-fact look. I tried to keep you from harming Mogi and exposed your schemes, right? I did everything I could for Kazuki. In fact, I think he'll be so grateful, he couldn't hate me. Don't you think? What is she on about? But now that I think about it, no, she's right. From Kazu's point of view, divulging my plans will just look like a helping hand. And she did protect Mogi, too. This girl is playing the role Kazu wants to a T. She's hanging on to her position to the bitter end. And you call this help for me? On top of it all, she's covering her own ass, too. Now that he's aware my thrust is to make AI forget him, Kazu has probably surmised that Yanagi will be the target of the misbegotten happiness. And of course, once he's got that down, he'll think of a means of stopping that, a means of protecting Yanagi, and thus, she raises her own chances of making it through this. I'm sure you think it is, Yanagi, but you've dug your own grave, huh? Yanagi's eyes go wide, and I sees her shadow of a crime. She is experiencing the murders she committed in the game of indolence. She doesn't stand a chance of enduring it. Before, I thought I would need Otonashi to use the misbegotten happiness in front of Kazu to make it really sink in that she's forgotten about him. But if he already knows I'm going to make her erase her memory, if he's on his way here now, that changes everything. He'll know what happened if her memories are long gone by the time he arrives. When he sees that, it will break him. Yanagi tumbles out of her seat. You've destroyed yourself and Kazu with your own actions. Congratulations. Now, despair and beg for the misbegotten happiness. The crime is murder. Yanagi may be sly, but her heart is good-natured, pure. She is far from being a villain. She doesn't stand a chance under the weight of all her sins. And yet, I won't. I frown at that small, rasping voice. I won't. If I did, it would mean I lost to the game of indolence. I know I am despicable, but I had no choice. I had to do those things for my own survival. Whether it was good or bad doesn't matter. If I couldn't have done anything else, I have to accept that fact. Oh, shut up, murderer. You shut up. I won't let it go to waste. Kazuki came to see me at home so many times. He helped me to understand that I did only what I had to do. He forgave all the bad stuff I did. So no matter how much I suffer, I won't let my guilt win. I won't. I wonder how long you can keep that up. She talks big, but there's no way she can hold out for long. I'll just keep at her until she begs for someone to save her. But, stop, oh I mean. Ai says in a still voice. I won't use the misbegotten happiness this way, not even if she asks for it herself. I release my grip on the shadow of a crime at her words. Don't ever try to force someone into asking for the misbegotten happiness again. I've made up my mind. Even if you torture someone to make them ask for it, I will never use it. If Ai says she won't, then it's a safe bet. So Yanagi is released from her torment. As tears stream down her face, she fixes an angry gaze on me. Hey. Sounds like she isn't going to do it. You're pathetic. Crawling up into her seat, Yanagi lies there motionless as if utterly exhausted. Kazuki, she whispers, calling the name of her absent crush. Regardless, her behavior makes it apparent she really did relay the situation to Kazu through Mogi in order to hinder me. TCH, you stupid bitch. The whole thing probably would have worked if I'd been able to wrangle her, so that's a 1 in a million chance that I missed. Or maybe it's Kazu's fault again that she was able to stick it out. Maybe it was due to his patience in facing down a game of indolence and helping Yanagi recover. Exhaustion washes over me in a wave, and I fall roughly into my seat. The kneeling fanatic has been watching me uneasily. It's unpleasant. Leave, huh? I don't want to even see you. She seems about to say something, but a fanatic isn't going to talk back. As instructed, she disappears from the theater. The movie is proceeding at a steady pace. The scene where Ino burns Kiri with the cigarettes should be starting pretty soon. At any rate, the playing field has changed yet again thanks to Yanagi. The headache is worse, the nausea is worse, and my strength is spent, but I still have to review the current status quo. Sitting in my theater seat, I cradle my head in my hands and think. The situation has changed dramatically since the end of Repeat, Reset. I have identified 5 major differences. O is no longer Kazu's ally. Kazu has gained the power to crush boxes. I've figured out the owner is Kokon Kairino. Kazu is coming into the silver screen of broken wishes. I will not use the misbegotten happiness if I use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime to make them desperate. These all change my conclusion. I had been thinking I could win if I could make Kazu give up. If he lost hope, he would hand over the silver screen of broken wishes, too. That was my mistake, though. Even if Kazu did throw in the towel, I would still lose as long as Kiri held on to the silver screen of broken wishes. On the other hand, breaking Kazu is still essential. If he has the ability to crush boxes, I have to neutralize that power. Here are the conditions for victory. Summon the owner, that is, Kokon Kairino, here and destroy the silver screen of broken wishes before the end of September 11th. Shatter Kazu's will by making Ai use the misbegotten happiness, thus erasing her memory, before he can touch my chest. What the hell? How am I supposed to accomplish all that? For starters, how do I call Kiri here? And once I do call her here, how do I destroy her box? How am I supposed to persuade Kiri when she's got a box specifically created to crush my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime? I can't see myself changing the mind of someone so determined in an hour and change. My only option is to find some way to destroy the box by force. But a way doesn't exist, though. It's impossible. And while we're at it, how do I even get Ai to use the misbegotten happiness? At this rate, I'm going to have to call someone who both knows Kazu and has always needed the misbegotten happiness. And even if I do manage to get them here, they probably won't make the decision lightly. Kazu could destroy my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime in the meantime. In any case, he can simply crush boxes with just a touch to the chest. It's impossible. It's impossible for me to win as long as I can't control Ai Otonashi freely. Wait. Oh, is that what it comes down to? There's one sole requirement for me to come out on top. Namely, make Ai Otonashi into a subject. I have to use Kazu's box-crushing power to do away with the silver screen of broken wishes. With orders, I can even make someone commit suicide. If I tell Kazu that I'll order Ai to kill herself unless he smashes Kiri's box, he should have no choice but to do it. What's more, I can also force Ai to use the misbegotten happiness with an order. If I wipe Ai's memories in front of Kazu's eyes, he'll be a broken man. I can meet both of my conditions for victory if Ai Otonashi becomes a subject. But here's the thing. I could never pull that off, I mutter as I watch Kiri struggling desperately on the screen. Stop. Why are you doing this, Reno? Ai Otonashi possesses a powerful will. There's no reason she should become a subject. It's pointless to even think about it. The life is being squeezed out of me. The cry from the speakers reaches my ears and tears away at my heart. I try to touch my earrings, but even that is too much for me. Just extending my hand leaves me immobile with exhaustion. Just end, and everything. Maybe this is it. Should I just give up? Should I just give up trying to use my own body to realize my earnest wish? Should I just kill them? Just kill Kazuki Hoshino and Kokon Kairino. I can do it using my subjects. If I do, I'll be rid of both the silver screen of broken wishes and the power to crush boxes. I know, if I go through with it, my mind won't survive. My mind is already close to the brink as it is, so it would be shattered. Either way, the fact of the matter is that I won't be whole for much longer anyway. I need to find someone to pass along my cause to. I need to grant the power of a ruler to a person capable of wielding crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime the right way. Shindo was defeated, though. She had seemed to have what it takes to inherit my will, albeit with some slight deviations, yet she is no longer able to use crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Fanatics are no good, either. They're suited to following, not issuing orders from above. I try to conjure up some other faces, but no one who seems able to handle it correctly comes to mind. No one has it in them to sacrifice themselves and act for the sake of the world. They don't exist. That kind of person, that kind of hope, someone who can carry on my cause for me, one person, the only one I can imagine, might be even better suited to the task than I am. The one who declared herself to be a box and cast aside everything except for the pursuit of her mission. Ai Otonashi. I understand in a flash. It feels ridiculous, like throwing a jigsaw puzzle without a single piece connected and somehow having it all come together perfectly. At any rate, it's all so clear now. I stand up. I'm so weak that I can't even touch my earrings, but I don't have time for that. Defying the force of the silver screen of broken wishes, I face Ai. I feel so awful that saying a single word might make me vomit blood. The vertigo throws off my sense of balance, and my field of vision is askew. All the same, my mouth lifts into a smile. Ai, you've been searching for a box all this time. That's why you've been pursuing owners. Also you can perfect your wish. Ai's brows furrow, and she gives me a hard look. Everything, from your willingness to spend a lifetime in the rejecting classroom to the way you stuck with Kazuo because you had taken a liking to him, has been so you can get a hold of a box. You changed the entire trajectory of your life to reach this goal. Every bit of you is devoted to this mission. Yeah, that's right. What about it? The truth is, it's an exercise in futility. Ai cannot obtain her ideal box. That's why she struggles on, ignorant of O's true nature. What is misbegotten will remain misbegotten. However, only if she has to fight on her own. What if she met a person moving in the same direction? What if she met a kindred spirit? You should be happy. What if there just so happened to be someone in possession of a similar box? Your heart's desire is about to come true. I'm serious, and my earnestness reaches Ai as well. She gazes at me intensely. Where is it? Where is the box I want? The misbegotten happiness and crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime are alike. Boxes crafted of powerful emotions, yet somehow frail and cold, yet with an infinite capacity to mean more. I have always felt they were similar. It's right here. I tap my chest. Crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is the box you've been looking for. Yes, if she uses this, Ai can escape from this unfeeling, misbegotten quicksand. Her wide-eyed gaze then lowers, and she shakes her head. Your imagination must have really gotten away from you. Your crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is not the box I need. A box that victimizes others doesn't just conflict with my ideals, it's the polar opposite. What happened with Yanagi is the perfect example. You can't convince me otherwise. That's because I'm using it. Ai regards me again. You're right that in my hands, this box will result in some unfortunate losses for others, because this is how I'm trying to transform the world. But this power is more than the ability to create dog people. Its original strength lies in control. No. The description paints it in a negative light. To phrase it in a way that's more amenable to you, I look into her eyes shining with will and tell her, it's the power to lead. Ai's gaze changes. Yeah, I knew it. This box is the one she's been searching for. It has what you want, too, of course. I tell her with conviction. The power to lead others to happiness. It can't be, but, though she can't accept it logically yet, Ai has seen it. That what I'm telling her is the truth. That the box she has been seeking is here. I begin walking over to Ai Otonashi. Naturally, the silver screen of broken wishes is keeping me sluggish. And it's getting worse, now, with each step I make. The shadows of crime gnaw at me as if my very nerves are on fire. Unable to walk straight, I support myself against the seats as I make my way to the rear row where she is. Hey. My body is in agony, but joy swells up in my heart. After all, I've finally found my long-awaited solution. From the moment I obtained the box, I was prepared to fall because of using crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. I braced myself for the possibility that I would go insane in the near future, flailing and thrashing until I met my pitiful end. This box came into being under the assumption that someone would pick up where I left off. But who would that be? Maybe I understood without even being conscious of it. I mean, wasn't I aware that she was hope itself? I don't know. Maybe it was due to my repeated interactions with her in the rejecting classroom, or maybe it didn't have anything to do with that and I simply understood her aloof nature. Either way, I'm sure I'd already identified someone capable of taking on this power when I obtained my box. If so, then crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime has always been a box meant to be given to Ai Otonashi. Huff, huff. I reach Ai Otonashi's side. Though she's a bit hesitant, I don't think she's going to bolt. Stand up, Ai. She stares at me from her chair, eyes wide. Stand and take the box you've been searching for all this time. A short time passes, but Ai does get to her feet. She stands up, knowing what I'm going to do. Behind her, the light from the screen has created a small shadow. I look at her eyes. There is no doubt in them any longer. She's prepared herself to receive it. Okay. First, I have to take her in. Show me your crimes, Ai Otonashi. Then, I step on her shadow. I place my foot on the shadow, and I can see crimes. The misdeeds of Ai Otonashi. No, of Maria Otonashi. I've collapsed. I lost consciousness. Did I scream? I think. No, maybe I didn't. I reflect on the memories I just witnessed. These memories are not the most ugly or inhuman of all the thousand sins I've seen, but that doesn't have any bearing on the agony they bring. How they appear objectively doesn't matter. I receive the subjective suffering the person in question experienced when they committed their crimes. That means Ai Otonashi hurt this badly back then. It's like being stabbed through the heart by 1,000 knives, like having my eyeballs crushed by a pair of pliers, like having my fingers pulled off one by one, like having a blender taken to my innards, like having long nails driven into each and every pore on my body. And it burns. This sin has aged and matured, turned into a thick liquid like molten iron that threatens to dissolve my body and reduce me to a formless mass. What is this? The shaking in my hands still won't stop. My pupils are fully dilated, and they won't return to normal. She's been holding something like this the whole time? I wobble to my feet and give Ai Otonashi a long look. I have to make Ai a subject before I grant her the power as a ruler. In order to do that, I have to choke down this shadow of a crime. Ai will have to come face to face with this guilt once again. Can she remain unaffected when she's forced to confront it? I have no intention of turning back, though. There's no time for hesitation. Here goes. I pull out Ai's shadow of a crime, the one I took into me when I stepped onto her shadow, and swallow it. Ai's body goes taut, and she clutches her chest. But that's all. I can't hide my amazement. How are you still okay? Ai Otonashi is standing there impassively. I'm not okay. At a closer glance, I can see a nervous sweat rising on her face. Her teeth are clenched, biting it back. But I even passed out for a moment because of this shadow of a crime. I can hardly believe her reaction is so mild. How are you standing? You shouldn't be able to take this. I know. I've experienced it firsthand. I presume this is meant to make me recall my own crimes? She says. Perspiration runs down her cheeks, yet Ai still manages to turn a forceful gaze in my direction. Yeah, and that's why you can't stand suddenly having to look right at it. It's not sudden. What? Ai releases her chest and takes a few deep breaths. You could pretty much say she's already back to normal. I feel this pain constantly. It's almost an old friend by now. I don't grasp her meaning. If I take her words at face value, though, that would imply what I did was to remind her of her crime, of how she felt back then. Everyone else is able to live out their day-to-day by forgetting such pain, but what if that isn't the case for Ai? What if she's never let it leave her mind for even a second? I am always conscious of my crimes. This hellish torment would be not an extraordinary experience, but a familiar one. If this pain is her constant companion, then she isn't going to lose herself just because I'm putting it in front of her. I'm beyond forgiveness. That's why, all the same. What the hell? Is that any way for a person to live? No. I guess I get it. So that's why I can't live as a human. It's the reason she was able to become Ai Otonashi. She thinks of herself as a sinner at all times. By never forgetting, she is continually punishing herself. It's a just system of crime and punishment. That's what made her into something that isn't human, into a box, into Ai Otonashi. Having killed herself off entirely, she has enabled herself to make a wish with single-minded purpose to stake everything, her whole way of life, on her mission, for the sake of a world in which everyone can find happiness. Her determination inspires many emotions in me: respect, envy, fascination, unspeakable admiration. She's the burned-out husk of an owner I will never become. It's for this very reason that there's no worthier successor to my power. Ai Otonashi, live on for the sake of wishes. And you, Kazuto, I can't ever let you have Maria Otonashi. I will never allow you to crush our wishes. I'm going to give you my power. You're going to inherit all the shadows of crime. Passing along, the shadows of crime won't have any effect on me. It won't change my ability to control my subjects. However, my most important task will be different. My most important task is now to eliminate the power to do away with boxes, Kazuki Hoshino, the boy with such deep influence on Ai Otonashi, and to help her persevere for the sake of our wishes. Are you ready? I ask, but Ai doesn't look at me. She's facing directly ahead. I pictured it, she nearly whispers. I imagined what needed to be done to lead people to happiness, and what kind of box I would need. It's not forcing people into a mold I've created. It's not helping them avoid the hardships of reality by dumping them in some hidden paradise, either. I came to believe that having each person give thought to the form of their own bliss and then move toward that is a fully realized happiness. She clenches her fists tightly. That's why I needed the ability to guide others, she says, her voice rich with emotion. To think I would find it here right in front of me, after adjusting my viewpoint just a little. Then she finally looks at me. Oh, I had thought we were nothing more to each other than two people with their eyes set on the same course. But that isn't a small thing. That alone is enough for something like this to take place. I see, so this is what it means to be kindred spirits. Kindred spirits. You're right. I nod. Then transfer the shadows of crime. This reminds me of a thought I had when I passed along shadows of crime to Shindo, that maybe someone strong enough could swallow down the shadows of other people's crimes as if it were nothing. And how if that were to happen, I would doubt my own adequacy as a ruler. NNH. Ai Otonashi receives 998 shadows of crime without batting an eye. With it, she becomes a ruler and, in keeping with my initial plan, my 999th subject. Oh, says the owner of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Thanks. But her face is like a machine, without the slightest trace of happiness. I make my way back to my own seat unsteadily, relying on the chairs to hold me up several times. The lethargy presses down on me all at once like weights on my shoulders, and I can't move at all anymore. All the same, I still have to think. Now that Ai Otonashi is a subject, there is one final obstacle to overcome in fulfilling my requirements for victory. Summoning Kiri, the owner of the silver screen of broken wishes. All I need to do is get her here, and then I can coerce Kazu into doing away with her box. Kokon, I love you. I react to the sound of my own voice coming from the speakers. I've been watching the images on the screen for a bit now. On it, I'm embracing Kiri in a classroom. Tears stream from my eyes, but even though my arms are around her, Kiri's hang limp and doll-like at her sides. She doesn't respond. I say it again to help the words reach her. Kokon, I love you. That's how she suffers. Such directly expressed feelings bring her pain. Tears well up in her eyes. What Kiri is feeling from me isn't unabashed love so much as a twisted obsession. Don't abandon me. I love you too much. That's how she must hear it. It's a threat pressuring her not to change. A threat that asks her to remain the girl with no self-worth, who believes she is ugly and deserved those cigarette burns. That asks her to keep on suffering like this. I was really an awful guy. I couldn't be him any longer. I had to change this world. I had to correct the ones who had made her this way, who would try to do the same in the future. I wasn't cleaning the world of bad people. Reno and the others weren't bad people. No. They were just fools who lacked imagination. They can see only what's in front of them, not what lies beyond it. All I would be doing is writing that part of them. And if I could fix that, tragedies would no longer occur. Kokon Kairino would be able to remain Kokon Kairino, right? And all is as it should be. Nothing else matters. My happiness, Kiri's happiness, neither of them matter. Yeah, that's it. I've found it. I need to use the misbegotten happiness on Kokon Kairino. Someone whose spirit is already broken will want the misbegotten happiness. I'll use Kokon Kairino to erase Ai Otonashi's memory and make Kazuki Hoshino give up hope. Am I getting something wrong? I'm not, right? The moment the idea of using Kiri arises, for some reason I also hit upon a means of getting her here. It's easy, now that I think about it. As her childhood friend and former lover, I can conceive plenty of ways to lure her to me. Obviously, if anything, how come it hadn't come to mind before now? Did I maybe have some sort of mental block? I issue an order to one of my fanatics. Send an email to the address I'm going to tell you now. The address is, I mentally write out Kiri's address from memory. Then continue. Here's what it needs to say. Kiri definitely won't come if I tell her to straight out. But I know she will if she thinks I'm crying for help. If she suspects I'm at the end of my rope, she's sure to come to my side. That's how she is. She's the type to place my happiness before her own. I think of the message that would most effectively tell her I'm on the brink, then issue the order to write it. It's the most despicable words I could say, and the most despicable line from the movie. Kokone, I love you. All the same. Yeah, I am at the end of my rope. Kazuki Hoshino 0911 FRI 11:02 p.m. Maria became a subject. I repeat Mogi's words without thinking. Kasumi. What does that mean? Why would Maria? Haruaki asks Mogi, raising his head. He's still kneeling on the road. That's just what Yanagi told me, so I don't really know anymore. How could such a thing happen? I was okay when Iowa stepped on my shadow, so Maria shouldn't have become a subject when Daya stepped on hers. As long as she didn't want to! My phone suddenly rings with the sound of an incoming email text. When I pull it out and start to open it, I hear another one. What there? I can't help but feel uneasy about receiving two right in a row, now of all times. On the screen is an unfamiliar email address. The second one consists of only a single letter. Oh. More arrive even as I'm looking at it. In total, there are 8 texts from unknown senders, each arriving at 5-second intervals, all containing just a single letter. In chronological order, they say, F-O-R-G-E-T-M-E. Whether I like it or not, this tells me who the sender is. Maria. Yes, it's true. Maria has become a subject. No, it's probably something else, actually. Maria has given orders to at least 8 people. Maria has become a ruler. Why has this happened? During our confusion, yet another new text arrives. While the address of the sender is just as unfamiliar as before, this time, it contains more than a single letter. Watch the news. I swallow, then start up the once a gap on my phone. I find the program in question right away. A female announcer is reading the details. This just in. Katsuya Tamura, one of the so-called dog people with strangely dog-like behavior, has come back to his senses. This is the first instance of recovery from this condition. According to the statement from the police force with Mr. Tamura in their custody, his mind is clear, and he has come with no signs of confusion. Mr. Tamura has also stated that he has no memory of his time as a dog person, and that he murdered his parents and is willing to make reparations for any crimes. We have a follow-up report. A suspect by the name of Yasumi Ishikawa, who had also become a dog person, has come back to her senses. What's going on here? Why has Daya returned his dog people to normal now? Wasn't his plan to make people think about the ethical standpoint by mass-producing dog people? Wouldn't reverting them undo all that? If so, then maybe Maria is the one responsible. Assuming she is, why would Daya allow it? Right now, it almost looks as if it's Maria who holds the reins of crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, doesn't it? No way. What if she actually does? Could Maria have wanted to have crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime of her own free will? Could she have become a subject, and then a ruler, in order to use its abilities freely? If she did, then why? No, that. I understand everything. If she did, I fully understand Maria's motives. Her wish is to make other people happy. That's all. She wouldn't work toward any other purpose. So what she's doing here is meant to bring happiness to others. In short, she's reached a decision that crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is a box that can make others happy. True, Maria had been seeking a box, and the box she obtained was crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, the power to control other people. What the hell? I clench my teeth. Isn't that all but saying Daya, not I, is the one who understands Maria and needs her? I won't let her. I know what Maria is going to do next now that she's taken crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Unlike Daya, Maria isn't going to do anything showy. She'll meet with each and every person the hard way, controlling them in a way that best suits them in an attempt to guide them to happiness. It's an impossible, unending endeavor. It's spending her entire life in the service of others. All the same, I'm sure Maria would be glad to devote the entirety of her time on Earth to the joy of those around her. She's happy to have made progress at long last. I won't let her. I say it again. The only reason she thinks this is because she's under the sway of Ai Otonashi. She's acting to ignore her own happiness. I'll do it. If so, then it's obvious how I'm going to respond. I'll crush it. I won't let her have any hope as Ai Otonashi. I will plunge Ai Otonashi into despair. I'll crush Maria's crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, too, that hope you finally found? I don't give a damn. Maria's cries and screams won't keep me from crushing that box. My mind is made up. The question is how. Daya can give Maria orders. He can make as many demands of me as he wants. He could even threaten to order Maria to use the misbegotten happiness on Yuri, if I make one false move. Once he puts that out there, I'll have no choice but to comply with whatever it is he wants of me. If he tells me to destroy the silver screen of broken wishes, then I'll have to destroy it. If he tells me to watch Maria leave, then I'll have to watch her leave. So what's my best option? Daya is firmly blocking the path to Maria. If I don't find some means of fighting him, I'm going to lose before I can bring her back. A way to fight him. A way to fight him. What I come up with is, my gaze shifts over to Haruaki, who was asking me to do something a moment ago. He wanted me to take him and Kokon into the silver screen of broken wishes with me. Haruaki. Yep, she really is the only way of fighting back against Daya. Let's meet up with Kokon. And then I shudder. I'm considering something truly awful. Mogi is kind enough to say she wants to help, but there's no way I'm taking her into the silver screen of broken wishes, so Haruaki and I head to meet Kokon after rushing her back to the hospital. Since we had contacted her earlier, she's already waiting for us in the parking lot near the dorm where she's been hiding. The instant we meet, Kokon hugs me with her head against my chest. Daya said it, she tells me in a quavering voice. He said he loves me. She doesn't lift her face. Even if she weren't shaking, I'd know she's crying. He's never said anything like that since I became this way. Haruaki chews his lip wordlessly as he watches her. I've decided, no matter what anyone says. Kokon raises her face and turns her reddened eyes on me. I'm going to save Daya. Her determination is immovable at this point. Kokon. That I love you probably came through some indirect message. It's a trap no matter how you slice it. But Kokon wouldn't listen even if I told her that. Still, her resolve to see Daya works out in my favor. It's perfect for the plan I have in mind. Will you do whatever it takes to help him? I will. I'll risk anything, even my life. That's exactly the answer I want. If I'm going to use Kokon as a countermeasure against Daya, those are the words I need to hear. Let's go, Kokon. Haruaki. To the silver screen of broken wishes. I'll even take advantage of Kokon's strong feelings for Daya to get Maria back. But Haruaki still smiles at me. You're doing it. Thanks, Hoshi. He takes my hand with both of his. It's really firm. That hurts, Haruaki. Despite my protests, he doesn't loosen his hold. There are tears pouring from his eyes as he gazes directly at me. Thank you, Hoshi. Still, there's no guarantee we'll be able to save Daya just because Kokon is coming along. Actually, Haruaki is crying only because this probably means he will be nearby when Daya meets his end. He mistakenly believes I made my decision for Daya's and Kokon's sakes. Haruaki finally releases his grip on my hand. My hand has gotten hot. Oh, my heart is quickly heating up, too, to an almost unbearable degree. The two sincere tears for Daya are like an assault. That's when I notice it. I inspect my hand, burning after the heat of Haruaki's grip. This hand is the one that holds the power of crushing boxes, of laying waste to wishes. Possessing a hand like this makes me less human. Taking advantage of their emotions, for Maria's sake, makes me less human. After all, what I'm on the verge of doing is, when did I become so inhuman? Oh, maybe I was already crazy from the moment I tried to kill Iowa. I lost my way a long time ago, but it took me this long to realize because Iowa didn't happen to die. I wish for happiness. I wish for the happiness of Daya and Kokon and Haruaki. I want to cry alongside them. I want to help Daya, with our hearts as one. But I can't. Maria will be mine again. This is my top priority, and nothing can change that. Nothing. That's who I am now. I was remade to be this way when I obtained the empty box. I start to cry. But my tears aren't like Kokon's and Haruaki's, beautiful in their sympathy for another. They are selfish, shameful tears that only mean I regret my own nature. Haruaki, Kokon. All I can do is be honest with them about my feelings. I love you too. If nothing else, that is real. So unbelievably real. Haruaki puts his arms around Kokon and me. Kokon begins sobbing loudly. I feel deeply guilty over how different my tears are from theirs. Kokon's tears wet my cheek. Sadness washes over me again as her innocence reminds me of how deeply sinful I am. I love you, but I may betray you. The two of them look at me, their eyes round. I'm sorry. That won't stop me from doing whatever I have to for Maria's sake. I'll even make use of your feelings to take her back. Saving Daya might be too much for me to do. I may even push him over the edge. And yet, I really do think I want to help him. That's just a thought, though. I'm sorry. It's no more than a thought. My tears don't stop. Please forgive me. Neither of them speaks for a moment. We simply embrace one another in a circle. The one who speaks up is Kokon. You can't do anything about that. She continues in a tearful voice. I'm only doing this to save Dayo, too. Haruaki wants me to be happy, but I'm sure he can't act on it. Pushing against my chest, she breaks free from our circle of three and smiles. I'll forgive you, so you forgive me. As I look at Kokon's and Haruaki's tears, something occurs to me. Just like those 4 movies Daya is watching, there isn't going to be a happy end to this tale, either. Where did things go wrong? When did the mistakes begin? If everything was screwed up from the get-go, then was Daya right in trying to fix the world? I don't know, but we have to go to the shopping mall so that we can enter the silver screen of broken wishes. To Daya, to Maria. Before that, I'll mark myself to show I've strayed from the path of humanity. Yeah, my right hand should do the trick. I'll carve my punishment into my right hand, the one with the power to crush boxes. And once that's done, let's go watch the credits of this story. 15 years old and earrings, scene 4, 3/3, 95. Background, blue. Kokon, Vo. Please, I'm begging you. 96. Background, white. Kokon, Vo. Grant Dayo a happy future. 97. Background, all black. 98. Background, all red. Dayo Oamin 0911 FRI 11:40 PM. My thoughts are slipping away. The imagery unfolding on the screen before me peels away at my very mind, taking me back in time. I fall into sync with the middle school me on screen. My thoughts have become as they were back then. I can't tell where I am. Am I in my seat in the audience, on the screen, or in the past? The distinction doesn't mean much anymore. My middle school self is cradling his head on the screen. There are no lines spoken, but I know what my middle school self is saying over and over in his head. Now that I've gone back in time, I'm thinking the same thing. What could I have done? What could I have done? What could I have done? But even though I'm about to break, I still haven't lost sight of what needs to be done. No matter how chaotic my mind is, I'm still holding a powerful sense of purpose that lets me act on autopilot. Kazuki Hoshino is coming here. I will take Kazudan and free AI from his clutches, and when I do, I will change the world. Eventually, the door to the theater opens. I turn my unfocused gaze to concentrate on a single point. Haven't seen you in a while. Kazuki Hoshino is there, straining against the sluggishness of the silver screen of broken wishes. I get to my feet. It might have been difficult for me to stand even without the resistance at this point. I touch my earrings and turn around, trying to hide the strain even a little. Yeah, I feel that way, too, Kazu replies with a weak smile. A plain plastic case is dangling from his hand. Did he make preparations or something before coming here? Now that he wields the ultimate weapon that is the power to crush boxes, I can't see the point of anything extra. I decide not to worry about it. That's why I'm even more interested in the state of his right hand and the weapon it holds than I am in the case. Kazu, what's up with your hand? It's wrapped in bandages. They're stained with blood, suggesting that the injury happened just recently. This is my line in the sand. That's all he says. Not a word more. He took a knife to his hand all of a sudden. A cut like that is gonna leave a scar for the rest of his life. I haven't got a clue why he did it, honestly, Haruaki explains instead. Instead of bothering to reply, I shift my gaze. Over there is Kokon Kairino. Shunk. Seeing her is like a blade in my heart. I can't help it, but it's what I expected. Even having that fake, doll-like Kiri sitting next to me made a mess of my mind, so of course I'm going to react this way when I see the real thing. My emotions don't matter, though. You're awfully bold showing up here. What do you plan to do, Kazu? You've got to know you don't have a chance in hell. I've made AI out Onashi my subject. I'm assuming Yanagi and Mogi leaked that part to him, too. His expression unchanging, Kazu retorts, bold words from someone who looks so pale. Dayo. The reply could be taken as a challenge, but Kazu is speaking with sympathy. He takes a step forward. Kazuki Hoshino and I are confronting each other. Yeah. Not a shred of doubt about it. My face-off with Kazu began in the game of indolence, and now it ends here. Let's lay our plans out on the table, shall we? Kazu looks at me in silence. I will obliterate the silver screen of broken wishes. Then I will make AI use the misbegotten happiness, doing away with her memories of you and leaving you broken. The first part of my approach is to destroy Kiri's silver screen of broken wishes with Kazu's box-crushing power. My next move will be to have the misbegotten happiness used on Kiri. What do you have in store for me? I'm going to destroy your crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, whether by using my hand or by waiting out the 24 hours it takes for the silver screen of broken wishes to run its course. After that, I'll get rid of the crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime you gave to Maria, too. Ai's eyebrows twitch when she hears that. Then I'll take Maria back. Ai cuts in, her expression unchanged. It'll be for nothing. I'm never going back to you, no matter what happens. Kazu briefly worries his lip, but the light in his eyes as he glares at me remains the same. He bites down on those blood-soaked bandages. I won't turn back. I notice something odd in his behavior that throws me off slightly. Undaunted, I'm about to open my mouth and put Kazu on the ropes, but then someone moves unexpectedly. Kazuki. Yanagi rushes forward, toward Kazu, shouting as she leaps over the seats. Destroy my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Given how abruptly it happens, Kazu is almost frighteningly unperturbed. He holds out his bandaged hand to Yanagi's chest as she runs up to him. And then it plunges into her. Yanagi gasps, impaled on his arm. Kazu pulls a black box out of her chest, small enough to fit comfortably in his hand. It's shaped like a piece of Konto candy, all spiny and painful looking to hold. Not even glancing at the box, Kazu obliterates it without a second thought. Yanagi loses consciousness and collapses on the spot. Kazu's eyes shift down to look at her on the ground. The series of actions is so smooth, it's as if he's a programmed machine. A momentary hush falls. Eventually, I realize Yanagi's intent. She had her crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime neutralized as quickly as possible, thinking I might try to exploit her with an order. She moved so quickly to give Kazu the slightest bit of an advantage. There's no way I could have foreseen her actions. I didn't think Yanagi knew he had the ability to destroy boxes. She must have listened in on my conversation with O and kept that knowledge hidden until this very moment. While she did manage to pull one over on me, I never had any intention of using her to begin with. This doesn't affect my plan at all. Still, I've broken out in a mild sweat. I did just witness it. After all, the power to crush boxes. Yes, his overwhelming ability that breaks all the rules. Actually seeing it feels so different from just hearing about it. It's like having a machine gun pointed in my face and someone's finger on the trigger. One misstep, and crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is history. And then there's his complete lack of hesitation. His expression didn't change when his power was put to use. I'm reminded of something. Kazu isn't the same person he was back when we were on friendly terms. This Kazu does crazy things like scarring his own right hand. He's been completely reborn, as a being meant to destroy boxes, as a being meant to oppose O. And that's why his smile can be so similar to O's. That expression didn't change even when he destroyed the box, but it twitches when someone else speaks. What is that power? AI asks, and his face goes stiff. Kazuki Hoshino. Why do you have this ability? No, that doesn't matter. Now that I've seen what you can do, I'm certain. It seems painful for her to say it. You are my enemy. Kazu bites down on his lip. Of course, hostility from the one he's trying to win back, the one he wants to save more than anyone else, is going to sting. I'm sure you know this, but keep your distance from Kazu. I'm sure he'll crush your crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime without batting an eye. Good call. That ability lets him destroy boxes with just a touch to the chest. Even the misbegotten happiness is in danger. No, he won't do away with the misbegotten happiness. I think he knows that would result in the fracturing of your entire personality from the foundations up. A look at Kazu's expression confirms I'm correct. Naturally, I'm not going anywhere near him, either. Now that we've reached this point, I must act with complete precision. So here are my demands. Destroy Kiri's silver screen of broken wishes. Dayo. Kokon calls my name. Before that voice can stir up any emotion within me, I push on with instructions for Kazu. You know what happens if you don't do what I tell you, right? Let me remind you, Ai Otonashi is a subject. I can make her do whatever I want. I'm not letting you try anything funny, either, Kazu. Okay, let's set a time limit. It's 40 minutes past the hour. Right? Destroy Kiri's silver screen of broken wishes by 11:45. Kazu goes quiet. He can try to search for, or perhaps create, an opening in my defenses to smash crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. I know he brought Haruaki and Kokon here to help him find such an opportunity. Kazu will do everything he can to strike at a chink in my armor, while I won't let him find a single tiny one. This is the kind of battle we're fighting. Now, time for Kazu's offensive to begin. Dayan. Just give it up already. I can't stand to see this. As I suspected, his attack kicks off with Haruaki's attempts to reason with me. What's the point? Who is this helping? Not you. Not Kiri. You'd know that if you could see yourself now, right? At this rate, nobody's going to be happy. This is just going to end badly for both of you. Still, just because I expected it and mentally prepared myself doesn't mean he didn't get to me. Haruaki is so honest and straightforward. Please, stop this. For Kiri's sake, too. I don't make any response. Please. Please. Haruaki is crying now. This entreaty is from the heart. I start thinking to myself, Haruaki is like a brilliantly shining light. He is and always has been. I've got nothing on him. He's the first person in my life who I've ever felt has me beat. And not just in his talent for baseball. It's his candor, his lack of hypocrisy, his steadfast determination to do what he thinks is right that allowed him to throw away his inherent gift for baseball and feelings for the girl he loves. Haruaki has a charisma I could never have no matter how much I may want it. That's why the idea of making him into a subject never entered my mind. You know, Haruaki, I respect you more than you can imagine. Quit sitting there all quiet and answer me. Diane. Regardless, I'm not going to give up on this wish. Okay, then who's going to do it if not me? I have no doubts. Whose fault is it that Kiri ended up this way? Mine? Kiri's? Reno's? Yeah, it's probably on all of us. That's not what this is about, though. That isn't the underlying problem. Which is why I'm going to make changes at the roots. That's what I'm saying. Haruaki appears to struggle a little finding the words, but he retorts, that's reckless. There's no way you can pull it off. Even with a box. It's not a matter of whether I can or can't. I am doing it. But why does it need to be you? You're already in pain. Why should you have to suffer more? I've decided to sacrifice myself. What about how I feel? I don't want to see you and Kiri on this crash course. Are you ready to sacrifice my feelings, too? I answer immediately. Yes. Haruaki's eyes go wide. That's what it means to sacrifice myself. Haruaki is rendered speechless. Yes. That's what it means to sacrifice myself. I understand this full well. I will sacrifice the feelings of those who care for me, too. That's why I cut them off. Both Kiri and Haruaki. Don't be stupid. He's shaking, his fists clenched. Don't be stupid. Diane. It would seem Haruaki's offensive is at an end. I look away from him and back to Kazu, with more hostility. Kazu, get on with it. Hurry up and crush the silver screen of broken wishes. I casually wipe away the thick sweat covering my forehead. I'm playing it cool. And inside, I'm calm. But I'm taking damage here. After Haruaki's forthright emotions, the shadows of crime are on the verge of running wild. I can't take much more. The shadows of crime could split my body open and come gushing out at any moment. My mind is done for. A word might make me want to just end it all, though I don't know what it would be. Will abandoning everything release me? But I look at Ai Tonashi. But I will die embracing all these crimes. I pressed down hard on my hammering chest. All right. I need to get ready. I'm awaiting the next assault. One screw up, and I'll be down for the count. Next is a surefire attack. Dayo, thank you for the message. Kokon Kairino. Kiri is walking toward me, still pressing my chest. I say with some effort, it was a trap to lure you here. Looks like you took the bait. Oh, I knew it was a trap. I'm sure you did. Kiri is still coming closer. The one who cares for me more than anyone else is still coming my way. One step at a time, Kokon Kairino draws near. The expression may seem a little trite, but with every step, the distance between us shrinks, and memories of our past flash before my eyes, like the beam of a lighthouse. Age 4, I make her cry when the two of us are squabbling over some candy at preschool, so the teacher scolds me. I cry, too. Age 7, I help Kiri grab onto a life preserver when she almost drowns at the beach, then try to calm her down as I bring her to shore. Age 9, after Kiri and I get separated at a festival, I find her in her yukata, sitting by the side of the road in tears, and I lead her home by the hand. Age 11, our classmates have started giving me the cold shoulder because of our relationship. Upset, I tell Kiri I hate her and other awful things, making her cry. I go to her house and apologize. Age 12, Kiri stays home from school when I tell her I got accepted to an elite private middle school. The next time she comes to school, I tell her I'm not going to enroll. She, of course, starts bawling. Age 14, our first kiss. She starts crying afterward. Unsure of what to do, I just keep rubbing her head until the tears stop. For some reason, Kiri is crying in all my memories. It's probably because the most powerful image I have of her is her leaning on me. Yeah, but this is still hard on me. Every one of those memories is a blow, an attempt to keep me locked into normality. Everyone is like a heavy mass hanging around my shoulders, as she tortures me with my own past. Kokon Kairino reaches me. The husk of her created by the silver screen of broken wishes is there, too. One Kiri's face is right above the others. Standing in front of me, she lifts her chin slightly and gazes into my eyes. Dayo, about that message you sent me, this is my reply. And then, I love you, too. She embraces me. Wow. This shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible for her to take me in her arms anymore. Whenever she does, She remembers everything that happened. The pain of her back, and throws up. And yet, here she is with her arms around me now. Don't tell me she's overcome the horrors of what she's experienced. But she tells me, hey, Dayo, I still can't get over it. I'm still as broken as ever, and I don't know what to do. Then, why you are able to put your arms around me? But there is something I do know. Kiri tells me, you're all I have. Kiri is trembling, as she says, it's not that she's moved on. She's simply fighting back the feelings tormenting her so she can embrace me. That's all she can do. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yeah, I can't help but think, the two of us really do hurt each other when we're together. And yet, what if we could triumph over everything if we both felt the same way? It goes without saying, but that's something I had wanted to believe all along. I remember something else. The day when I tried to change the world. It's cold. Kiri rejected me in that cold red water lit by the setting sun. Unable to embrace her, all I could do was feel the growing chill in my body and hers. I was utterly powerless. Still, if we can embrace as we are now, if I can still bring warmth to Kiri's body now, even when I was so cold back then. Coco. Hey, I want to rest, too. If I'm really all you need, it would be so easy. I'd do anything for you, Coco. It wouldn't hurt at all. I would do anything for you. Dayo. Those words snap me back to my senses. I push against Kiri's shoulders with my arms to separate myself from her embrace. Dayo, Kiri would do anything for me. I would do anything for her. We would. That's why it's wrong. It's not healthy, not normal. It's aberrant. It wasn't like that. We used to be a much more average couple. A pair of typical lovers. We wouldn't think of throwing away our own lives and acting only for each other's sake. We've changed to become that way. And that's the greatest proof that we can't make it in the normal world. We tear each other apart with our mutual self-sacrifice, and that's the reality. This is even truer if Kiri says I'm all she has. Yeah, there really is no going back for us. No going back to those days of innocence. Do you have a wish? I do. I have one. All right. I want to annihilate the world that transformed all our memories into pain. I swore it on that day, in that red water. I will change the world. I won't cast aside that part of me. I won't remove the earrings I've put in. And that's why I abandon these sentiments, these memories, these recollections. Harshly, I tell Kiri, you need to be able to live in a world without me. That is my answer. Tears stream from Kiri's wide eyes. I look away from her and toward Kazu instead. Sure enough, I weather that attack, too. Kazu can't have anything more potent lined up. I look at my watch. It's 44 minutes after the hour. Time's up. Crush Kiri's silver screen of broken wishes now. You know what's going to happen to AI Autonashi if you don't, right? It's too bad. Kazu replies softly. I wished it wouldn't come to this. Kazu begins crying again and falls to his knees. Kiri moves away, realizing there is no more getting through to me, and totters over toward a spot directly beneath the center of the screen. Kazu gets to his feet and moves in that direction, too. My line of sight naturally follows them toward the screen. I would give my all for your happiness. The Kiri on the screen says her lines with empty eyes. If I ever stand in the way, I'll make it easy to get rid of me. Dayo. Kiri says my name. She's standing in front of the center of the screen, cutting off the light from the projector. You expect this to destroy you, right? Yeah, that's the plan, I reply matter-of-factly. Do you think I'd let that happen? And why would I need your permission to? I won't let you do it. Then Kiri stabs herself in the stomach with a knife she'd hidden on her. Blood spatters across the screen. A dumbfounded "wah" escapes my mouth before I can think. I'm left in a pathetic state of uncomprehending shock. All I can do is watch the bloodstains spread on the screen. It's Kazu who springs to action and runs to Kiri's side. I take it for granted that he intends to help her, but he doesn't. I really hate that I have to resort to this. Dayo. Kazu plants himself in front of Kiri as if to prevent me from reaching her. I did what you said. The silver screen of broken wishes will still be destroyed this way, right? Instead of helping her, he steps in the blood pouring out of her. What are you saying? All right, Dayo. Kazu ignores my question and glares at me, angrily wiping away his tears. If you come anywhere near Kiri, I'll crush your crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. He then sets down the plastic case in his hand. This is a first aid kit. Kokon won't die right away with where she stabbed herself, but she will for sure if nothing is done in 10 minutes or so. On the other hand, if I stop the bleeding and give her first aid, there's a good chance she'll pull through. I told her to stab herself there. Kokon will die if you just wait there like an idiot, though. She'll probably be gone by the time midnight rolls around, and so will the silver screen of broken wishes. You'll get your way out with crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime still in hand. Once you escape, You can use the misbegotten happiness on whoever's around and get rid of Maria's memory, too. But Kokon will die. Beneath that screen drenched in blood, Kazuki Hoshino makes his demand. If you want to help Kokon, then get over here and let me crush crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. He may not realize it himself, but it's right there on Kazuki Hoshino's face. Right there on the face of the box destroyer. An enchanting smile, just like Ko's. To be honest, I have my doubts. Kazu's tone is dispassionate. You said you chose to abandon Kokon and change the world, but do you really mean it? He looks at the blood soaked into his bandages as he speaks. I want you to show that you actually do. I'm speechless. I can pass what Kazu is saying, but I don't get his line of thinking. None of the pieces fit. I've misjudged him. Kazu's bizarre nature is something I've always known. I had even observed that his abnormality is getting worse. I never expected it had come this far, though. Yeah, it's just as Aya said. As long as his objective is intact, he has no concept of giving up. He'll take measures to achieve it that no normal person would ever consider. He's even capable of doing away with his own will once his target is in sight. It's almost as if he's acting on autopilot. That, in a certain sense, is how I should strive to be. It's an ideal character trait for making my wish come true. Still, seeing Kazu's smile makes me think, I may want to become a Tonashi, but I don't want to become this. Nobody says a word. The only sounds come from the audio of the movie playing on indifferently, and Kokon's moans. It's Haruaki who breaks the silence. Hoshi, you didn't tell me about this. I had no idea this is how you were going to do it. Sorry, but I had to keep you in the dark. I knew you would try to stop me otherwise. Of course I would. You insane. Even if Daya doesn't step up, you know I'm going to help Kieri. If you try anything, I'll finish her off. What? I mean it, okay? I'm sure he does mean it. If he can follow through with a plan this thoroughly twisted already, then he really must. Cutting his own hand was crazy enough. He wasn't lying when he called it a line in the sand. Haruaki seems to have caught onto that as well, because he doesn't say anything more. He just stares, his shoulders trembling. A question slips out of my mouth. Kazu, are you going to be okay with it if Kokon dies like this? What a weird question, Kazu replies. Obviously not. The answer is remarkably similar to a certain girl's. One who spent a lifetime becoming someone else. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The guilt will constantly weigh on my mind, maybe enough to break me. There's something different about it, though. I know that. But I'm still doing it. Unlike Aya, Kazu isn't even making a choice. Maybe he doesn't have one. The actions he's taking might confuse him, too, but he can't do anything else. That's the nature of his madness. Kazuki Hoshino, mutters Aya. You have lost your mind. She bites down on her lip for a moment, then launches into a rant. This isn't even a means to an end. An idea like this would never occur to an ordinary person. This is taking advantage of Kairi because you know she can't keep her head straight when it comes to Oamine. You go through with this, and that normal life you supposedly love will be shattered once and for all. You knew that before, right? Insane is the only word for it. She's exactly right. You really aren't the Kazuki Hoshino I know anymore. What the hell have you become? A hungry spirit? A demon? Kazu seems saddened, but he answers without missing a beat. I'm a knight. A knight? I will rescue Maria, even if it means fighting all of humanity. To that end, I will defeat, slay, and make corpses of anyone who would stand in my way. I never asked for that, especially not from a fiend like you. Nothing you say will deter me. Still sorrowful, Kazu says, my only course leads to you. Stunned, Aya falls silent. Kazu looks away from her and speaks to me. By the way, Daya, aren't you going to help Kokon? He asks so easily. I can't make up my mind. His reply is unbelievable. Okay, then forget about it. Huh? I can't hide my shock at his reaction. Forget about it? You've gotta be kidding. You're saying you're okay with letting Kokon die because I can't make up my mind? You just want me to decide to save Kokon, right? Daya, you of all people should know who I'm doing all this for, Kazu retorts, brushing aside my question. I, of course, know the answer. First, last, and always. He is working for Aya. Maria has crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, right? She's going to try to use it to save the world, or at least make it a little better, right? Kazu opens and closes his bandaged right hand in front of his face. It's as if he's making certain of something. Nobody needs a box that does that. Which is why I'll crush it. That's when I finally understand. Don't tell me, I whisper. The corners of Kazu's mouth twitch. So you've put two and two together. I told you earlier that I had my doubts. When it comes to Maria, though, I'm certain. I spent an entire life's worth of time with her. I'd never get it wrong. AI Otonashi lives for the happiness of others, which means she can't let others give their lives for her. And there's someone bleeding out right in front of her now. If so, AI will go help her even if I don't. Yeah, I had thought this trap was meant for me. But not exactly. It's both a trap for me and one for AI. Yeah. I can hear her pain. I'll help Kirino. I'll have to go near Kazuki Hoshino and his power. AI, isn't this the box you've been searching for all this time? It is. It's the box I spent an entire lifetime trying to find. It could have given me everything I wanted. I may never get this opportunity again. I know, but AI clenches her fists. But I still have to. Yeah, that's the way AI Otonashi is. Kazuki Hoshino is fighting so dirty. He'd even use her nature against us. In a moment, AI will go in front of the screen to save Kiri, and Kazu will annihilate crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime. Kiri will survive thanks to AI's first aid. The screening of 15 years old and earrings will end, and then the final stage of the silver screen of broken wishes will run its course, and thus, my crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime will be destroyed. All our wishes will be completely finished. There's a way to stop this. AI is my subject. I can order her not to move. But that would be Dayo. Kazu says what I'm thinking aloud. Don't tell me you'd stoop to using in order to leave Kokon to her fate. Yes, he's right. I thought I had decided to put a stop to this, no matter what it takes. I thought my heart was sure all this time. If so, then will I go to such lengths as using in order to stop AI and let Kiri die? Will I end her life myself? What the hell? What the hell? What the goddamn hell? A daughter. Blood trickles from Kiri's mouth. She tilts her head, turning her face my way. Weakly, she whispers. Please, I'm begging you. I don't care if I die. So, grant Dayo a happy future. She starts to cry. It's exactly like in all those memories of her depending on me. Kokon. All of them. All the movies of the silver screen of broken wishes play through my head once more in a flash. Kokon Kirino. Haruaki Uzui. AI Otonashi. Muki Kirino. Kaodai Kamiyuchi. Each and every one of them a tragedy, meant to make me suffer. The images line up like a series of file folders, binding my body and burning themselves in my mind one by one. The denial. The denial, the denial, I can't accept it. Nothing is ever kind. My vision goes black and white, then color, then sepia, then black and white again. The emotions in these images force their way into me, painting me over. I'm pushed out of my own body, and all that's left is Kokon Kirino. I wanted to destroy the world, but I was thinking only of you, only of you, only of you. Yes, that's how the shadows of crime devour me, consume me, swallow me down. The pack of wild beasts has caught me at last and begins to devour all who I am. There is no pain. Black blood wells up from beneath the fangs piercing my body and covers the world. My form vanishes as every last bit of it is eaten. I am a swamp of black blood. The swamp cannot think. The swamp ruminates on a memory. The sunset has taken over this cold red world. In the middle of the cold red light is a girl standing there all by herself. She enters the cold red water, her back turned the entire time. It makes a sound. I want her to turn back, turn back, turn back, turn back, turn back. I reach out, and take the girl's hand. Then I tell her, I will change the world. I will change the world for you. Time is running out. Not until the silver screen of broken wishes reaches its end, but until Kokon dies. Time is running out. Yeah, I had intended to change the world. I had intended to create swarms of dog people, making everyone keenly aware of right and wrong and thus enhancing their moral perspective. I had intended to do away with anyone who shut their mind off. I didn't care if I rotted away as long as there was someone to take up my cause after me. I had believed Iowa Shindo might be up to the task. I had been certain AI Otonashi could do it. I would create a kind world free of tragedy where anyone could stand firm with confidence. I would create a world where the things that happened to us would never happen again. I was willing to make the sacrifices needed. I would even give up my own soul. A kind world. A just world. Yes, I long for it, deeply. More than anyone. There's nothing false about my earnest wish. But, despite that, the pool of blood before my eyes is just too much. I know. I've always known. Yes, the truth is, when I grabbed your hand in that red world, all I needed was for you to turn back. Where am I? It's a red movie theater, right? A theater. That's why a movie is playing. My actions and the images in front of me are in perfect sync. I fall to my knees. So does the boy in middle school. I couldn't care less what happens to me. I couldn't care less what happens to me. I cover my tears with both hands. So does the boy in middle school. All I've ever wanted is for you to be happy. All I've ever wanted is for you to be happy, Kokon. And thus, I'll save you. am defeated. My eyes open. They were never closed, but now they are truly open. AI is reaching for the first aid kit. Without a moment's delay, Kazu reaches for her chest and removes the box. The crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime I gave to her. Hers is a clean cube-shaped box, and Kazu obliterates it. Though her box is destroyed, AI stays conscious and continues tending to Cocoon. I can't do anything anymore. I can't move. I can't even resist the lethargy of the silver screen of broken wishes anymore. So I just watch the last moments of 15 years old and earrings. The final scene is in a hallway at a middle school. Looking at my right ear, Cocoon asks me sadly, "You got an earring?" Now with silver hair, I answer, "Yeah, because I hate earrings." "Is that?" Cocoon continues, her expression still sorrowful. "Your way of asking for help." Someone's alarm goes off. "It's midnight," Haruaki says quietly. In the same instant, the abyss, the pitch black hole that's finally made its way to me, attacks. The abyss penetrates my chest, gnaws into me, and forces its way into my body. The theater converges into the abyss, shrinking into a round shape. As absolute nothingness overtakes me, I feel something. Loss. And then I know. My crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime is gone. The movie theater begins to lose its form until it is nothing more than a red orb. The abyss grows equally massive in inverse proportion, absorbing me more and more. Once I'm completely drawn into the abyss, what spreads through me is not darkness, but light. And as the light fills every corner of me, someone taps me on the shoulder. Kazuki Hoshino 09/12 SAT 12 o'clock AM. We're in front of the cinema complex on the third floor of the shopping mall. We've been transported here with our relative positions from within the silver screen of broken wishes intact. An ambulance wails nearby. We had contacted them earlier, so it should be here soon. The spot where I instructed Cocoon to stab herself is less lethal than I told Dayo. At the very least, she won't be dying in 10 minutes. There's also the fact that Maria is applying first aid, and she has medical knowledge. Unless we're extremely unlucky, Cocoon will make it. If she recovers without any major complications, then everything will have gone as I planned. Still, even if the plan goes off without a hitch, I'm sorry, Cocoon. I'm truly sorry. I gaze into the distance, not looking at her where she lies. The mall is empty. There really is something unnerving about this aspect of the place, since you normally never see it. I remember the four of us, including Maria, shopping here at some point. She did dress me up like a girl, but it was a fun page of my normal life. But my memories of this building are tainted with blood, and that won't ever change. That is how my normal life crumbles away. I lower my gaze. There are 6 people here. Me, Haruaki, clenching his fists. Cocoon, collapsed and bleeding. Maria treating her. And then, Dayo looks at the owner of the hand on his shoulder, his eyes wide. "That's right, Dayo," I tell him. "You had it wrong. You were going to lose from the very beginning." I glance at my accomplice's face and then continue. "Yes, the owner of the silver screen of broken wishes. Is Miki Carino." Miki Carino. In her high school uniform, she gazes sadly into Dayo's face. "Everything started when I learned she had obtained a new box. Just as owners can sense the boxes of others, I gained the ability to sense them once I started coming under a box's powerful influence. Hers was devoted entirely to Dayo Oamine. Knowing this, I gave up on becoming an owner myself and decided to use her. You would have been able to see her, if only you could have faced yourself. You even would have realized she's the owner. But you couldn't see any of it." Dayo stares at me in silence. "Because you were avoiding confronting her." Karina wordlessly moves away from Dayo. Even though she went to such lengths and created this box, she has nothing to say to him. Karina's wish was to have you all to herself. But the box would grant that wish along with her negative feelings. While she does love you, she still holds on to a hatred for you and how you still bring her pain. She also knows it's impossible for you to be hers alone. That's why the silver screen of broken wishes tortured Dayo by showing him the past. Why it tried to rob him of his precious wish. And why it was effective for only a single day. It's not me, and it's not Cocoon. Carino is the only one who could possess such a distorted box. You would have known that, if only your eyes were open to it. But this is what it came to. Positive that the owner was Cocoon Carino, Dayo hadn't considered anyone else, because he needed to blind himself in order to work toward his wish. Since I knew the truth, I could tell that your inability to see yourself was why you asked me so much about my conviction and my resolve. But you still kept walking toward your own downfall, so for me, it always. My voice suddenly quavers here. The emotions I had kept bottled up during my face-off with Dayo come pouring out. I look at Cocoon all covered in blood. Why did I ever do this? My normal life will likely never return. I've hurt Cocoon so much. I put this plan into action without telling Haruaki, and that rift between us won't just disappear. My friendship with him will never go back to what it once was. How did I get here? I had no choice but to do what I did, though. Now that I have the empty box, for me, it always. The emotions well up, and tears stream from my eyes. Just looked like you were crying out. That's right, in the end. I had no choice but to take down a friend who was screaming in pain. Enough, Daya mutters, his head still lowered. Enough about all that. He limps slowly over to the blood-stained girl on the ground. Cocoon. She's breathing painfully as he looks down at her and calls her name. Daya touches one of the earrings in his right ear. It's the first earring he ever got. He rips it out. Blood drips from his ear, but Daya just grips Cocoon's hand with an expression so gentle, it's as if he doesn't even feel the pain. Cocoon. He says her name again, then adds, I love you. His expression is a smile from some other time. The kind of smile no one ever would have seen outside of those movies. Kazuki Hoshino 0924 Thursday 12:25 p.m. The school day is once again going to end before I exchange a single word with anyone, it seems. Lunch break. I stretch and look out the window. The weather is fine, and the gentle sunlight is pouring into the classroom. I hear there's a typhoon coming tomorrow, though. An unexpected pain runs across the back of my right hand. The wound has closed, but it still twinges when I remember it. When I remove the bandages, the scar still runs straight along my hand. Each time I see it, I think, the things I've done won't go away. I faintly sigh as I scan all the empty seats in the classroom. Cocoon is still in the hospital. Her life isn't in danger, but that doesn't mean her injury is insignificant. What's worse, she's now going to have a scar on her abdomen, too, as well as the symbol on her back. Mogi is still in the hospital as before. Though she doesn't appear any different on the surface, I get the feeling she's a little more distant with me. As for Yuri, her involvement in this put a burden on her that might have been too much. She's been staying home from school a lot recently, including today. Though she does appear to enjoy speaking with me, it hurts me to see how obviously down she is. Iowa refuses to see me. According to Yuri, she claims she's fine and there's no need to worry about her, but it's possible she's saying that just to put me at ease. I haven't spoken with Haruaki once since it ended. I leave the classroom. I suddenly don't feel like going to my afternoon classes. Spending time in this empty classroom is just agonizing anyway I think about it. I head to the shoe cupboard. In the hallway, I pass by a few girls and overhear them mention dog people in their conversation. Dog people. In the end, the dog people never became a worldwide phenomenon. All the former dog people recovered their memories at once, which led society to accept that the situation had been mostly resolved. Without the mystique, the incident fell out of the news cycle, and the talk shows that had once featured the dog people day after day quickly found new fodder from the affair between a mainstream idol group and an entrepreneur. That's how powerful of an incident it was. I'm sure most people haven't completely forgotten about the dog people, but the topic now feels distinctly in the past. The dog people have run their course as a subject of conversation. That's how things are now. At the very least, the dog people didn't prompt anyone to deeply ponder their morality. Pretty much no one talks about them online anymore. The internet is flooded with all kinds of news every day. Right now, the biggest talking point is a manga writer who said some nasty things to a fan. This led to more people yelling at one another, and now it's a full-blown shitstorm. Someone even got arrested for sending a death threat to the author. It makes me cringe a bit to think that this is on the same level as what Daya caused. All that said, I don't think Daya's actions were meaningless. There are probably people out there who are still thinking about the issues he brought up, but he would have needed to keep it up if he wanted to hold the attention of society. The fact is that news has an expiration date. I arrive at the shoe cupboard. No one reprimands me or stops me as I switch from my indoor shoes to my leather ones. In the schoolyard, I spot people playing basketball and catch. Even in a school as full of subjects as this one, daily life rolls on with little or no change. The subjects have all lost their memories of the books. I'm sure there are some individuals among them who were greatly affected, but even that doesn't appear to have had any influence on the normal day-to-day of school. Why is that? Seeing it puts me in a little bit of a bad mood. Even though I stopped Daya's plans, even though this is exactly what I wanted, the fact that nothing has changed doesn't really make me happy. I mean, if that's the case, then what are any of us even capable of? If Daya can step forward alone with a resolve to let his goals destroy him, and still nothing changes, what does that say about the rest of us? What does it say about our daily lives that they go on just the same regardless of whether one of us is seriously injured or leaves school or just vanishes? No, that viewpoint is too similar to Daya's. If anything, that's exactly why I have faith in normality. I have faith that, If normal life is able to correct so many extreme changes, I can save Maria by pulling her into it. The reason I'm getting all sentimental is because I am Daya's friend, even though he might say otherwise now. I just want him to get something for his efforts. Daya has disappeared again. I met with him only once after everything, when he came to school after he had officially withdrawn. His hair was black, and he had removed his earrings. I mustered up the courage to speak with him, but all he did was give me a little smile without actually having a conversation. I have no idea what he intends to do from here on out. Leaving school, I ride the train and arrive at the 5-story apartment building I'm so used to visiting. I've never pressed any buttons in this elevator except for the ones for the 1st and 4th floors, and I probably won't have a reason to press any others. As always, I punch the button for the 4th floor and head to the door of room 403. Inserting my copy of the key, I open the door. Before me is a completely bare room. No one is here. Kicking off my shoes, I make myself at home in this empty apartment once again. There's no trace of Maria's presence anywhere, though. Anywhere I could handle the lack of furniture or decorations. There wasn't much of anything in here to begin with, after all. But there's one little thing that's more than I can stand. It doesn't smell like peppermint. It was basically Maria's scent to me, and now it's gone. That makes reality sink in that, whether I like it or not, Maria will not be returning to this apartment. Maria, she's gone. After she finished treating Coco that day, Maria vanished. I don't recall turning my attention away from her, which means Maria had most likely been waiting for a chance to slip away from me. I went searching right away, but I could find neither hide nor hair of her. Though she is apparently still enrolled in school, I don't think she'll be coming back. That's why she cleared out the apartment. She probably doesn't plan on seeing me ever again. Sure, I intend to take Maria back. Of course I should be able to, but I can't. Just finding Maria gone ends my search before it begins. I'm having trouble breathing. It feels as if all the oxygen in my body has been sucked out. I want to see her. I desperately want to see her. My chest is burning. Tears well up in my eyes. The pain is enough to make them spill over, though whether they're born of sadness or frustration, I couldn't say. And then I think something. I won't let her leave me. I will track down Maria, no matter what I have to do. No matter what I have to do. If I have to kill everyone in the world, then I will. I take out the bottle of peppermint-scented oil from my bag. I bought it on the way home from school. I walk around dripping it here and there on the floor. The familiar scent spreads, but it's not a relief at all. It's still not enough. Leaving a few drops won't be enough for the smell to wash over me. Just let me breathe. Maria. The original Maria, before she obtained the box. The Maria she's never let me see, new and untouched. There's Zeroth. Maria, where are you? If you are inside Nashi, then I'll pull you out, even if I have to tear off her skin. Click. Out of nowhere comes the sound of the door opening. I panic. I don't need to say I'm trespassing. I'm even putting down scented oil as if I own the place. If it's someone from the company that manages these apartments, I'm in big trouble. But I realize my worries are unfounded when I see who appears behind the door. No, I wasn't nearly worried enough. The situation just got even worse. It can't get any worse. In fact, she presents herself in the form of the woman who somehow resembles Maria. We've run into each other several times. We've even had relatively mundane encounters that weren't connected to anything major. This time, the implications are different from before. Has unmistakably arrived here as my enemy. She is here to take me down. Have you made your preparations? She asks with her characteristic creepy smile. For what? I ask for clarification, and obliges to say your goodbyes to this world. Daya 09/24 Thursday 10:45 a.m. I may have lost crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, but I haven't forgotten anything about boxes. I don't know the reason, but I think it may have something to do with how I knew they existed even before I got one of my own. I walk the streets of Shinjuku. It's crowded. The number of people is annoying, but it doesn't make me dizzy anymore. I don't see any crimes when I step on shadows. I know that the sludge-like corruption lurks beneath the skin of the people strolling the packed sidewalks, but they don't appear to me like squirming bags of filth. They're just people. I try to brush my earrings, then remember I don't have anything in my ear and smile ruefully. I suddenly drop to my knees in the middle of the street. I stretch my back and give a snappy bow with my head to the ground, like a karate student to a teacher. It's a weird thing to do, from anyone's point of view. Okay, I raise my head. While there are several people giving me odd looks, for the most part everyone simply passes me by and tries not to get involved. That's all that happens when I'm the only one acting strangely. That's all I'm now that I've lost the ability to manipulate the masses. I don't have the power to make anything happen anymore, Hey hey, I'm fine with that. The people flow by without interacting with me. Yeah, that's how it is. The world has become a group of people who have nothing to do with me. It's incredibly freeing. But someone suddenly taps me on the shoulder as I wade through the throngs. I turn around, wondering who it could be. Oh, it's you. When I see who it is, my expression turns tense. To be honest, it's someone I had hoped not to see. What could you possibly want from me now? Her eyes go wide at my rather rude reply, and she makes a desperate appeal. She's so worked up and all over the place, I can hardly make heads or tails of what she's saying. Listening patiently, I finally get the gist of it. She wants me to behave like a god again and set the world straight. You want me to lead you again? You know that's not going to happen. I don't have power anymore. You don't care? Sorry, I don't get that. Okay, let me say it loud and clear. I have no desire to do anything of the sort ever again, and I have no intention of doing it, either. That doesn't satisfy her, though. She's still fervently pleading with me, pretty persistent for someone with no memory of the books. Responsibility? Yeah, sure. I plan on turning myself in once Kokon's condition stabilizes. Killing Kaudai Kamiuchi isn't a crime I can just sweep aside, after all. What? That's not what you're talking about? Okay, then what do you mean by responsibility? My responsibility for leading you? I'm telling you, you're free to go. Isn't that enough? Huh? That's not true at all. Your life does not belong to me. It never has. It's always been yours, not mine. Not even that gets her to back off. Give me a break here. Don't expect anything else from me. I'm just a high schooler. Heck, I'm not even that. I'm just a failure of a person who couldn't even handle high school. Yeah, I'm human. She persists with her desperate entreaty. Guide me, she begs. Help me. What does she want from me? I turn my back, realizing that any further conversation is pointless. Live however you want from now on. I won't have anything to do with her ever again. On that point, I've made my intentions clear. I have completely renounced every last bit of my former power. Then my back is hot, almost burning. My strength suddenly gives out, and I drop to my knees. As my knees hit the ground, the blood draining out of me stains them red. Spitting blood from my mouth, I look up at the one who stabbed me, and I realize I'd been talking with this girl for a bit now, but I hadn't recognized her at all. Talking with her was like talking with a virtual image. Now that it's come to this, I can finally take in what she looks like. She had to stab me to make me acknowledge her existence. You're human? Please don't treat me like I'm stupid. This girl with empty eyes stands over me and says, you are a god. This middle schooler with a bob lowers a large kitchen knife. She rubs the blood over her face like makeup. If you aren't a god, then how am I supposed to live? You should be held accountable. You should be held accountable until the very end. Screams arise from the busy thoroughfare as people notice what is happening. I won't let you. She smiles through her welling tears. I won't let you be human again. With that, the girl runs off, bumping into several people along the crowded street. Before long, I can't even see her back anymore, but I'm sure the guilt of what she's done will track her down in no time. She'll come up against an overwhelming ampus. The kind world, the just world, will not protect her. That's how our world is. I might have tried to play at being a god, but I couldn't guide anyone in the right way. This is what it gets me. Ha! Blood spills out of my mouth again. Ha ha! This is my reward for my efforts, isn't it? Pitiful. I can't help or I laugh. But when I give it some thought, this really is what I get. Why did I think I should feel so free without undergoing any sort of punishment? Did I really believe the things I had done would go away completely? Even without my powers, I'm still attacking and under attack. This is reaping what I've sown. I had always imagined my eventual downfall. In a sense, this is just the arrival of a conclusion I foresaw for myself. And yet, knowing that I brought this on myself doesn't change anything. Make me laugh. I'm filled with regret. I don't want to be destroyed anymore. I don't want to meet this end. Those desires are gone now, yet this is my end just because I once set the wheels in motion. There was never any going back for me. Shut up. What am I supposed to do? I can't believe how much. I don't want to die. The blood trickling from my mouth makes the words almost inaudible. I'm in pain. It hurts. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. I want to live. Kokon, I want to see you. Once blind, I've finally seen the light and come to understand the truth. I don't need to do anything. I could even be a burden. I just want to stay by your side. I've realized that's what I want, and what I have to do. And now, even after this revelation, my wish will be crushed just like that? Don't be stupid. Fighting back the pain, I rise unsteadily to my feet. I can't let myself lose so easily. I can't die. There should be a police box nearby. I'll try to make it there. No one on those busy streets offers to help the bleeding boy. Each and every one of them simply steers clear of me without trying to help. Everyone remains as apathetic as ever. In the world I couldn't change. Is this something else I'm reaping for my trouble? I tried to laugh, but I can't. Simply put, I'm at the end of my rope. My legs are turning to jelly. My consciousness is fading away. The world is spinning. Then it ends. I collapse in a pathetic, motionless heap. Something occurs to me. If there was someone to help me out of this, they would be the definition of hope. That's what I think. Are you okay, Oamin? I pick him up and cradle him. He whispers one word, then closes his eyes. My grey jacket is stained a dark red in no time at all. His wound is worse than Kyrino's was, and unlike back then, I don't have any first aid implements. Before long, I know I can't save him. It's no coincidence that I was able to hurry to Daewoo in his moment of need. With nowhere else to go, I had been following him. It didn't mean anything more than that. Oamin had once given me the opportunity to do away with a misbegotten part of my misbegotten happiness, so I'd been trailing him in the hope that maybe I would find the same chance again. Chances were slim to none, but I couldn't give up. When Oamin faintly gasps, "You really did come," with faint breaths, I get the impression that maybe he knew what I was doing. But I doubt that's the case. Oamin once attempted to entrust his power to me. I may have lost crime, punishment, and the shadow of crime, but I believe I still embody hope for him. I'm honored, but it hurts to know I won't be able to live up to his expectations. Hold on, I'll call an ambulance. You have to try and stay conscious until then. I offer him something, knowing it may be no use. He opens and closes his mouth, enduring the pain. Use ... on me. What are you trying to say? Summoning the last of his strength, he tells me what he wants, the one method that could save him. Use the misbegotten happiness on me. Erasing my memories of Kazuki Hoshino. That's what using the misbegotten happiness on Oamin would mean. No, I'm not okay with the idea. That hasn't changed, even if he has. I spent a whole lifetime with him. He has power over my heart no matter what I have to say about it. And power is what it is. Kazuki haunts all the more human portions of my heart. He's scattered everywhere, so I can't be rid of him. If I forget Kazuki, I won't be myself anymore. I'd become a sort of doppelganger of myself, just with the same body and purpose, discarding myself. That is terrifying. I can't believe this. How did I neglect this problem until it came to this? Why didn't I get away from Kazuki from the beginning? Was I lazy, relaxing into the comfort of his presence? Was I enjoying life at the expense of my mission? I shake my head internally. My connection with Kazuki is not so frail. It wasn't something I could overcome by just holding on to the right attitude. This may be a strange way of putting it, but my deepening ties to him were unavoidable. There is nothing that could have been done as long as the rejecting classroom existed. I accepted. The bond between Kazuki and me is absolute. It's a precious connection born of necessity. And now I will destroy it! ! Don't be afraid, I've said so many times. But if that's true, I can't help but wonder. Is there any meaning to the me who vanishes over and over? She's destined to be lost, so can you say she really exists? What am I? But the me who is thinking about these things is suddenly amused. Hey, what's the point of going over all this with myself now? I am a box with no meaning beyond granting the wishes of others. And here, right before my eyes, is someone who wishes for the misbegotten happiness. I smile at Oamin. Okay, I'll use the misbegotten happiness. No hesitation. I'm a box. I shouldn't have doubts. Please. Oamin reaches out with a blood-drenched hand for my cheek. The weak touch of his fingers tells me that this is nearly it for him. I don't want to die. A thought suddenly comes to me. There was once a girl trapped within a looping world who had a similar wish. She couldn't fully believe she wouldn't die, and that was the result. Oamin is a realist, so I'm sure he won't be able to ignore his own fate. Meaning that even if I'd use the misbegotten happiness, the outcome will be, I decide not to entertain that thought any further. If someone asks to be saved, then my only course is to meet that request. I press Oamin's bloody hand against my chest, and then I disappear. I sink to the bottom of the ocean. It's pitch black there, and I can't see a thing. Not even my own hands. I can't even be sure of my own form. It's cold, and my body turns numb as it freezes over. I can't tell where I am. I may be the oceanic abyss itself. I can hear distant laughter. Lots of laughing voices. They don't have anything to do with me, though. Plus, their joy is fake. No one can see themselves here, so there's no need for pretense. The water pressure has pressed out the softer parts of me, leaving me in a state I can never let anyone else see. It's my weak self, the girl I used to be. But there's no one here anyway, so so it doesn't really matter. The world is far away. I am farther away than anyone. But an unexpected light appears to me in my solitude. It's harsh and intense, like a spotlight catching a criminal. My eyes narrow against the glare. Then she reveals herself. I say the name of the girl who appears. Oh, I notice something immediately, though. She's different. No, she is undoubtedly but not the same. This form of hers, this girl with the bewitching smile, she's my sister. And then my eyes are opened. How my box works. How the misbegotten happiness remains a failure. How my own actions serve no purpose. How everything I've done until now was just swimming around lost in the pitch-black ocean depths. How my memories have left me ignorant. I understand everything. So what about me? What have I been doing all this for? Maria. She says my name. You remember my wish, right? Of course I do. It's the only way I can atone. The one thing I can do for my beloved sister. There was something I always used to say, and she says it again now. I want to make other people happy. Okay. All I can do is nod in agreement. Will you keep making my wish come true? Yes, I reply, and AI answers with a charming smile. Overjoyed, I try to smile along with her. My head is frozen, though, so I can't tell if I'm really succeeding. As you do, you will probably keep wondering. What is flawed and incomplete will remain flawed, but you will never stop pursuing perfection. You will continue to forget yourself in your search for a correct answer that doesn't exist. Maybe so, but that's what you wanted. What do you mean? What I wanted, to continually seek out the ideal. That is your wish. She smiles. I always loved that smile. If you become whole, then you will realize that Autonashi doesn't exist within you. Oh, I see. So what I'm doing, really, is, anyway, I do know one thing. I won't stop, even though what I do may be meaningless in the end, as meaningless as swimming around down here in the depths of the sea. That's right, there's no one who can stop me. I then come to my senses. I'm sitting on my knees in the middle of a busy street in Shinjuku. My posture suggests I have been holding someone, but there's no one in my arms. I glance down and see that I'm covered in blood. I don't know why. Surprisingly, I'm not shocked or frightened. I don't remember anything, but I do know what happened to me. I use the misbegotten happiness. There's a gulf in my head. It's vast, too large to fill in. A pit so massive that I might start shaking if I look directly at it. Yes, I have lost it. Once again, I've become something other than myself. I rise unsteadily to my feet. My body feels strangely light, causing me to stagger. I see myself reflected in a shop window. My face looks awful, as if I'm bearing the misery of the whole world, and I'm so gaunt that I appear completely helpless. I guess this is what I amount to when I forget my resolve. Deciding to go somewhere else, I realize I have no place to go. With no memories of my family, no memories of my friends, I have no mooring. As I stand completely still, a busy-looking man who seems like an office worker bumps into me. He glances at me when I stagger, and he clicks his tongue, then quickly hurries off. Where am I? Who am I? I feel as if I'm at the very bottom of the ocean. I suddenly get the feeling someone is calling out to me. The way they address me brings warmth to my heart. It's so familiar. For a moment, it feels as though asking who it is would be a ridiculous thing to do. I turn around, but the people on the street are paying no attention to me, so there doesn't seem to be anyone who would have called out to me like that. There it is again, a voice that moves my heart. But I realize something. While I feel as if I can hear the voice, I can't tell what it's saying. What? I touch my cheek. Why am I crying? I don't understand. I'm sure, though, that whatever this is was important to the girl I once was. It has nothing to do with me anymore, but maybe it was something I shouldn't have lost. Yes, but still, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I wipe away my tears. No more come to replace them. I haven't forgotten my purpose. Granting the wishes of other people, that is what's important to me. Nothing else. I have to put aside what my former self once cherished. No, I already have. Now then, it's time to find again. Huh? What did I just think? I try to pull it back, but nothing comes to me. I can't recall what I was thinking just now. I get the feeling it doesn't really matter, though. I will keep wondering, and that's all. And so I forget O's true nature yet again.